that's on me. East, west, north, south, all scenes. Worldwide, big waves, all seas. Same car, same clothes, still me. Only thing that changes is it changes on me. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, like all in. Lit the fire when you doubt it, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, don't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun of 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold. Bang roll, on the go. Ice wall, ice wall, ice wall.
Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process and I only know it takes time. You can get it, got no worries, I'm gon' make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket, eating off a different plate
Hit
now.
for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, like all in. Lit the fire when you doubt it, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling. Doubted when I lost, slide back when I win. Fade and pay the cost, but I rose so thick and thin. Battles and the scars, see them on my skin. They tried to knock me out, but I'ma fight it to the end, and there's no days off. I'm just resting up a little, know it pays off. I'm just stuck up in the middle, knock some weight off. I've been carrying for years, and I'm not worried, I got no fear. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, like all in. Lit the fire when you doubt it, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hey you, hey down there. See you stop and stare, cause you're not up here. Like, hey you, way down there. See you down there, looking up here.
Get you some binoculars, so you can see me on the Jumbotron. They noticed me back when I dropped top speed. It's been top speed, took a leap off the edge and you had cold feet. I'm driving head first, phone turn, phone freeze, dead sprint, CR7 tight speed, all pro, sports mode, big league. Every single time bet on myself, that's on me. East, west, north, south, all scenes, worldwide, big waves, all seas. Same car, same clothes, still me. Only thing that changed is a change that's on me. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun, a 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold, bang roll, on the go, ice wall, ice wall, ice wall.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process and I only know it takes time. You can get it, got no worries, I'm gon' make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket, eating off a different plate
Hit for
now.
my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling. Doubted when I lost, slide back when I win. Fade and pay the cost, but I rose so thick and thin. Battles and the scars, see them on my skin. They tried to knock me out, but I'ma fight it to the end, and there's no days off. I'm just resting up a little, know it pays off. I'm just stuck up in the middle, knock some weight off. I've been carrying for years, and I'm not worried, I got no fear. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hey you, hey down job is there, cause you're not up here. Like, hey, you, way down there, see you down there, looking up here.
Get you some binoculars, so you can see me on the Jumbotron. They noticed me back when I dropped top speed. It's been top speed, took a leap off the edge and you had cold feet. I'm driving head first, phone turn, phone freeze, dead sprint, CR7 tight speed, all pro, sports mode, big league. Every single time bet on myself, that's on me. East, west, north, south, all scenes, worldwide, big waves, all seas. Same car, same clothes, still me. Only thing that changed is a change that's on me. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. Ball now, top corner, like all in. Lit the fire when you doubted, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun, a 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold, bang roll, on the go, ice wall, ice wall, ice wall.
Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process, and I only know it takes time.
It is time to kick off day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Global Open live from Tashkent. My name is Barney Banks and once again I'm joined by Maruf, and it is time once again to heat things up as we head into our prelims today. Over the next 2 days our teams will fight for the opportunity to advance into the main event where the best teams in the world are waiting for them.
Xonimlar va janoblar, PUBG Mobile Global Open'ning 2 kunini boshlash arafasidamiz. Men va hamkasbim Barney Toshkent shahridan to'g'ridan-to'g'ri jonli efirdamiz. Vaziyat tobora qizg'in, boisi biz allaqachon saralash bosqichiga qadam qo'yyapmiz. Oldimizdagi 2 kun davomida jamoalarimiz asosiy bosqichga yo'l olish uchun bahs olib borishdi va shu bilan birgalikda endi dunyoning eng kuchli jamoalari bilan birlashish imkoniyatini saqlab qolishdi.
If you joined us yesterday, you will know that 4 teams qualified from the Uzbekistan Open qualifier. And so, with just 1 point separating 5th and 6th to earn their spot here today, joining them are the best qualifying teams from Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and of course the Americas.
Agarda bizni kecha kuzatgan bo'lsangiz, 4 ta jamoa saralash bosqichida ishtirok etish imkoniyatini saqlab qolishganini ma'lum qildik. Eng e'tiborlisi 5 va 6 o'rinni egallagan jamoalar orasidagi farq esa 1 ochkoni tashkil etadi. Endi ular Osiyo, Yevropa, Yaqin Sharq va Amerikadan kelgan kuchli jamoalar bilan birgalikda maydonda ter to'kishi kerak.
Just 7 of these teams will advance through to the main event this weekend. So remember, 2 days, just 12 matches to earn your spot.
Faqatgina 7 ta jamoa ushbu hafta oxirida asosiy bosqichga yo'l oladi. Atigi 2 kun va 12 ta o'yin orqali ular o'z o'rinlarini bizga namoyish etishlari kerak.
And so, as Godzilla behind us is going to bring the fire, let's see which of our teams is going to set the stage ablaze. But before we do any of that, let's head over to our analysts who can break everything down before we head into match number 1.
Ortimizdagi Godzilla singari olov sochgan jamoa esa chinakam ma'noda ushbu mavqeni saqlab qolishlari mumkin. Keling qadrli do'stlar, o'yinlarga kirishdan oldin biz navbatni tahlilchilar stoliga beramiz. Marhamat, qani ketdik.
It's not only going to be Godzilla bringing the action, everybody else is going to be bringing it too. As welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open Prelims, straight from Uzbekistan. My name is the 7WG. I wouldn't be able to do this by myself, so let me introduce my analyst. We got none other than Neptura, who doesn't spill coffees today, so that's good, Neptura.
Good job.
And we got the great Maxman. Maxman, I'm going to start with you. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. To be honest, yesterday we didn't really know what to expect. I think we had some S-tier gameplay happening with our 16 teams, as we saw. Only a few were able to make it. One made it to the main event, and we're going to see 4 more playing today. And really, they finally put their name on the map of PUBG Mobile Esports. But can they fare against these amazing teams playing today? That's the question.
That's going to be the big question. I want to see if they can continue on that momentum. Neptura, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling very, very good about today. We saw some epic action coming in yesterday. I cannot wait for these teams to actually meet the rest of these teams coming in and see how they do.
I think we're going to possibly end up seeing a big gap, or maybe a little bit closer than we thought, depending on how these teams that qualified from yesterday are going to be able to do here today. But you know what? Let's take a look here at the overall schedule for the week. We did it yesterday, the Uzbekistan qualifier finals. We have those teams ready as we're going to be starting off the prelims today. And don't forget, we have main event Saturday and Sunday, the 12th and the 13th, which I'm super hyped for. And I feel like today is finally going to start setting up the tone for that, Max and Neptura. We're going to start finally seeing which teams might end up picking it up and which teams might not end up picking it up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be something that we are going to be seeing bit by bit, right? We do have a few more games coming in here over 2
This is Max's
days,
favorite.
but Max's favorite. Take it away, sir.
The 4 maps! Oh, I love this graphics. Fantastic. Of course, we're going to be skipping the Uzbekistan finals that happened yesterday. You know what happened over there. Today, 16 teams are going to be participating from all around the globe, not just one region, right? We're going to have people from Asia, we're going to have people from Europe, people from North America, South America, all over the goddamn place. It's going to be spicy.
North America?
North America,
going
one team though,
global.
7. That's what you're getting. You're only getting one team, and of course we're going to be looking at our top squads able to qualify to the main event happening this very weekend.
Well, we had a prize pool yesterday. Today, for the prelims, it's going to be even bigger, Neptura.
My goodness.
41,500. Sheesh.
Sheesh. I mean, you are seeing that correctly on the screen right now. 1st to 7th don't get a share of this prize pool, right? But they get the honor of going all the way to the main event, where the prize pool is even bigger.
It's massive.
It's massive. So
You're trying to imitate my voice.
I am, yeah. Sorry about that.
That's a good try.
It's actually spot on. It's cool.
Yeah, but 8th to 16th do get a share, and 8th place getting $7,000 US is pretty cool.
And with the next graphic, I mean, we're going to be showing, everybody's familiar with it, but we definitely have to show it. It's going to be the points, how people get the points.
I think it's a point by placement points, but also I think it's your favorite point, 7.
Elimination point, baby!
Wow.
That's the one I'm going for.
God damn!
I mean, yesterday we saw some teams being able to pick her up, right? Helion.
Yes.
Groza?
Ooh, Groza.
dirty.
If you missed that, by the way, everybody, if you missed that, go back and watch that, because Groza
After
OP.
today, not now.
After today, not right now. Don't turn us off now. I mean, honestly,
Stick with
don't
us,
do that.
please, okay?
Yes, please.
But
Well-
I think we already saw a lot of great individuals from Uzbekistan standing out. I feel like there's a chance they could even stand out versus a lobby like this. This
I
could be
agree.
very impressive if they can actually pop off today.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. But you know what? We're talking about teams. I feel like there's going to be some new teams. We kind of got a chance to mention them. So let's take a look at all of them here, because I was honestly surprised earlier when I saw North America. We'll see how they do. I'll just leave it at that.
You know what? Yeah.
I'm not going to get bullied
Good
here
luck.
today.
Hey,
But
the
any
thing,
other teams that you guys are seeing here that you might
I mean,
want to
the
talk
thing
about?
is, quick aside, is you and me, we both have a share in North America here. So, you know, you're not alone this time on the desk.
No
I'm just
French
going to
teams.
say
You
that.
like Sanok, you support North America, you're a bunch of weirdos.
Listen, man. First of all, not the point. Anyway, but yeah, there are some really cool teams coming in here. We do have a few we want to talk about, Max. Not sure which one you want to bring up first,
I
but
think
take
he
your
wants to
pick
talk
here.
about, all right.
RA, I mean, I could talk about, but RA in particular, I think that this is a big name when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esport in MEA or EMEA back in the day too. This is actually just stacked with so incredibly talented players with so much goddamn experience. I mean, you have Ida and Prestige. Those two players alone can topple down empires, okay, in PUBG Mobile Esport. And also they have Stars, the coach that's been doing a lot of work in the background. This is a team that if they don't make it into the main event, I'll be heavily disappointed. So for me, they are the team to just completely ruin their legacy in this event.
Wow, thanks. That's a lot of pressure, Max.
It is.
Sending their way. I really hope they're not watching the English stream for that one little bit, because that pressure, man.
They're watching a rabbit one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be... Wait.
I hope they're watching stream. By the way, would they get a chance to talk to the coach?
Yes.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this or not, but just a little heads up. He did say that if they don't even make it to the main event, they're probably just going to walk back.
They don't deserve a plane.
They don't deserve it, yeah.
How about you, Neptura? Any teams that you're kind of standing out here for you?
A couple, honestly. There are a couple. I am seeing action coming into it as well. There's got a really pretty good lineup, actually. We were watching how they are actually looking as well, and they did get a pretty good stat coming in from those finals, the qualifier finals coming into here, right? 70 eliminations in that first place versus the second place had 49. So you're really looking at a huge difference in that just domination power.
Yeah.
It's something we could see today.
Yeah, I mean, the fragging potential there is massive. And also, they do have Gigante playing on the team that barely missed out on making it into PMSL. He was playing in the qualifiers. Unfortunately, they got 5th place, if I'm not mistaken, and he barely missed out. This is going to be an opportunity for him in particular to maybe prove himself that, yes, we deserve to make it to the big stage and perform here in PMGO.
You guys are talking about fragging power. The main one for me is going to be some of those teams from yesterday, right? From the open qualifiers of Uzbekistan. How are they going to be able to perform? How are they going to be able to adjust to if they do end up getting punished for certain mistakes that maybe yesterday they got away with?
Yeah, it is. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. It is going to be interesting because, as you said, right, there's those big plays that we saw coming in yesterday. This time, though, we do have 2 days of gameplay for this stage, so they have a little bit more time to explore, a little bit more time to actually get that going, getting that energy going as well.
Well, you know what? I think it's ready. I think it's time we start actually introducing you to these teams. So let's take a look at how they got here through the prelims.
The 2025 PMGO Uzbekistan quarterfinals was nothing short of a banger. 16 of the best teams from the host country, all gunning for that one golden ticket to the main stage of 2025 PMGO. High stakes, heavy firepower, and zero room for error. And in the thick of it all, it was Helion Gaming who, through grit, clutch plays, and sheer refusal to back down, claimed the crown. But the path to glory? Oh, it was anything but easy. Like any other good story, match 1 started with a disaster. Helion Gaming got boxed in on the northern edge of the map, and Crystal Gaming didn't hold back. With a barrage of nades and pressure mounting from all sides, Helion crumbled early, going out in 15th place. A rough start. No doubt, not the kind of opener you'd expect from the eventual champs. Meanwhile, Team Upgrade, soon to be a thorn in their side, was off to a flying start, banking 13 points and quietly setting the stage for a brewing rivalry. Match 2 rolled around, and it was time to pick up the pace. Erangel became the battleground for a gritty mid-range showdown. Team Upgrade and Helion went head-to-head, trading knock after knock. But just as Upgrade looked set to bounce back, the zone turned savage and forced them into the open. Straight into a wipeout. Energy Gaming swooped in to clean up and served up a beautiful 1v3. Even so, our heroes, Helion Gaming, wrapped up this round with 17 points. By match 3, things were getting spicy. AK Cyber, a new contender, had entered the boss tier bracket through their consistent gameplay. Helion had momentum, but now they had company. The two clashed in a classic high ground standoff in the end circle. Both teams worked with enough terrain to get creative. While AKE brought in their trademark aggression, Helion stuck to a more calculated game, reviving teammates, holding angles, and waiting for AKE to slip. And when they did, Helion swooped in and grabbed their first chicken dinner and bagged a juicy 27 points. AKE weren't far behind, dropping 24 points of their own. The leaderboard tighter than ever. Game 4 was Upgrade's redemption arc. They didn't just bounce back, they went full road rage mode in the final circle and literally ran over Hullion with the car. Hullion tumbled out in third place, while AK had an absolute shocker of a game, getting sent to the lobby with a donut. 0 points, but somehow Upgrade and Hullion still walked away with 15 points each. No one was pulling away. By this point, AK knew they couldn't let things slide any further. Hullion and Upgrade both played it a little too safe, dropping mid-tier performances in match 5. AK stepped up just enough to snag the second highest points of the match. Still not quite a game changer, but enough to keep their dreams of #1 alive heading into the final match. So it came down to this. One last match, 3 contenders. Hullion at 67 points, Upgrade at 56 points, and AKE at 47. Hullion had to lead, but in PUBG Mobile, one wrong rotation and you're watching the spectator screen, and that's exactly what happened. Crystal Gaming woke up and chose violence, sending Upgrade packing in 15th place at the graveyard. Their dreams buried. Hullion didn't fare much better. The circles were brutal. The team got split mid-rotation and slowly bled out in 9th. Not ideal, which left AKE. They went beast mode, held center zone like it was sacred grounds, and punished anyone who dared to rotate in. With every knock on Diversion Gaming, they edged closer to the ticket. It ended in a sweaty 1v1, and AKE clutched up. The crowd thought they did it. We thought they did it. But when the dust settled and the scoreboard lit up, it was Hullion Gaming. By just 3 points, they held the line. No flashy finish, no final chicken dinner, but enough grind, grit, and game sense to snatch the golden ticket straight to PMGO main stage. Upgrade stuck in third. Divergent Gaming and THE71 Aggressor joined them in the prelims. Don't forget to catch all the action live in the PMGO prelims, where the fate of these 4 teams will finally be decided. It's only getting even more intense from here at 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Open.
But he's anything but stealthy right now. Forward position at a lovely wide swing finds.
Hoje são meus amigos, o Revo da Alpha 7 e o Lohan da Inf.
6 eliminations and Prestige just comes on in for the steal, but of course
I know that the other teams are going to be hard to compete against, but we just need to have that confidence in ourselves and believe in ourselves and our abilities to win.
I think they will career because they have players like Silas, Loxy, Wild. I think they are the best.
So the biggest competitor of our team is Team T2K Esports because there's a player, Rose, he's an IGL. He has a good experience in global events.
मेरो बिगेस्ट अब मेरो जुन पहिला डब्लुजेड हुँदाखेरि त्यो टिमबाट मैले अन्डरडग थिएँ अनि त्यतिखेर चाहिँ अब PMCO, PMBL सबै एकैचोटि जितेको थिएँ मेरो लागि त्यही नै होला ठुलो
Divergent Gaming have a little bit more trouble to handle. Energy losing players. Kagash spray down connects. Weapon swap for Dynamo moves forwards. Kagash goes down next. That managed to make that one work. Force able.
Qualifying through the PMGO Asia Finals, Nepex Esports.
Qadrli do'stlar, PUBG Mobile Global Open 2025 Osiyo chempionati finalchisi Nepex Esports jamoasi.
Next up, placing second in the Uzbekistan finals, Aki Saiba.
O'zbekiston saralash bosqichi ikkinchi o'rin sohiblari Aki Cyber jamoasi. Qarsaklar ovozi eshitilmayapti.
And now, placing second in the Europe finals to make it here, it is Black Esports.
Yevropa chempionati ikkinchi o'rin egalari Black Esports jamoasi.
Securing 5th place at the PMGO Asia finals, KZE Underage.
PUBG Mobile Global Open Osiyo chempionati 5-chi o'rin sohiblari KZE Underage jamoasi.
Winning the South America finals, it is Action Esports.
Janubiy Amerika chempionati finalchisi Action Esports jamoasi.
Taking first place at the PMGO Europe finals, Fenerbahce Esports.
PUBG Mobile Global Open Yevropa chempionati finalchisi Fenerbahce Esports jamoasi.
Taking first place at the Middle East finals to make it here today, iCurd Esports.
Yaqin Sharq chempionati finalchisi iCurd Esports jamoasi.
Taking third place at the Middle East finals, it is K21 Esports.
Yaqin Sharq chempionati 3-chi o'yin sohiblari K21 Esports jamoasi.
Securing third place at the PMGO Asia finals, they are Train to Kill.
PUBG Mobile Global Open Osiyo chempionati 3-chi o'rin sohiblari Train to Kill jamoasi.
Qualifying to this stage via the Europe finals, make some noise for GOAT quality.
Yevropa chempionati saralash bosqichida yo'llanmani qo'lga kiritgan GOAT Quality jamoasi.
Your 4th place finisher at the PMGO Asia finals, Exotics Esports.
PUBG Mobile Global Open Osiyo chempionati 4-chi o'rin sohiblari Exotics Esports jamoasi.
Placing second in the Middle East finals. Can they secure the top spot here in the prelims? R8 Esports.
Yaqin Sharq chempionati 2-chi o'rin sohiblari R8 Esports jamoasi.
We saw them yesterday on the main stage, securing 4th in the Uzbekistan finals, Divergent Gaming.
O'zbekiston chempionati 4-chi o'rin sohiblari Divergent Gaming jamoasi.
Another team to impress on the stage yesterday, placing 3rd in the Uzbekistan finals, Upgrade.
PUBG Mobile Global Open 3-chi o'rin sohiblari Upgrade jamoasi.
Qualifying through the North America finals. Make some noise, it's Dope Esports.
Shimoliy Amerika chempionatida yo'llanmani qo'lga kiritgan Dope Esports jamoasi.
last to step out onto the stage, claiming 5th place at the Uzbekistan finals, the 7-2-1 aggressor.
PUBG Mobile Global Open O'zbekiston chempionati 5-o'rin sohiblari Z721 Aggressor jamoasi.
Those are your teams ready to go toe-to-toe in today's prelims. The battleground is almost ready, so for now, let's head over to the analysts to break everything down before map number 1.
Qadrli do'stlar, demak o'yinni boshlashdan oldin biz yana tahlilchilar stoliga yuzlanamiz. Marhamat.
After those intros, I'm definitely excited and ready to see what's gonna happen here because, man, it's gonna get hot. But in the heat of the battle, only the fastest and most powerful survive. The Infinix GT20 Pro not only delivers pro-level speed, precision, and seamless gameplay, giving the ultimate edge to the players. This is the official phone built to outplay the rest. And don't forget that if you do have the phone, go to TikTok. Or any phone. Go to TikTok, open it up. We do have the vertical stream. Check that out.
Nice.
And on top of that, on YouTube, don't forget that we do have a map stream. In case you want to be alongside Max and Neptura, you want to be a little bit analytical and see the rotation, see everything else. Check that out as well. But I think it's time.
Yeah,
I'm gonna need you to give me. Yeah. We need to focus here because Max. We did see some interesting players there. I think there's one that you really want to talk about, and it's Rules from T2K.
I don't want to rule him out too soon.
Oh
my God, what is happening?
I'm leaving. Can I go?
No, when it comes to fan bases and the amount of support that some teams see, Nepal is just high up there on that list, right? And when it comes to experienced players, Rules is just one of the best players out there from Nepal. He played with DRS. Like, there's nothing better when it comes to teams coming out of that region. And I think that his experience is just going to be so infectious. It's going to take over everyone and hopefully perform so well. So I think there are really high hopes to see him and his squad perform in today's prelims.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's not just the players.
No.
You got the coaches too.
Yes.
You got a lot of experience with coaches, and you've been a coach before too, Neptura.
I was indeed. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how the coaches actually are able to help these teams, right? We got some pretty big OG names coming in helping some of these teams, right? Action has the Inco coach from 2022. Big Head is on here. You've got R8. We've got stars for R8, and you also have for Fenerbahce, you've got Tyler, who is the ex-coach of S2G, and Fireflux as well. So you've got a lot of experience coming in here, and this is exactly what you need for PMGO.
Yeah, I think you have a lot of players here that might just be a little bit stressed out going into this, and I think the coach and all the analysts, sometimes they do 2 jobs at once. It's just keeping everyone in the right headspace, knowing what to expect, most importantly, because a lot of people, for the first time here, for a lot of these players, this is the first time they're walking on these kind of stages, right? And keeping everyone ready to, okay, calm down, it's going to be fine. We've prepared so damn much before reaching this point that we are confident we are going to be in the top 7, that we will make it to the main event. So if the coach do a good job, chances are we might see their team make it to the next stage.
I mean, talking about teams, you got Action, NetBX too. I think that's ones that you were wanting to take a look at. You kind of mentioned it earlier, right? The eliminations that team was able to output.
Yeah, I mean, Action coming in there with 70 elims. I mean, that's nearly, what, 21 points? Something like that? 21 more elims than the 2nd place team in their finals, in their regional finals. So it's a really, really good thing, and it goes to show how that experience from those coaches can actually get that influence onto the team itself.
Well, we're going to have to see how that experience translates through the maps that we're going to be playing today. Don't forget, we start off with hot and sweaty Sandhawk. Then we move over to Erangel. We got 3 in a row, and to finish it off, we get Miramar, which we got some great action. It came to the last game yesterday. I'm excited to see, though, teams like, I kind of want to bring it back a little bit. DRG yesterday, we saw that team being able to get back-to-back wins, but then they disappear out of that. I'm hoping these teams are going to be able to adjust from it.
If you get if you get 1 back-to-back win, and then you don't do anything in the other 10 matches, like it's not like you only have 4 matches after that. You have to do so much more. You have to be actually consistent, Neptura. We know it's very important when you get more than 1 day's worth of games. So consistency is going to be of the essence, and if we see teams doing well today and tomorrow, chances are they are going to be in the top 7.
Yeah, absolutely. It is something that you really, really have to keep in mind, is that consistency. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, right? When you only have 6 matches, it's really, really important. Over 2 days, when you have twice as many matches, it's even more important to keep that consistency.
Yeah, exactly. And consistency is going to be of the essence here, 7.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they kind of get a break, right? Because they do end up having 12 matches. We'll have to wait and see. But before we actually jump into the first game, I want to take a look a little bit closer into some of the other teams. Let's see what happened here with NFX.
Actually, being humble, we weren't the regional champions. we came runner-up. Champion was ATR, but due to some issues, we were regional champion and we came here. It's an honor to represent my country, Nepal, in this global stage. Like, it's every player's dream to represent their country. Hey guys, this is Mukesh from Nepex Esports Nepal. I play support in my team.
Do you think NEPX has what it takes to gain the fan base that has already been behind the other popular teams from Nepal?
Definitely, every team got every chances to achieve more fan base, but it all takes is their gameplay. So I believe in my team, and we got gameplay to achieve more fan base and support. Every team plays to be champion at every tournament or every global stage. So it's an honor because Nepal never got #1 in global stage, but DRS Gaming came close with being runner-up. So being humble, I would definitely try to achieve #1, but I don't want to talk about this anymore because mouth shut, but gameplay on.
One team that NEPX considers as the most formidable threat in the 2025 PMGO Prelims, and why?
The team which we fears the most is the one we look in the mirror. But with respect, I want to say my TTK boys, our friends from Nepal, they've been a good team and wish to compete them in Prelims.
Which invited team are you most excited to play against in the main event of 2025 PMGO, and why?
I'm excited to play with every invited teams in the final, but with respect, I want to say is for MV because they got 2 PMGC finals MVP, Joel and Top, so they are actually all-star team. So it will be cherry on top if we defeat 4MB and take the trophy home. Nepali supporters र audienceहरुलाई एकदमै थ्याङ्कफुल भन्न चाहन्छु हजुरहरुको माया साथ सपोर्टले नै एकदमै मोटिभेट गरेर हामी ग्लोबल स्टेज खेल्दै छौं। गेमको बारेमा म केही धेरै अहिले त्यस्तो केही भन्दिन, तर जे देख्छ हजुरहरुले गेममै देख्नुहुन्छ। थ्याङ्क यू फर सपोर्टिङ अस, जय नेपाल।
Welcome to the prelims for the PMGO. We are going to be heading straight into our first match fairly shortly, in very short order. We've got Sandhawk up on the cards first. My name is John Allen. With me is the illustrious Blank.
It is I. And in a short amount of time, shortly, we will be not so short because we're both quite tall men, but we will be shortly into the match.
Presently.
As presently, in the current moment.
Imminently.
Yeah, sorry, you have to wait a little bit, guys. Don't worry about it. We were just getting everything set up, right? You know, we had to get the confetti backstage. We had to get the players all prepped and ready to go. I had to lawn mow some parts of Sandhawk. The grass was getting slightly out of control.
That's true.
I cut that back. And you know who else is going to be cutting some things back? It's going to be some of these teams.
Oh, yeah.
Because they need to bring the pressure under control, right? You need to cut back on some of that aggression here coming to the prelims. You got 12 matches to do it in, which means that it's not so much as a desperate gambit as it was over in the qualifiers. You got a little bit more time to get things done.
There are going to be a few teams here, I think, that don't really expect potentially to have as great a prospects as some of the other teams, but the value that you can get from this, look, so some teams are better than others. I know it's controversial, but either way, they do have a chance here to get a lot of value out of this tournament, right? Because you're playing against some of the better teams in the world. You can gain so much from playing on this sort of a stage and getting that on-stage experience.
Look, as Mukesh said from Nepex, anyone can achieve anything, which I think is a profound statement from a player of all people. So I'll take that. I respect it. So we'll be getting into the game, and hopefully they can do Nepal proud, which I'd be excited to see, because you know what? There is one thing that I love about Nepal crowds as well as Nepal fans. They are unbelievably excitable. They are so happy to support their teams. And, you know, if you're a Nepali fan in chat, I know you're chatting. I know you're talking, but you're always so positive and supportive. So I really like that about those guys. So I think that Nepex can certainly get fans, no matter how well they do here in this tournament, just because that's where the people are over there.
Absolutely. My sister, back in the PMGC at the end of last year, was sat with the Nepali fans.
Okay.
This is where I was going. I know, that was a weird start.
It was a strange segue.
We brought it back. Brought it back.
Yeah.
They were sat with the Nepali fans, and they had a great time. They were really getting into it. They became Nepali fans themselves.
I thought you were going to reveal that your sister...
My sister is from Nepal.
From Nepal, yeah. Which would have been wild.
That would have been pretty crazy.
Yeah.
But no, Lucy, she's a big fan of Nepal now. That's,
okay, yeah.
That's her penchant.
Amazing fans, amazing fans. At the end of the day, that's the blanket statement, amazing fans. But we will be getting into the game fairly shortly. We're actually just waiting to get into that plane path at the moment. Like I said, the lawn mowing took a little bit longer than I expected. You know, it's kind of my fault. I was using more of a scythe as opposed to an actual electric machine. I made it harder for myself, but these things tend to happen.
Yeah. It's, you know, lawn care is serious business, right?
It is.
When you're looking after a golf course, that fairway needs to be fair for all to compete on it, and that's exactly what we want for Sandhawk here as we get things underway for match 1 here at the PMGO Prelims.
I'm excited for this one. Prelims getting started. We've had our qualifiers yesterday. If you missed that one, well, if you're here at the start of the stream, we did a pretty comprehensive recap. So if you missed that, I'm not doing it again for you.
You can rewind. You can rewind a little bit on the YouTube. Have a look at that one. And then come straight back to live because we're dropping in, and it looks like we might have a hot drop over towards Boot Camp. Sorry, not Boot Camp, Paradise Resort up on the north side. A couple of other hot drops as well over on the east side near Lakawi.
Okay, so that's a decent start there for Nepex at least. I believe it was over towards Divergent.
Yeah, it was. Over on that east side, they were able to pick up one of those elims. You've also got a hot drop going on in Hartin right now. So 2 big hot drops, 1 little scrap at the start. We're on board with Paradise Resort here.
We are 2 teams, close quarters. That's T2K as well in business.
Yeah, they are sat outside of Paradise Resort. If they want to go for it, they could third-party this engagement. Esketon goes down first. This is one of our Uzbekistani qualifying teams from yesterday, Blank. The 721 aggressor looking to try and run on through R8. One of the big hopes here in this tournament. Losing on Sandhawk, not a great start for them, but they still have time to pull this one back together. They have had first blood drawn against them, but They can turn it around. They'll look for it. Unfortunately, a second has fallen. And look at this wide swing. 2 players, 3 players sending on in, and the 721 Aggressors with a home ground advantage up against Prestige now, trying to hop around, but he's going to be cut down in the process. And the 721 Aggressors lay claim to Paradise Resort.
That was a pretty big start for the 721 Aggressors, especially versus R8. That's not how you want things to start for your Sandhawk, particularly in your position of play. You got Ikerd here as well, can be up against KZS. I mean, honestly, this is unbelievable amounts of action at the beginning of the game. You don't usually expect this.
This is pretty crazy. Certainly hot drop central right now. 2 big scraps going on. KZE, they've already lost 1 player in the face of Ikerd, who have got all 4 of their players alive. In through the door, they might lose another now. The DBS gives them a hell to pay, but fortunately there is a rally behind them, able to come on through with that refrag, and we'll be able to get that res through as well. So Shadow being down leaves them as 2 active, and that is in an unresable position. They're not going to be able to get their player back up here, I don't think.
It was a bold and underlined and possibly even italics play coming through from Shadow to push that far out. Makes it work though, and Devon coming in from the backside with a flank. This is lovely stuff. KZE might just be able to turn this one around. They do have that flank now, but both players on solos. Good nade through the window, does a little bit of damage. I think at this point in time, you need to pins this.
Try and go in together, try and make something work. And they are regrouping. You can see now he's got cover on the run out, has that DBS for the drop down shots. Early game fights always have damage sticking blank. That's what we always talk about. Getting that little tag of damage is so pivotal in these early engagements because meds are so thin on the ground. You haven't had time to loot them up, and that's exactly what happens there. If he'd have been at full health, that wasn't a knock, but Ray Gods turns it on with the DBS, and they continue to march forwards. 2 DBSs, in fact. And now it's just Alico in a 1v2.
Yeah, I'm gonna lie, I'd be complaining about hit reg there. Man was round the door frame. Got his elbow blown off. Good position on the stairway, fantastic. Very well played from KZE. Yes, they lose 2 players, but 4 elims right at the start of the game, not bad at all. But this has been one hell of a hectic start to Sandhawk. Now, you'd expect some changes to come through tomorrow. I'm looking down towards the south side of the map. Painan's open, Sarmi's open. A wild amount of area just unclaimed by so many squads. Fenerbahce heading up over towards the tried and true hilltops, just the eastern side of boot camp at the moment. It's a perfect place to play. A lot of scouting availability from this location too. So again, this is where I typically want to play going forward. It is going to be slightly more rough making that decision to push north though, John. That's the only thing I'm worried about.
Yeah, there is going to be a little bit of treachery in the future. The circle has pushed fairly north already and centered up towards that northwest side of Paradise Resort. So teams are going to leave that northwestern island. We're not going to have the crazy scramble across those rivers just yet, but could be interesting for that hard tin crossing. We've got a lot of teams on that northwest island, so they are going to have to leave. And from that location right now, KZE, we just saw them have a scrap. They're only 2 players, so will that allow teams on that northwest side, like Goats, to be able to push through with a little bit less resistance? Or are they going to meet resistance on the other side of the river?
And we've got to wait for that to pass them on, because again, for Goat, they could move across from Camp Alpha over towards that eastern side and cross towards boot camp, play around there, but you're sort of waiting for this stage 2, honestly.
Shroud spotted, takes some shots, and actually nearly takes a knock over towards Ego, but he is answered on towards. That leaves K21 on 3 players. Oh, hello. Here they come for the refrag, maybe. Looking for it. 1 down, 2 as well. There's brilliant backup from the sidelines. Go keeping things together. They did manage to find that knock, but there's no way they can go for this now. They're not going to be able to confirm onto Ego. He is going to get back up, surely, although the high ground's still in their favor.
Actually levitated into that fight with that vehicle. I did not expect that to be happening in the game. Soft landing on the car, though. I'll give him that, but it was a little bit harder on the engagement. His upgrade, though. And again, more damage been poured through. Nepex doing fairly decently so far. 3 eliminations found. Rex currently pouring damage in. There is more players off in the distance. This is as Upgraders try to rotate from Cave. up towards that north side. Respect to Nepex, good holdout over towards that western side of Lakawi. You know there's going to be a lot of teams passing through this location. If they've done their research in terms of the drop spots beforehand as well, maybe they expected a lot of teams to be heading north, in which case it's not as dangerous to hold on the western side of Lakawi because there's not a huge amount of teams coming through that location. It's harder to be pinched in that locale if there's only 1 or 2 teams coming in from the south side around Sami.
I'm looking at Black Esports right now as well, and they are late on this rotate, but in the same sort of area that you've just been highlighting, Blank, around the south side of Quarry. They're going in through the blue zone right now to that eastern side, and they will come into conflict with the remnants of Upgrade, 2 players left for them, and Nepex, who have been holding out in that northeast point of Quarry. Circle centers up towards Paradise Resort, and we will be shunted in closer. A lot of teams are kind of already in this one, it's safe to say. So the teams on the southeast and Goat over on that northwest side are going to have to try and make their way on in through conflict.
Man, we've had to act like millennial Eminem during this first 8 minutes. It has been non-stop action. I mean, 46 players make it at this point in time is wild, to be honest. At this stage of the game, it's been non-stop. Again, there is very, very hungry squads here, which is great to see. This is sort of what I would expect from a North American region, though, to be quite frank.
Hey, you never know. Maybe this year is the year of North America. Just a joke of mine. Oh, goodness me. I hope Dope do really well.
Yeah, you can't say that and not expect backlash, and you can't just praise Dope afterwards.
That's all right.
You got to commit to the bit.
Yeah.
It's got to be done.
I mean, if they prove me wrong, great. But as it stands, North America, I would say, is probably...
You were so laughable?
I think I would, actually. Yeah, no, that's definitely what I said, and I stand by that. They're the only team that hasn't had a world stage contender, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Out of all regions in the world, you've had Brazil, obviously a massively powerful region, have global contenders, up for 7, obviously. Being able to take home some global titles for them. You've had Europe even be in the contention for it and do pretty well. And all over Asia has had massive impact. So it maybe is the turn of the US to try and stand up and get a little bit more done here. We'll see if Dope can do that here, as well as the rest of North America as well. They have representatives from all over the north side of that continent.
That's true. Upgrade out. Nice and early here. So one of our teams coming through from qualifiers already been taken down on Sandhawk. And it's not typically a map that we've seen Upgrade do too badly before, especially in the qualifiers. Both Sandhawks that they played, because they did play 2, contrary to popular belief, due to a rehost. Both of those games, they played pretty damn well in. So unfortunate to watch them suffer so badly here on the first game of Prelims, day 1. Divergent game, we saw them lose Noisy earlier on, so a little bit quieter in the squad. You would expect.
I like it.
Going forward.
I like it a lot.
Exotics, though, I actually do like Exotics' position on that northwest side. They're currently holding a few positions. There are 2 loot crates, by the way, also next to them, which you would know if you had your eyes over on the Esports PUBG Mobile YouTube channel with the separate public map feed, which you can keep up to date. Check out all these rotations. Spy with me, the double loot crate up by Tap Mock.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, those fans from Nepal, they're definitely watching that map feed. They're following what Nepex are doing. They're following their boys on Train to Kill as well, seeing what they can get done. And there is that hold that you were talking about with Exotics on that control of the northwest side, the compounds that sit either side of that northwest bridge. Nigh on uncrossable when you've got a solid team holding that area.
Dude, it's evil work. It is evil work over on that western side. I mean, you play up towards the rice fields, right, and you have a player in Pritam down towards that south side, and now their position gets wholly stronger by that shift up towards the northwest. But again, it's a great spot to play. You eliminate teams from coming through. And again, because they've been watching this, they know that they haven't really seen any teams wrap wide. They would have had to have swam to catch these guys off guard. But it was already too late by that point. Go had to go for a pretty drastic rotate on that one, and Exotics were ready. They are going to regroup now, though. There are 2 favorable compounds over on that roadside.
Looking at Ake Cyber right now, moving into the north side of Paradise Resort. And in fact, I was, just before that, also looking at the 721 aggressors, right? This is really where I think the decision-making is going to be tested for the 721 aggressors. They have got Paradise Resort almost entirely under their control. But where do they go from here? How do they try and move forwards into this circle? As it stands, Ake Cyber trying to get ahead of them right now on the northwest point of Paradise Resort, and they're doing pretty well to hold that. They did take a knock towards Zvezda, but there's potential to get that rezzed up. We're seeing Black Esports now sending in on the north side of this, trying to get towards that lumberyard, get towards Tapmok, and get some control there.
Yeah, I mean, trying to kill actually lose a player. I believe it was a full-on flush. No, it was just a res. Res came through fairly quickly for trying to kill. Probably get their player back up on their feet. I mean, they are playing in a fairly strong position. They can rotate into Tapmok. I don't think they've quite scouted it out just yet, but it's an efficient position to be playing. Ake Cyber over towards the rocky outcrops on the north side of Paradise Resort, not having a good time. I mean, there is a lot of eyes on this team. Now, trying to kill, they don't take the opportunity, in which case Black Esports will be heading over towards the western side of Tapmok and trying to get themselves in there. There is oversight, though. I mean, that line of sight straight down the roadside from trying to kill could be pretty dastardly for them.
Could certainly be. I mean, that split, that 2-2 across the road out the southwest point of Tapmok is pretty strong, though. It's going to be difficult to get rid of them if the circle goes their way. We'll have to wait for that one. Ake Cyber, they're playing as 3 now. You're right, they did get picked off a little bit, but they have that building now on the northwest side of Paradise Resort, so they've got a little bit more of a stronghold. Exotics regrouping towards the middle as well. I like it. I think that they're going to have a good time there. But it's this south side that we're watching pushing in right now with Nepex, with Fenerbahce, all in conflict, and don't sit ahead of them. Holding this out would be great news for the North American squad.
They've not been unhappy with Fenerbahce so far. Unfortunately for them, they are just getting crumpled by a couple of squads here. They were betting on a southern shift. They didn't come through. Again, sometimes you gamble, sometimes you don't. Nepex, though, will lose one.
Going down a little bit lower. Unfortunately, Fenerbahce down to their last, and he'll send straight over the hilltop into the passenger seat with a spray down. Sevian nearly able to ruin the day, and he might have done that as well, taking both teams out in the process. Did he go down to the blue zone in the end there? No, it was actually Baby Tank to be able to find those last shots in as well. Oh no, it was, hang on a minute. It was the play zone as he wipes the squad with a launch over the ridgeline.
Yeah, pretty wild finish that one. Divergent game, we saw them lose a player early on. This is one of our qualified teams. They did pretty damn well. They got themselves a back-to-back early on in that tournament in a 6-match sprint. Now they're up against Action. You got Nyx on the back line. Send some shots through.
Going for the challenge, and Dynamo winds up for a spray down. Has the top floor to go through as well, but unfortunately his teammate not as successful. Lonely flushed away very, very quickly there. Opens all the doors now, pushes them upstairs. 2 players on the ground floor, 2 players remain for Divergent. Nade in hand, only the one to play with, and there's Molly on the stairs. They're slowing this down, they're entrenching this fight in towards Cow. Goat could potentially third-party this from the west side, or at the very least, guard it out from exiting. They are going to have to conclude this fight, but a lovely nade up through the window puts the cat amongst the pigeons, and Divergent have the advantage.
Yeah, honestly, seriously well set up as well. They molotov the stairs, they don't let them in. This is a good clamber as well from Dynamo. Just about gets it and will finish them off. The mantle comes just in time to pull the DBS out from the pocket.
The question is, will Goat be able to guard their exit from Cow? If they can, that north side may be all but theirs. In the meantime, Paradise Resort, northwest side, going to be contested for now. Ake Cyber were able to rotate in, and the 721 aggressors want to try and evict, but it's easier said than done. Jonik falls, Butcher second to go, and a third to fall as well as Atman storms the door. The aggressor through the door frame, can't get it done either, and Ake Cyber hold the line.
Ake Cyber make it look easy. They've got the credentials and now look to push on forward. I think right now it is an interesting circle purely because there is an insane amount of real estate down towards the south side of the map. Most teams kind of bet on towards that northern edge, trying to take control of Tapmok, which honestly isn't the worst ideas in the world. You want to hold the Tapmok because it's an awkward position to take later on in the game. Ake Cyber though getting shut down now by Dope.
have moved up from that southwest side of Paradise Resort. They played these hillsides. They're third-partying this engagement. They were the stopgap on that south side scrap between Nepex and Flying Savian over the ridgeline as well. So they have managed to clear out a lot of this south edge. Can they move forwards with a little bit more strength? Because they're only playing as 3, it has to be said, as Aki Cyber are playing on as 1 close by.
Exotics have had the pick of the litter, really, haven't they? They control the majority stake of this circle. They have done for quite a while. Now just looking to put the stake in the heart of the other teams around the lobby. We should be a fairly simple task for them. At the moment, trying to kill, attempting to move across on that western side. They have good information over towards Divergent, as well as Black Esports, who are both bruised and battered. Aki Cyber sending Ronin up towards that north side, hoping the Katana can slash through, but it's a 1v4, unlikely.
A lone soldier. I'm Ron trying to move on in, maybe try and get a backstab here. I like Goat's position. I think they're going to be able to pick up quite a few elims, maybe not get the chicken dinner, but they have massive oversight when it comes to that east side. I'm Ron does go down. That is going to be the last play from Aki Cyber to go on out of there. Train to kill, playing as 4, but they're not into the circle yet. They've got a long way to march.
Lone Ronin, who is pretty lackluster, honestly. I'm Ron will be going down there. Trying to kill, looking for shots. Those aren't easy to hit. The jump as well, giving him the chance. He does hit the shot as well. So right now, Ajaya definitely a little bit fearsome. 2 eliminations. We can tell how seriously Trying to Kill is taking this one. The rules on the squad. A lot of experience underneath his belt.
Trying to take this south side conflict. Dope. They've been slowly making their way on in towards this one, but Train to Kill lined on up. Pain will go down in a second scrap as well. The run over comes through. Love unfortunately takes a tumble, and that is straight into the waiting arms of the Flush as well. And they're taking knocks left and right as well from off angles, I think, across the way there. They've left one player on the back lines. This is getting a little bit hairy. A lovely nade over the top from Baby Tang, and Train to Kill. They're falling apart now.
Yeah, certainly an igneous rock in that situation because he was feeling the heat. Now Rules all on his own. I mean, it was a bold push coming through from Love, and I think if he got that second rundown, it's a different story. It's a good setup with the smoke, but just not meant to be. Exotics have had to do absolutely nada this game. They have been chilling. To be fair to them, they did hold a lot of space, and it was a good, decent barring on that western side of the map, but now they got to close things out.
From that compound, you can see they did regroup. I liked that to their west side compound, but now they're starting to go 2 and 2, or maybe just put themselves into a position to regroup further east into that center compound. We saw that run out was not taken down. I think Dope were taking some shots. I think Goat certainly would want to. And on that high ground, Goat do have a lot of oversight in their current spot.
Yeah, the difficulty with this compound, right, is that it is so hard to aggress onto. I think that's always the difficulty here, which is why they're leaving players behind up until those last moments. As long as you hold out Goats for long enough as the circle starts to push in, it just puts them more and more in an uncomfortable position because they right now will be cresting that hilltop, which is unfun. It is very unfun. Black Esports with 2 free eliminations, I would say.
Going to be adding up. And yeah, it's such an open ground to try and run across there. Divergent will fall, unfortunately. 5 teams now remain, as we are getting in towards these final stages. The center compound, actually, oh, look at this. Goat have rotated down. The last player from Exotics has not yet crossed. They're playing 3-1 split. Goat want to put pressure on the solo. They saw how many players have rotated out, but the fact that Exotic have so much control over this area, Dope a little bit diminished in their capability, gives Daniel a little bit more leeway to try and go for this 1v2 and play on the outside here. If there were off angles, he couldn't be doing this. But as it stands, he's got a little bit more to play with.
Yeah, it's an exotic way of spelling Daniel as well, but we'll see if he's got exotic plays in him as well as that, as Go attempt to step up to the plate. Gonna take both horns by the hands here. Try and hold them back, but I mean, he's already realistically done his job. Even if he goes down. Like, this is always going to be now very awkward for Goat to get out of here. He is just a stopgap. Maybe he could have got across back to the rest of the team, but he just needs to delay on that western side. Done his job. Maybe he could have got a knock, but either way, decently done. Goat, though, I think that they've had a pretty damn good game. Considering the position they were in, and it's been uncomfortable, it really has. They've been making it work. 8 eliminations is a beautiful result for them.
That's the value I was talking about, right? That high ground sweep of the rice fields.
Okay.
The hills there. Hang on a minute. I looked at you for a second and Ego's popping off for just a moment. Roy in a reservoir position, so they should be able to get that one back up, but that means that Black may have an opportunity to make headway towards the compound in a way that they wouldn't been able to do before. Aussie breaking first, Symphony in his footsteps, Pretam holding on the side, and a beautiful bouncer over the window there. Takes down Aussie, now Symphony wants an answer. Nobody with a nade cooking as well, looking for the through nade, trying to put it towards the back lines. The res came through, Pretam steps out, was that a team nade? Nobody takes down his own team. That is disaster there, and Symphony now with an opportunity. Goat as well, trying to close the jaws on this pincer.
Nobody asked for that kind of nade, I'll tell you that right now. As Symphony tries to get around the side. At this point in time though, just getting these shots through. He's got to stick to the beat here if he wants to succeed. A potential second place available. Hide behind the loot crate, not a terrible idea, but no HP to make it happen, and Goat's coming through.
They're putting the pressure on, and they crucially do not need to push into this building. They can allow Exotics to push towards them. The zone will not go onto the inside of this building, so they just have to wait, but they don't even want to do that. Burst goes through and in through the door frame. A 1v2 on the door, maybe, but Ego can hold the outside. The rest doesn't come through, and nobody's back in. A 1v1, but it is still the center of the circle, and it's a Groza picked up, a refresh on the armor, and Ego has all the cards to play with, but a res is possible.
How is my guy alive? Nobody attempting to redeem himself for that self-nade earlier on. Ego not playing to his namesake. This is a little bit cowardice. Has the P90, should be able to make it happen. The smoke blooms too late, and it will be Go taking the first chicken dinner of an exciting prelim.
They didn't need to push on in, they were rebuffed. Their hubris was punished. However, Ego kept his in check, stayed on the outside, held the line, and were able to take the chicken dinner. That's gonna feel bad for Exotics. A team nade to take one of their own down on the push out. Pretam gonna be fuming about that one.
I'm not gonna lie, I felt like at one point Exotics just was spoiled for choice, so much so they had no idea what to do with it. I get leaving Daniel behind, I can see the vision there for them, but things got a little bit too hectic. I think they maybe were just better off taking a 2-2 split within that compound, holding both Goats as well as Black Esports out. Not sure what went wrong there for them, what the calls were, but under the pressure, you can see why these things happen.
I mean, it felt like miscommunication, right? You don't have that information that you're cooking two nades, one for the back lines, one for the forefront, and it didn't go their way as we tune back in for a little replay on the final blows, the final moments of this one. Not necessarily uncrucial knock there onto Roy, actually drew Exotics to go for that res. They lose having 3 sightlines go towards just the one, and Black were allowed to do this. That forced that chaotic engagement, and I think that's where it all started to unravel for Exotics. That knock onto Roy forced them into corners that they didn't want to be playing. Nobody really did give Goat a run for their money, but in the end, the P90 on the spray down from that crate.
You know, rewatching that as well, it almost like nobody, yes, it's a self-nade, but you're almost thinking to yourself there that actually it's Pretam at fault for pushing him because he was going to go for that res on the other side. Technically, that player from Black Esports was wandering into that grenade, so nobody does his best to keep that game together. Unfortunately, it's not meant to be. Let's head back over to the desk to break this down.
Go with an amazing performance to start off. They played that game perfectly.
They did. Oh my goodness me, Max. We were kind of jumping out of our seats a little bit there, just going, oh my god, this team doing all kinds of things.
Goat living up to their name. Greatest of all today. So far today. I mean, Goat really, you've seen a circle having some pretty rough shifts when it comes to the entirety of the lobby. A lot of people were struggling to respond to it, and they're just like, wide rotate. And it is the name of the game when you have a tough time making it through. All these teams just kind of piled up on the edge of the circle. If you know you have no teams in front of you on that wide rotate, you just get an easy spot to control, and off the back of that, you get the first win of the day.
The first win being able to back it up with those eliminations as well. You can see Effie's here from Goat Quality, 7 eliminations.
PMGO, and looking at some other names, we have E5's, of course, Symphony. Nobody really? Nep, I thought that was going to happen. I thought we were going to get the 1v3 clutch versus Goat to get the win, but unfortunately, it did not quite go the entire way.
Yeah, the Molotovs are just a little bit too burny and the smokes weren't smoky.
and the grenade's not grenadey, nady?
Boomy boomy?
Boom, boom.
Yeah, something.
Explosion. One thing that we did see at the start of the game, if we're going to kind of rewind it a little bit, we did see that hot drop between the 7-1 aggressors. The crowd, by the way, was absolutely popping off. And RA, not how you want to start.
Hype them up a bit too much? I don't know.
Yes. Did you curse them?
Okay, we're talking about the curse too much. Just stop that.
Oh, look, there it is.
Okay, and
the curse in action.
Hey, realistically, I think that it's quite unfortunate because this happened also on Sanhok. We only have one Sanhok a day, so it's not like, oh, we got another Sanhok, we can rectify and avoid the hot drop. No, that's not happening. You can fix it tomorrow, but really the sample size of Sanhok being so small really hurts them on this battleground in particular.
But what happens if this team possibly runs into another hot drop, maybe in Erangel or Miramar?
I mean, you kind of don't. This is always my philosophy on hot drops, right? If you want to hot drop a certain team, you do it on 2 matches. If it doesn't work for 2 matches, then you stop. That's always my thing.
That's usually the logical thing.
Right?
But sometimes these players don't like to be logical.
Actually, I don't know why. I just kind of connected one and one together. Why is it always we have hot drops in Paradise Resort? I feel like no matter the tournament we're in, always Paradise Resort, especially Turkish teams. I don't know what it is. There's like a special relationship with Turkish teams and Paradise Resort. Not this time around, it seems. But yeah, I feel like, though, we still knew the drop locations going into this, right? So this was kind of expected from them. They knew this fight was going to happen, and yet R8 was just not quite able to come out on top, which to me, Nep, as I said, I have high expectations for them. I did not expect them to not only just lose the fight, they pretty much got nothing in that entire interaction.
Yeah, it was a little odd. It was a little odd. You're right. I would have expected a little bit more awareness from them, you know, thinking about all the prep that must have gone on for today, right? Especially when that's such an obvious thing that's probably going to be coming in here as we head over to the match rankings. And 21 points coming in there for GOAT. Quality 11 eliminations is quite the start.
Pretty significant.
Yes.
Kick off the day. Also, you've got a significant drop off. You go from 21 to 12 and then 9, 9, 7, and it does go to like about 5 and it averages out. So currently we are going to have a few teams at the top of the leaderboards looking pretty damn comfortable. But actually, we talk about teams going for rotation. We talked about GOAT. Black is also one of those teams, I think, on phase 2, decided to initiate that rotation, clear upgrade on the rotate 2, if I'm not mistaken, and off the back of that, get eliminations and get a really solid spot in the circle to then reach the top 3.
By the way, it's good to see DRG being able to at least collect some 5 points there. Remember yesterday during the open qualifiers, that was the team that was able to get a win and back it up for the second match as well.
Yeah, it's true. It was one of those things. It was like that back-to-back, and it was really cool and really awesome. It's interesting that everybody, like a lot of teams, actually have those 5 points. So there's a lot of closeness going on here. But yeah, you do see Upgrade and R8 down at the bottom there with a big old 0 to their name so far.
Yeah, I think it kind of sets the pace, though, what we just saw from this game is that not only are people going to be willing to fight, we saw a lot of fighting yesterday, rotates were on point from so many squads here, Seven. It gets me really excited for especially Erangel and Miramar, where rotates, in my eyes, are even more important.
They are definitely important. Not only the rotations, also what we're going to be looking with the circles as well, because teams are going to have to adjust to those circles, and also what kind of splits they're going to be doing, because Max, I know you have something that you want to review on the map, so let's just jump straight into that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really solid play from pretty much minute 1 here from Exotics Esports. You can see here on the map feed, they were actually going for a pretty early 4-man split. They did regroup onto phase 3, phase 4, and turned it into this 2-2 split later on, where you're going to have 2 players actually sending it onto this compound, and well, actually, that's a big circle I just made. 2 players on this compound and 2 players also on this compound. And why this split is actually so interesting is not also great defensively speaking when people send it your way, is when the circle shifts again, whichever compound is in a better position, you regroup to that 2-man split. And that gives you not only a really solid position, you keep your 4 players alive, which unfortunately we saw later on there, they did not survive as a 4-man team.
Yeah, they didn't, because they made a little bit of a mistake here. I really feel like for Exotics, this game was the game of mistakes and lessons to be learned here. Because of that, they made that 1-3 split instead, which gave GOAT the perfect opportunity to just drop in and clear up that compound for themselves.
I mean, most importantly, GOAT were just actively backfilling, right? So you have a solo just stranded in that compound, you can't regroup, no amount of smoke would keep you alive at that point. They get the solo, and not only that, then Black get involved in the other fight, they don't have the numbers to take that fight anymore. They also self-nade their teammates, apparently. That's a very odd play. And you just don't have the resources to go the entire way for that chicken dinner. So not only is just a slight mistake of Exotics that did cost the game to them, it was just GOAT perfectly executed not only the early rotate, but also that late game finishing scenario.
Something that Black said at the end of that match too that I kind of resonate with as well, and I agree with it, is that he felt like they got a little bit too spoiled, right? Because they were there for such a long time. They had so much time to work with that it seems like they just didn't know what to do whenever they did push up. That execution, as you guys were mentioning, it did seem very poorly. But let's look at the schedule. We are going to be going into Erangel. As we go into Erangel, guys, any of the teams from Sandhawk that maybe didn't perform that you're going to be looking at besides RA? Because we want RA to perform.
I mean, after that, GOAT. I need GOAT back onto the board here. I mean, we saw it back-to-back yesterday. How about today? We might. It's possible. The way they've been rotating, those wide wraps around, they're very proactive. I think they could actually do something really cool here.
I'm actually a little bit upset by K21. I think that they had a really good drop location northwest. It's an easy transition point near Hutton too, but they actually started getting close to GOAT. They also were split, and then they actually split their forces. They sent players on the mountain, players north of Camp Alpha, clearly not ready to engage on a full-out war with this team, and it didn't quite work out.
Because we're talking about some of these teams. It's our fun little segment. Let's see which teams we want to focus on.
Ooh.
So you're going to start off first. Give me 3 teams.
I mean, all right.
Yeah, just the teams.
Okay, T2K.
Okay.
And the extra one, I'm not too sure, but I was kind of interested with Nepex.
Yep.
Ooh.
All right, GOAT. I want to see what Upgrade can do. 0 points on the board in that last game. They need to step it up a little bit here. And you know what? I'm going to go with T721. I liked what I saw yesterday.
Ooh, okay. I'm going to stick with GOAT. I think they really ended up performing pretty well there. They took advantage of that whole situation. I want to see what Action's going to be able to do as well. And Sodix, again. I want to see them being able to put themselves in a great position and see what happens from there, because we're just so close to that win, as you guys have been mentioning.
I hope they can learn from that little mistake, Tura.
Yeah.
I think it's very important to be able to look back on that game. Oh, that was a slight little mistake, but it's very easy to fix, to adjust, and hopefully that's when the coaches in particular are going to be extra important.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen as we are going to start getting ready here for Erangel. The main thing, the main takeaway out of this is that some of these teams that were here from the Uzbekistan Open Qualifier Finals, they didn't seem shy. They wanted to take on the action, and I think that was something that did end up surprising me a little bit more, because usually when you do such a big step up to the competition, as it is prelims in comparison to the Open Qualifier, those teams sometimes tend to be a little bit shy.
They do indeed. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. We're going to be seeing how we get into this first game. I mean, first game out of, what, 3 Erangels coming in here, so that's going to be really interesting to see. I want to see, again, it's the classic map, right? This is the one, Sandhawk's a bit out there. This is the one that these teams need to know. It's the one they've been drilled on the most. And so I really do feel like that's going to be the big vision here is like, how are these teams really going to perform? Because this is the one they should know the best.
If it's your bread and butter going into this, right, you're going to be looking so good, because 6 out of your total matches
Can't
are
mess
going to
up.
be looking so damn solid.
Yeah.
And because of that, actually, I talk about RA a lot. I'm sorry, guys. I've got to bring up RA a lot. In the past, or not last year, because they didn't make it to PMSL twice in a row. That was quite unfortunate. But before that, looking back to 2023, 2022, a lot of the players, even though they were maybe non-RA, were so damn efficient on Erangel, right? And that was something that was really a big standout to me. Sandhawk didn't quite work out. We need to see something on Erangel, because again, I'd be so disappointed here if they just don't make it to the main event. Like, we all are looking at these guys to reach that point.
You know what? Let's continue the RA train going here. Just a little.
Let's bring it back once more.
Actually, I'll give you a break, because Erangel is ready, and I want to see what's going to happen here. So let's send it over to the commentators, John Allen and Blank.
Thank you very much. We shall, once again, move it back into our domain, under our control. We will be your pilots for this Erangel, heading on over. Yeah, Seven's encroaching on our camera shot. What's going? Oh, little cohesion there between the desks.
It was actually passing the electric to me, because I run on batteries.
That is true.
Yeah.
I've been meaning. Yeah.
Sometimes I run out. I need them replacing.
Like the Duracell bunny.
Yeah.
Or not like the Duracell bunny.
No.
I don't know. Anyway, we are going to be heading into Erangel fairly shortly, but there are plenty of other maps available in World of Wonder. That is right. You guys can check that out in-game. And if you want to visit the PMGO venue, you can, of course, do that using the map code you can see on your screen. That is a 1212350 That's a little rhyme for you.
Yeah.
There.
We
Always
miss
good
you
to end
here,
the train.
but we'll see you there at the end of the day. Lots of custom fun to be had over in World of Wonders.
Yeah.
Honestly, very, very fun. We've had plenty of awesome maps that have been contributed by the community as well, which is always really nice to see. But as we said before, you can go visit the PMGO venue right now and have a look at all the other extra features that are available in World of Wonder. Please do. Please.
Please come and have a look.
I promise you'll have fun.
You'll have at least one fun. That is right, which is maybe more than contractually obligated fun. As we are going to be heading into our Erangel, where we will have even more further mandated fun, as we are going to be headed in with a plane path from Sosnovka military base up towards Severny for our first billing of Erangel on the day. There are 3 to get through, and what better way to do it than to just get started right now.
So let's get stuck into it here on match number 2. It is Erangel on your screens. Like John says, from the south side up towards the north here. We've seen this playing path before over in the qualifiers. Fairly simple. Not too many problems here happening for a lot of teams. Mainly just Kameshki, Lipovka, Milta. You may be looking over towards North George, perhaps. But realistically, all those positions are fairly easily accessible with the help of some vehicles on board. And we had a lot of teams playing down towards Sosnovka in the qualifiers. Curious to see how things pan out here. Currently KZE heading over towards military base, and Ikurd opting to go towards that south side, possibly looking to head over towards Novodevnoye, which not a terrible start in my opinion. I think it has fallen a little bit on meta recently. In the past, it was very much the case of you would have heavy edge-based teams, but not so much the case anymore. I think a lot of teams really do prioritize having center, but you got to play center well. As we saw, Exotics not able to eke out in that last game.
Not quite, unfortunately. I am keeping my eyes peeled for hot drops as well, because we did, of course, see 2.5, I would say, at the start of Sandhawk. Hard northeast circle over towards Yasnaya and Stalba, Severny as well, so potential early rotates out towards the east side. It'll be difficult for teams like Akisaiba to be able to make their way through unscathed. You might see them rotate all the way up through Georgiopol, send over that north edge and try and get in that way, but even then that's a risk, because it's fairly likely that it ends over towards those Yasnaya fields, I would say, and that is even then, even more accessible, inaccessible. There you go. Akisaiba going to be looting up in Primorsk.
Admin opening doors with the blade. Respectable. I like it. You know, sometimes you don't want to use door handle, you just slash that bad boy open.
Hitting him with the Johnny.
Nepex though. Rex does find the initial pop-off. All secondaries right now.
Like the Shining.
You love to see it.
That's where I was going with that. As we do have another hot drop for Nepex. They are going to be able to draw first blood. Another hot drop for K21. They were in Hartin last time around. Precious in through the window.
All right.
And it's actually Domain who goes down first to the dual whip.
I think we're just passing around the dualies at this point in time. Mukesh gets himself one of the pump shotties. Start off pretty strong, but Goran is going absolutely sicko mode out there. Nepex, Precious, will have to hold on to his precious life because it is just him, a solo left remaining. UMP in hand, fairly decent with the micro.
A lot of low HP targets in tow, meaning he can have a lot of impact here. Low armor, low helmets, watching for these crosses. Still got Goran on the off angle here. That information is going to be fed back. The flush comes through, Shroud able. That double barrel. Not going to connect to the utility there. Precious waiting for them to step up on that stairwell. They know how dangerous this can be. The smoke to slow them down. I'm not sure what the end game is here for him.
Wait.
What are we waiting for?
Is there a player in the wings here, or am I?
For K21?
No.
They do have a knocked player off. Yeah, on the off angle.
Yeah. Okay, so it's the 3 versus 1 here. Precious, full HP. Plenty of bullets to work with. They're going to make the push. Door goes down. There's the first. There's the second.
Precious with a chance to pull it off here. Goran up into the wings now. The flush is confirmed. There's still 1 player down off, so 3 players alive. 4K21 and Precious now giving the topsy-turvy. Spray downs, pre-firing the angles. This is the advantage you have, and the drop down. Oh, he tries to hop over his head, but he's too quick with it. And the ammo advantage there for Precious makes it work. Nepex, they do lose 3, but they get 4 points for it.
Yeah, Nepex actually, Precious is seriously clutching that moment. The fact that he's able to hit that shot as well, I mean, jump shots all in all are incredibly hard to deal with, especially one in the middle of the smoke directly over your head. Tracking on that bad boy was sublime. I enjoyed that one a lot. 721 aggressors on your screens at the moment. Passing away from farm. Over towards that western side. Obviously, K21 won't be finding too many points off that one, just the 3. Nepex getting away with 4. That does put their tally up to 9 now.
And we are, of course, looking at the top 7 places being able to advance to the next stage of the tournament. That is where the bubble sits. And if you had the map feed up, you'd know that because the places are highlighted in blue. You can check out the map feed over on the YouTube channel for Esports PUBG Mobile. You can be up to date with all of the latest map rotations. That is right. You can see what these teams are doing, trying to get into the circle on the northeast side. Maybe you could learn a thing or two for your own games back at home if you're playing in some of your own squads.
Feel free. Absolutely feel free. Just don't tell the teams.
You stole my rotation.
No. Your rotation was public.
Absolutely. Yeah, we are going to be, of course, keeping you live and up to date as best we can. But if you do want to see where everyone else is on the map at all times, that is the best place to get that info. GOAT Quality coming off of a chicken dinner, looking to try and do the back-to-back a la Divergent Gaming from yesterday, who were not able to do too much in today's start. They did get 5 points, though, on a pretty crazy Sandhog, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I think that overall that Sandhog was a blinder. Having, I think it was roughly 20 elims go through in the first 8 minutes was not something that I think either of us would have expected from a Sandhog. Usually they get a little bit quieter. I think they're more raucous towards the end of the game, but that one was spicy all the way through. So over season that one. Did a great job.
Absolutely. Action looking to hold down on the south side. A couple of teams moving around on the north as well. And actually, it's T2K who are moving around on that northern side. We were able to catch up with their team in the break. So let's take a look at what they had to say.
Welcome to the front of stage. It is day 1 of the prelims, and I'm joined by the coach of T2K, Bipul. Bipul, we actually had a conversation earlier today, and we spoke about how you kind of put this team together. Explain the process of that. How did you guys do it?
Thanks, Barney. This is a new team, in fact. We had to go through a roster shuffle because we failed to qualify for the last PMSL even finals. We could not make it to the finals from the group stage, so there was a thought process going on exactly how to build a good team. And then, thankfully, we got a snatch of rules from DRS Gaming, who once took his team to #2 position in PMGC. You were there, 2022?
I was there.
Yeah, Indonesia. And then we got him as an IGL. Then we have another experienced player in the team, Turulab, famously known as Turulab. Now he has changed his IGN to Love, but he has played a couple of global events, including PMWI and PMGC for the other team. So we have 2 experienced players, and then we were searching for someone who had a great jill in them to prove themselves, a young gunpowder maybe. So we got Ignis and Azay, who are probably the best underdog player in Nepal currently. So this is how the team has formed.
That's awesome. I mean, like, you speak about how impressive these players are and how experienced they are. Talk to me about the play style. Do you have like a generic play style that you guys just stick to no matter who you're up against, or do you kind of adapt to depending on who you're going up against?
I think the need of the hour is the ability to adapt according to the condition, because I think if you have a general play style, then that might not go right every time, because you have to play how the lobby plays. You have to dive into it and then accept how the other teams are playing as well. So we are more of thinking on how can we prepare ourselves more to study about the lobby well, and then maybe we can change the strategy accordingly according to the need of the hour.
We've also spoken quite quickly earlier as well about the popularity of the game. PUBG Mobile has had a surge in popularity in Nepal, and it's had such a great impact on you guys. How has it impacted you?
I think PUBG Mobile is one of the most popular sports in Nepal now, because traditionally football and cricket are 2 of the most popular sports in Nepal, but of late, I would say from 2022 when DRS secured that #2 spot in the PMGC final. After that, there has been a huge surge in the PUBG Mobile scenario as well. The esports player are as popular as other sports player. I mean, if someone like Rule Josie, he goes out to the market, then there will be 10 or 20 kids who would be waiting for him to take the selfie. So that has been a story, and it's an inspiration for everyone, because it's not just about coming and participating in this competition. It's also about representing your country and sharing your story to the entire world. So I think PUBG Mobile, that's a huge spike in the growth of its popularity, and we hope it continues to go on.
Awesome. Bipul, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck for T2K for the prelims. We hope to see you in the main event. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much to Bipul. A lot of information there dished out. Nice and hot and fresh, but we have some hot and fresh action for you as well, because Dope and Akisaiba clashing on the south side scramble right now on the east edge of Roshok. Payne pushing on in with the pump action around the door frame, but does get clipped on the side, and Akisaiba still doing bits. Baby Tang the last to stand now for Dope Esports, and he's going to try and get out of there, but I don't know how successful that's going to be.
Man, Admin quickly become one of my favorite players in this tournament. such insane skill. I mean, his repositioning is fantastic. It's something that isn't talked enough about, especially in fights like this, where you have to be quick on the ball and passing that information back to your teammate, how you can best capitalize on that. And a spray down from the side of the vehicle. Lonesome, by the way, the quick switch to the passenger seat. That's pretty sick.
Gotta love it, gotta love it. Goat Quality, rather, gonna be guarding out that crossing to the west side of Yasnaya. The circle shrunk over towards that northern shore a little bit more favorably. It's still possible for it to head back down south towards those Yaz fields, towards Rozhok, but a lot of teams are putting their gamble over on that northwestern edge, and I think rightly so. Goat Quality probably in one of the stronger positions to try and stop teams from making that migratory move, but it's still a test for them if they have to go back south.
Yeah, for Goat Quality, basically, their biggest goal right now is just presence, because you play this position, you don't have enough presence on the map, then it quickly gets overrun. It is a strong spot. And again, you have the dichotomy here of Black Esports who are playing gas station. You can either find yourself in an amazing position late game playing gas station, gives you a lot of options, or you can get penned in quite quickly. And especially with the small little gaps underneath these walls, it does make it hellish to play on the outside, which if you get a team that crashes up and can send some good nades in towards this building, yeah, terrible news. But they're both playing two sides of the fence, right? One team is out in the open, so they need to play a lot more aggressive. One team needs to be ever aware of their surroundings, but play a little bit slower. Circle does move up towards that north side, towards Severny, in fact. So T2K actually not in a terrible spot. They're looking to get some pickoffs over towards Fenerbahce, who honestly, last game, I wasn't that unhappy with the way they played that one. I think they played with what they had at the time, which was trying to play on top of that hilltop, get some decent damage done. I think at that point from the playing path, they realized there's literally dozens of teams over towards the north side of the map, so it's not like we're going to get an easy rotate.
I mean, speaking of not getting an easy rotating, look at this southwest edge. iCurd trying to make their way across the bridge. You've got R8 there, you've got Black in the way, you've got iCurd who are trying to lead that charge through these teams, and Goat behind it all. Goat Quality trying to be that backstop, stop anyone from getting too much further into this one. KZE slipping around the western side, which you could see on the map feed if you have it up. They are heading over towards that northern edge. And Action, as well as Akisaiba behind, still on that south side shore.
Yeah, right now for Goat, this is extremely important. They have left, they're taking up position towards some hard cover right now. They need to clear Yaz Bridge. It's a really important position to hold on to. Exotics makes arguably the right decision here, which is to swing round Lake. It's not really worth it going across this bridge, because not only you can have Goat, Black Esports potentially taking shots at you, you also have Aki Cyber, as well as the 721 aggressors on that south side, who will have sightlines up towards you on that north. So yeah, for Exotics, they don't have too much choice in this scenario. So actually might work out well for them. You know, you give them one selection, that's all they're allowed.
Oh dear, all right. I think they just had 2 knocks sent their way by iCurd, who rolled up onto their position. Oh, that was just a knock and a flush, actually, but either way, R8 going to suffer a little bit there.
Yeah, it is odd, because the desk have mentioned it, we'll mention it now. This is a team filled with pretty big name players. I mean, Prestige, SK Ton, ID7, Moth, in a way. I think that, you know, even those last 3, you recognize those guys from international tournaments, and SK Ton used to be one of my favorite players from that region in the first place. Very aggressive, some very cool plays coming out from him. Plays quite similar to Admin, actually. So yeah, it's a little bit disappointing so far. 721 aggressors, though, getting into the thick of it.
Ooh, not having a good time there, though. Aggressor goes down, Butcher's next. Pretab looking to make up for his follies in the previous match over on Sandhawk. Able to pick up that flush, make sure that that one is confirmed. Yonik is close by, knows that the other player's rolling into his sidelines, turns around to try and deal with it, but Spidey has his number. There's backup, sure, from the rest of Exotics, but can they get there in time to stop Pretam getting flushed?
You know, funnily enough, I think pre-nerf DBS, that actually would have popped him out the buggy. That is a fantastic shot from nobody, but an even better one coming back from Yonik. Headshot and all.
Here comes Roy with the rally up behind, trying to get into position to get this refresh, and It's going to be pretty tricky. He is the last to stand. The 721 aggressor, they have a lot of reses that they could potentially pick up. Pretam marking Spidey to try and make that crawl all the harder. Nate just a little bit long. He has got another. Needs to cook it just right because there's the res. Butcher now back in action and a spray around the side for the 721 aggressors to find themselves that pickup. 4 elims now going to be able to get 3 players back up in an action. They still have a way to go though because the circle moves yet again.
Yeah, you missed the first nade. I think at that point it's guns out, right? You have to go for that one. They're getting the res through. It's just unfortunate the way that one plays out. Action right now over towards the Wizard Tower. Aki Cyber currently laying it on thick towards them.
Fortunately, your favorite player, Admin, gets bounced. Not going to be able to play into the rest of this match. Action hopping out, spreading their line out wide to try and get a little baseline of fire, but it's not going to work for Nick. Has to move on back, look for this res, needing to get these heals on because the zone is putting pressure. You need to get this res before the blue zone hits, and I think that they've read into that. Do they even go for it or just pop him in the back of the vehicle, try and get away with all 4 players with a single nade?
My days.
That is one hell of a nail in that metal coffin.
Oh, the loot crates around it. Postman's going to have a field day picking up those crates, taking them back to the lobby. But dear, dear me. Another postal grenade as well,
nice.
Direct on target. Fenerbahce, though, keeping themselves alive. Merciless, as well as Nobody 77k. Not to be mistaken with Exotics Nobody. But overall, so far, some incredible maneuvers. Again, this is, I would say, where inexperience takes into effect, right? Where realistically in that situation, you leave your buddy behind. You're getting nailed by grenades on the top side. It's time to leave. On the other hand, though, we've got vertical arcs on the grenade, but we also have a vertical feed for you guys to watch at home over on TikTok and YouTube, where you can get all the stats and all the gameplay all at the same time.
Yeah, you've got player cams on there as well. You're kept up to date with absolutely everything. And you don't even need to turn your phone sideways, you know? Sometimes you're scrolling through your feed, you're making sure that you're getting all that information straight into your eyeballs. Make sure you get the YouTube and TikTok feeds up and rolling, because we are rolling on to the rest of this match as well. Plenty of action. Goat Quality holding a line on that south edge, Black, making it so hard for everyone to move any further north. They haven't managed to find their way in already. Marth, he gets spiked.
This is an odd roll-up at the moment. Envious has to just go for this one. He takes him down, he clears space for the rest of the team, perfectly executed. It's what you want to see. He's making sure he stays safe.
Oh, come on, greedy.
He would have been better off just staying on the other side. You respect, he tries to go back to the position where he was safe before. But I think at the end of the day, you could arguably leave FES behind. But now you're down to 2 players. You have this thought in your mind that do we go back from or not? Though, with the 3 points they've been able to grab here, they're looking for a high placement. I think that it's pretty acceptable for them to just try and hold out on this coastal, on this bank edge. Because T2K, I mean, the 721 aggressor, they have to push them.
Yeah, they have managed to take one of Goat Quality down on that east side, and I think Goat held that split for a little bit too long for my liking, and they have paid the price. 2 of their players falling, and the 721 aggressors playing as 3 now have the numbers advantage. They've got that little lip to play behind, and they know that Goat Quality are now crunched into this building. Take a look at, by the way, off in the distance at what KZE have been able to do here, Blank. They have actually been able to move all the way up that western side previously. They've now pushed in. They have wended their way through this circle, I would say, bordering on masterfully.
Well, the realistic scenario is that Xiaomi Xing just left space on that side of the map. I wouldn't say that Goat's split was greedy, honestly.
Okay.
I think that it's a misplay from the 3 other players on the team. FES almost single-handedly deals with R8. What are the other 3 guys doing on the team? That's why you need to be looking over towards the 721 aggressors and providing insight and backup for your player who is on that western edge. The fact that no shots went back through, nothing to suppress, is a little bit disappointing, especially for FES, who did such a fantastic job in that engagement versus R8. Look at this right now, though. T2K making pretty big crash over towards this side of the circle. Luckily, it is tiered in terms of the elevation. There is a position they can get themselves into, but it is DRG over on that hilltop.
This is bold from Love. I mean, he's not pulling up. He's just going to get a little bit more scouting information done. Goes for a second wrap around now. Has the intel on where he's playing. A reposition Shaw and straight into the buggy in the smoke. Draws him short and immediately steps out. A lovely play there from Divergent to be able to hold their high ground. Love could have been a massive thorn in their side, but they'd have been able to pluck that one out, no problem.
I mean, love and peace, but take this man's license away. I don't think he should be in a vehicle for the rest of these games. These roll downs have been pretty pathetic so far. Kind of sad to see.
KZE, they've been spotted as well. I think there's Akisaiba moving in on that south side, but there is a little bit of a trade. Fortunately, for KZE, they have got the numbers advantage, which means trades are in their favor generally. Obviously, there are exceptions, but at the moment, they have the inside track. They've got a little bit of a holdout. They can get this res. In fact, they've just been able to find it. Nades over from Force. We saw what he's able to do with these nades being on target. Now not quite finding the bullseye there. And Ray Gods wants to try and get this spray down. A re-knock over towards Devon. But that is again rezzed on up. Oh, no, actually, minute. That was taken down very, very low. Need to get this one done fast.
You know, I think that there is a clear issue starting to form with Akisaiba. I mean, they're a fantastic squad, and a lot of their scoring is predicated off the fact that, you know, they have the gun skill, and they're making the rotates, but they're not the biggest fish in the pond anymore when it comes to those eliminations. And I think that that's a difficult thing to take yourself out of the mindset of, especially coming out from those qualifiers. But still, 9 eliminations of the great game. It's great. I'm Ron from the side with the M4. I mean, I can't say I hate it. I can't say I hate it. I just think it's going to hurt him in the long run.
That is an isolated position, though, as well, which means they have to go for a bit of a breakout. I'm Ron, maybe the savior of this play, as Zvezda is going to get rest as well. Shadow forcing this play. Ray God's going to launch a nade first before going for that rest. That could be the game changer here, but it drops a little bit short. Into the smoke, behind the vehicle that's already been burnt out. Zvezda doesn't get re-knocked. Has the cover, but the follow-up is good. And he's just launching nade after nade, and the damage keeps pouring on in.
Yeah, there's a volley here. I think this next nade could be pretty on target. He's just waiting, delaying it, because he knows that I'm Ron's going to want to go for this res eventually.
Looks good.
Yeah, it's on the side. Well played there. Honestly, holding the nade for that long sometimes can quite be a difficult mentality to have, John, as well. So I'm glad that he had the patience on that one.
I mean, you say that Akisaiba aren't the big dogs in terms of elims anymore. They did just rack up 9 on this match, so a good result for them. In third place as it stands, but there's still more to play. There is more leg room for earning points here now, and KZE, one of the teams in a prime location to do so. Sure, they only have 3 players, but they've got this little plateau on the southwest side. They've got Fenerbahce crunched up against the wall here. They know that Fenerbahce are going to have to leave in this next circle.
Yeah, I more mean like they're not the biggest dogs in the lobby.
I would, yeah, no,
so
I
it's a case where like this play style of we're just going to take space by essentially annihilating you and blowing out the water, not going to work as well. It's not to say their gun skill and just mechanical play in general is not great, because that's obviously shown there with the 9 elims on the game, which is lovely to see. Molodoi barely dodges the vehicle coming through from Divergent. Lonely looking for more shots. Ramses goes down. This is a good ploy so far.
I mean, Noisy is down, sure, but Buzz, the last to stand now. Lonely hit his teammate with the death spiral in the vehicle, and now a nade to try and put Buzz into a tailspin as well. Lonely up close and personal near these smoke lines as they try and bloom them, get them a little bit more pressure forwards into the buggy. Buzz wants to try and make something happen, but there's 4 players to contend with here on the northeast side, and I just don't think he has an opening.
I think right now for upgrade, can't say they're long for this world. Be a hard one to hold on to. And again, these smokes are going to start to dissipate pretty soon. And they're in a downward spiral. Buzz actually moves down towards that south side, going to try and go for those placements. Go is out, that's on that south side. Finding it difficult to move up. Here's Fenerbahce though, merciless, finding one onto Cuke.
An immediate dip up for the flush as well, which was a little bit of a risk. You don't know if Divergent are going to peek you almost instantly, but confirming that point may be pretty valuable for them. Fenerbahce now have confirmed that they are only playing against 3 over that ridge line, but even so, it is difficult. No 4-player teams remain now after DRG lose one of theirs. That's going to make things a little bit tricky. I thought Fenerbahce were done for here as KZE had their run out, but they were allowed to move on through. Both of their players surviving.
Yeah, no, again, I genuinely, last game, I wasn't that unhappy the way Fenerbahce played, despite them going out quite early. It was methodical, right? And they took a gamble on it. The gamble didn't pay off, but the way they played, the rotations they made as well, it spoke to a confidence in terms of gameplay. So I'm not ready to count Fenerbahce out just yet. And with that shift over towards that northwest side, things maybe get a little bit easier for them, though they are still playing on the down slope. Merciless will be taken out. See just how far nobody can go.
There's not really too many routes for nobody to move up, so Merciless does just have to go for this crawl. It's far too risky to try and step up on these staged staggered plateaus that you were talking about, that tiered situation, and that's exactly why. Dynamo has the angle from the roadside. There's not too much to do. So, nobody, the last player alive now for Fenerbahce. And playing on from a decent position to maybe secure a top 3 here, as Upgrade have pressure put upon them by KZE on the south side. Buzz falls, and 3 teams now remain.
For Uzbekistan, qualifying team, doing work right now, 10 eliminations, good stuff. Now there's KZE to deal with. On that south side, they have high ground advantage, but it's a 3v2, so definitely a possibility here for them. We got Cassie. Moving off towards the side, spotted by Lonely, who has been trigger happy this game and trigger accurate too.
No utility for Ray Gods, facing down a hail of bullets from Dynamo. Noisy and Lonely now moving into position to take the fight, but Ray God still has more bite in him. Spots Dynamo going for the heel, steps up for the spray down, connects with it as well. Low HP with a shotgun, can he make it work? Noisy, missing, and it's Ray Gods out of nowhere! What on earth did we just witness? How do you make that happen? What a misplay! And KZE underage coming all to flank towards Ray Gods.
Guys, I know we're putting on a show right now, but we've got to stop with the showboating. The final elimination doesn't have to be you rolling by, switching seats. Just help your boys out. It's a 3v1. That should never happen. I think you're a Divergent gamer. You are mega upset with how that one plays out.
Fuming. Goodness me, I'm pretty sure I saw steam coming out of their ears just there, Blank. That was really unhappy way to finish what was a really solid game for Divergent. They had, I think it was close to 11, 12 elims, something like that. Getting a chicken dinner, I mean, that's your top 7 spot already platformed. And we are going to have to take another look at that one. I mean, a couple of other teams were getting caught in the crunch here, but I'm just waiting for Ray Gods to step up here.
I mean, the lead up to it is just upsetting.
This is crazy. I mean, first to get Lonely.
Look at this.
Dynamo really kind of dropping the ball, going for that heal, just needed to be the backup, and Noisy.
Why are you making that rotate, dudes? At that point, just hold the lineup. You know where he is. You get the refrag 9 times out of 10 there.
That is absolutely insane. Taking a look at the stats here, you can see Ray Gods racking up 3 of those elims in that final moment there. Fairly minimal damage for it as well, and that is brilliant stuff for the Indonesian team. What a way to close it down, out of nowhere as well. I mean, we talked about their rotates earlier. They had strength in that aspect of their gameplay. One of the few teams to break through that south line that GOAT Quality held unscathed. They wrapped around the side. They slipped their way on into that west side of the circle, and they had a great time there as well, Blank.
Yeah, it's an interesting game. I mean, how it plays. I mean, Divergent should have, by all means, won there. Again, a little bit disappointing for GOAT because I think they actually had a really strong position, but the support coming through for Epheus was sort of non-existent when he was doing all the work over towards RA, which I think I was the most upset about during this game. Still not to say that GOAT doesn't have it in them. I think overall their rotations were pretty clean. On the other hand, though, Divergent, again, it's likely to come down to inexperience there, where you haven't played those final moments enough, right?
Yeah.
And that comes into it so many times, where as a team who has a coach and analyst on board, it is drilled into you.
Yeah.
If you are in a 3v1, you always refrag. That's all you do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like, that was the first misplay, right? Lonely going in for a 1v1 when he knew, well, maybe didn't, if the communication wasn't there, that Dynamo was going for a heal, was trying to make that one work. And unfortunately from there, it was just a comedy of errors. But, you know, the guys to break it down, it's the analyst desk. Let's hear what they have to say.
The comedians.
Not only did we get just one 1v3, we got 2 in one match. I mean, Ray got there at the end, Neptura. What a finish to the first Aaron Gill that we got.
That is lost for words, just a little bit, you know? It's kind of crazy, but it is all down to those teeny tiny little macro mistakes coming in from Divergent, Max.
I don't know if I would call it a teeny tiny. For me, it's pretty a big mistake we just saw, which is just 3 1v1s given in a row to an incredibly talented player that just has incredible skills when it comes to shooting people in-game. And realistically here, I think that we did see some minor mistakes even earlier where they did go for that spread and they got maybe a little bit also overconfident, you might say. They're like, okay, we know we're looking at how many players are alive. It's just one solo. Let's just send it, secure that win. Oh, we lost one, a second, a third. Like, you must not make that kind of mistake at that stage of the game if you want to make it to the main event.
Well, you can look at it, you can watch the replay, but I want to pick Ray God's brain. I want to see what happened throughout that 1v3, throughout that finish that we just witnessed. So let's send it over to Barney. I believe he's going to be standing next to him for an interview.
Welcome, welcome, welcome back to the main stage. I've got Ray Gods standing to my left from KZE Underage. What a phenomenal performance in that last matchup. I've got to ask you, after getting those 9 eliminations, 6 of them were yours, how are you feeling?
Habis mendapat 9 eliminasi itu dan lu dapat 6, rasanya kayak gimana, bro?
Biasa aja.
Just nothing, just like that.
A man of few words. I like this. Now, you know what? One of the crucial things that you look for when we're kind of watching you guys on stage is how energized you are. If any of you guys look particularly nervous. When I came up to you and I shook your hand after an explosive finish like that, no sweat. You guys seem very calm. Is that how you're feeling?
Tadi pas akhir match kayak eksplosif banget, sangat seru. Tapi pas dia sapa kamu merasa sangat kalem aja, biasa aja. Gimana rasanya tadi?
Ya mungkin udah terbiasa.
He's very used to it already, this kind of thing.
Very used to it. Okay, we want to see more of the same later on today. And obviously you've got 2 days to try and secure that spot in the main event. I'm sure that you're feeling extremely confident because I'm feeling confidence from you right now. Is there anything that you'd like to say to your fans, to friends, family who are supporting you throughout this journey?
Dari pemenangan ini, terasa banget kamu confident dan ada yang mau sampaikan ke teman-teman dan keluarga?
Tetap support Kanza Esports.
Please keep supporting KZ Esports.
Ray Gods, a man of few words, but absolute dynamite here on the main stage. Cannot wait to see more from you. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Let's go back to the analysts to keep breaking it down.
A man of few words, but Ray God did end up getting the MVP, especially with what we got there for that finish. But you were pointing out
pretty much clear all of those southern teams as they transition later on.
Yep. It's why it's so important to actually know how to play an open area, because so often, I mean, you kind of can split between 2 different sides as a team. Do you prefer compounds? Do you prefer open ground? I always prefer open ground, but as a team, it's really important to know both, and this is exactly why these kinds of zones make it necessary to know what you're doing out there.
I have to agree. They're looking at also an extra player here. I do want to highlight Lonely. I think maybe fragging-wise, maybe wasn't as high like some of his teammates, but he was getting some solid off angles. Without him, I don't even think we see Divergent get to this point of the game. So sure, a little bit of a fumble. They don't quite get the win, but there was still some great individual performances showcased by the players of Convergence.
Once again, I'm going to have to agree with Blank because he was saying, like, it feels like some of these teams are just, it's not that experienced. The inexperience that they have where they maybe haven't faced this situation before, or maybe they're just not used to the level quality that we do have here at the PMGO. It seems to catch them off guard at times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
seems
does.
like it. I mean, what gets me excited, right, is that they're kind of being tested a kind of a hard mode in PMGO. But we saw so many times solo players get picked up after these kind of events by big orgs, big squads that have already proven themselves at every kind of level in PUBG Mobile Esport. You're looking at Ray Gods here, you're like, hey, pretty good player. Maybe something could be happening in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're a player who has those angles, who knows what they're doing, who has that game sense, I mean, you're right. Several of these players had huge things, right? I mean, this exactly. Exotics had fantastic angles over onto T721, right? I mean, Pratam just coming diving off of that cliffside, able to bait them over the ridge because he knew his teammate was in the back. It's excellent.
The good old bait and switch from Pratam. I mean, it really just bait them out into a funnel neck situation, and you just get everyone pushing that single player. But boom, you have one off angle, two off angles, just completely swarm them. And sure, they don't win the fight, but the initial idea of that play was a 10 out of 10 in my eyes. But unfortunately, the solo execution was just not quite good. And I also have to agree with Blank, just like you, Seven, about the fact that after that first nade, the fact it didn't hit, maybe just swap over to the gun. Maybe that would have been allowing them to get the clutch.
I gotta give some props though to the 7201. Because,
I thought you were gonna say to Blank.
No. He already got plenty of props from me today. Maybe he'll get some more later. He does have an amazing stash, so we got that going. But what I was gonna say, the 721 aggressors, this team continue to show that aggression, continue to not be shy, and that's something that I wanted to see. We kind of saw it earlier in the first match, but we're continuing to see it out of them.
Yeah, we absolutely are. It is something that, again, you are going to want to keep going with, and that's something that can be really consistent, right? If you are having that little bit of game sense, that little bit you know how to play, then it is going to be something that you can pick up. You don't have to have your IGL, your coach, your analyst tell you these things. It's in there already.
And they're able to back it up with those 7 eliminations there at the top. You can see 19 points. Not bad. Not bad considering they had 9 eliminations as well. Anything that stands out here on the first page of the match ranking for you, Max?
I'm going to have to look at Ake Cyber, right? This is a team that we looked at a little bit, and I think that you particularly here, Nepturo, talked about Ake Cyber as being a very good sweeping edge team, but unfortunately here, I would say the terrain didn't quite make that an easy task to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, again, as Blank said, it's my turn now.
Everyone gave him props here.
We did, but no, it's right where they are a massive fragging team. They rely on that so much. It's very easy for them to just sweep that edge, come in on that rotation, get rid of all those stragglers. But when it comes to actually getting into zone themselves, they're a little bit hesitant to do so.
I want to know actually if you agree here on this game, Nepturo, for Ake Cyber. They sure went back to their old playstyle of sweeping edge, being very aggressive. I think that in this kind of terrain, you should prioritize position in the circle, reaching the late game rather than sweeping, because in these kind of positions, off angles are just going to be all over the place. Solo players, stragglers will get an angle on you. And I think that here they just got too aggressive when position was just way more important.
I wouldn't have minded, actually. I wouldn't have minded a split in this sense. If they really wanted to be so fragging, then maybe go for that positioning as well and kind of do like a 1-3 or 2-2 split.
Well, we're talking about 1v3s earlier. We're talking about splits. I want to see you 1v3 again. I want to see Apex Precious, because that was absolutely beautiful.
It so was, wasn't it? I mean, you can just see them wrapping around here. And what I love so much as well is this kind of maneuvering that you see these players from NepX doing. I mean, from K21 as well, they're starting to do it. But with Precious here in particular, he's using these buildings to his advantage 100%, right? Look at the angles he's able to get. He's got that angle, immediately switches, goes to a different level, different house, different window. And then here especially, right, he gets this amazing, let's just watch it. Hang on a second. Let's just watch it. We're gonna get the 1. There's the 1. There's the 2. Now, he has to reload here. He goes for that spray, gets that play, but he has to get that reload going through. He actually builds time by jumping off of that terrace, but still puts the pressure on so they don't get that res.
Yeah, I think there's like 2 aspects of the game he played really well. One of those you already highlighted, which he was using the kind of layout of that compound on the buildings extremely well. But when it was down to that 1v1, he knows if I give him time, he's going to get the res. You have to go for the push, which he does, and that's the reason he gets the 1v3 at the end.
It helps too when players end up lining up for you. We can see at the overall after 2 matches so far, GOAT there at the top with those 27 points. And, ooh, one team I'm not seeing here in the first page, Max.
Stop it! Do not mention their names.
All right.
Yeah, they're not here.
They're not here.
I agree. You're right. You're correct. Like, I mean, mathematically, you are correct on this point. It's quite unfortunate, but again, Ake Cyber, elimination-wise, 13. We have the placement points. I'm still going to highlight it. This is something that's not just highlighted on this game in particular. Every single game from Ake Cyber is very elimination-focused. And top 7, like, you might be able to make it, right? Top 7 by only getting eliminations, but I'm looking at the next stage. That would be something, if they improve upon, they might even do well in this weekend's matches.
Yeah, I almost wonder though, since we have 2 days, maybe this is their strategy, is to go all in on the frags today and back off tomorrow.
Placement points tomorrow.
Placement points tomorrow. I don't love that, but it's something that we have seen from a lot of teams before, so that might be a possibility.
Yeah, looking at action too, this is a team that you talked a little bit about earlier, right, Neptura. Hoping to see something. We had a Gigante playing also, and one of the most skillful coaches and analysts out there that was playing on Inco. Not quite an amazing start, but that's a cool thing when you do have a great coach. They see maybe what's happening. They're watching the games. They're watching the map feed. They know what exactly is going wrong for the squad, and hopefully they can try and adjust, especially after that first angle.
How can you adapt to the lobby? How can you adjust to that lobby? Right now, I'm going to be looking at RA. You guys are mentioning this team's action as well. You know what? I have to give it a shout out there a bit. In 11th place, Dope from North America with those 7 points. I'm intrigued to see what that team is going to be doing as well. But, I mean, we have to wait, right? It's just 2 matches. The good thing about today in the prelims, it's that it's going to be 2 days. 12 matches total. As BYD is the #1 NEV producer in the world, as part of the PUBG Mobile Global Open, BYD is proud to be the event sponsor. Learn more about BYD models and flexible financing options at the BYD booth during the event, or visit bydauto.com, which we got a chance to ride in one today.
We did.
And I must say, BYD, you have some pretty cool cars.
I sat down, I was like, this is insanely heavily comfortable.
So
Love
quiet.
the interior. It's great.
So nice.
Didn't have the stickers on the outside there for PUBG Mobile, which we need. Taxi guy, fix it next time.
Or just give us a BYD.
There's always that.
Expensive gift, but I'll take it.
I will take it. I wouldn't
You have
say
gotten
no.
a phone.
That's a bit more expensive.
I'm like, wait, we haven't really had a chance with the phones. Maybe with the car. Nah, that's going to be even harder. But overall, 2 matches so far. I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen, as we are going to be going soon to an interview. We're going to go on a quick break and find out what some of these teams have to say.
A gente se preparou muito bem, a gente entende que não somos um time muito experiente, mas a gente é um time que vem para mostrar muita força da nossa região e a expectativa é muito boa. A gente espera chegar forte nas finais e, se Deus quiser, a gente vai conquistar o título. Olá galera, eu sou o Gigante da Action Esports, eu sou o IGL e o Flex do time.
How do you adapt to the dynamic meta of PUBG Mobile while staying true to your gameplay?
A gente trabalha da melhor maneira possível. Treinamos muitas vezes, treinamos também o macro do jogo, que é a parte tática. Então, assim, a questão do meta, eu acho que a gente vem mais preparado para o que der e vier.
Which teams are you most excited to go up against?
Um dos times é a Dope, né? É a equipe americana, que a gente acha que ali da nossa região a gente pode bater de frente. E o Fenerbahçe também, porque eles têm jogadores experientes. Eu acredito que vai dar um jogo bem forte entre as nossas equipes.
If you had to replace one player from your team with one invited team player, who would it be?
Bom, eu não gostaria de trocar nenhum dos meus jogadores, porque a gente conquistou a vaga e tá aqui hoje é muito gratificante, então não gostaria de trocar ninguém. Mas se fosse para trocar, eu trocaria o Top no Lennox, porque ele hoje é um dos nossos players improvisado. Ele era para ser suporte e reserva, e ele acabou se tornando frente.
Which main event team do you admire the most?
Não tem como negar a admiração pela 4MV, a 4MV, porque o Doc é um jogador muito experiente, um IGL de alto nível, e o Top também muito forte. Eles montaram uma line monstruosa. Obrigado, galera, por assistir o vídeo. Continue nos dando suporte. Falou!
The heat is getting stronger and stronger. We already got a chance to see two, not just one, two 1v3s, but don't forget that in the heat of the battle, only the fastest and most powerful survive. The Infinix GT20 Pro, which I know you guys definitely have some right there, delivers pro-level speed, precision, and seamless gameplay, giving the players the ultimate edge. This is the official gaming phone, built to outplay the rest. And while you're at it, don't forget to check out the new streams that we do have. We not only have just the map feed, we have some awesome vertical streams where you get different angles too. Yeah, thank you. I hope you guys enjoy my model. There you go. Check them out because you definitely get some different stats, different action. And I am not gonna lie, I caught myself watching it yesterday. It was sweet. Yes, I do watch the stream whenever we're watching the games.
And also the screen can deal with my very bright forehead. No, pixels are looking great. So
nothing can deal with that.
No other phone can do it except the Infinix.
The only person that can deal with that is Souza because she does amazing makeup. Shout out to Souza. But here we go to today's matches. We're gonna be jumping into the second Erangel of the day. I know you weren't expecting that one. She's probably gonna get a kick out of this one. But overall, after two matches, I think we have seen some teams definitely start performing well, continuing on that consistency. We were talking about some of the other teams though that need to be able to pick it up. We'll have to wait and see though, because Game 3 is about to start. Let's send it over to the commentators. John Allen, the man with the great voice, and the man with an amazing mustache, probably better than me, Blank.
That's right. Like, my mustache doesn't even assist me in my commentary. And that's what I'm getting praised for here. But maybe
you know what?
It's
I feel like if
over.
someone listened to you commentating, they would be like, that dude's got
guy's
a
got
great
mustache.
That's
I can tell.
great mustache.
I can tell. I can definitely tell.
I don't know what my hair's doing there. It's going crazy.
It is going crazy.
It's warm in this building. It's going also. It's going hotter and hotter as well as our teams are taking to the battlegrounds. For the third time today, we are going to be heading into our second of 3 Erangels. Match number 3 is getting on closer and closer. We saw KZE with a crazy finish for the chicken dinner from Ray Gods. Absolutely mad with that 1 versus 3 situation in the final moments to close down a chicken dinner and all 10 points earned.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it has been a kind of an interesting day today. There's been a lot of dynamic action coming through. Over on this map, we are going to be having a southwest plane up towards the northeast side, towards the Povka, but it's very much leaning down towards that southeast. So overall, a little bit more difficult getting over towards North George, towards Severny, even towards Gatka, realistically. So yeah, it's an interesting start to this game.
And the thing we have to mention, of course, is most important. Shout out to Susan, you know?
Yeah,
that's very important.
A massive shout out.
Massive and big. We are going to be, of course, as you say, looking at that plane path. It's going to be dastardly. Vehicle hot drops potentially around that western side. So will it unfold that way? We have had a couple of early engagements so far today. Once more, we'll see what we find waiting for us. KZE, they're going to be dropping down towards military base. It looks like they may be the only team to be going for that as well. So a nice little early drop for them to be able to loot up all over that military base. Nobody else going to the island as well. Or maybe Ikerd sending to Novo actually out a little bit later, but still fairly unlikely to come into contact with them. For the time being, anyway.
Yeah, for the time being. But we are now halfway through the day. Well, not quite there yet. We start to play out this game. But we will be having almost a quarter of this tournament done and dusted. So we'll see where those buffers end up lying. Teams have been able to get themselves down towards at least the south side of the map, but it will be what looks to be like a Sosnovka circle. So getting that, 2 days in to PMGO, always fun.
Absolutely, you gotta love it. Gotta love it. Action with an outpost down towards the south side in Gigante. So they do have that opportunity to rotate down a little bit safer than other teams around that west side bridge. We're looking at Fenerbahce being the roadblock on the north edge for the east bridge, playing around Milta. Ikerd may look to loot as fast as they can and then hold this Novo bridge, and they'll see if they can rebuff that. We've seen a lot more ability to use things like hovercrafts to go for these long boat rotates. We saw obviously the Team Spirit rotate. You drop in that boat on top of the car on top of the boat. and sailing it across that way to the northern side. That farm split that Team Spirit like to go for sometimes in the global stage is currently occupied by NepX, so we'll see if they try and mirror that, get across quickly. Or are they going to try and hedge their bets? Because it is not impossible to still finish on this northern shore.
Yeah, it's definitely not definite.
It's not definitive.
It's not definitive, guys. All right, you know, it's not certain to end up down towards Sosnovka at this point. Could still easily move over towards that northern side, though at this point I would say it's probably quite unlikely. I think this is one of the situations where you do want to gamble, though, on Sosnovka. It's always easier moving back onto the central island, I would say, from Sosnovka itself, because plenty more space in terms of compounds to work around with, whereas there are some very key locations you want to be picking up towards Sosnovka nice and early on in the game. Right now, Action is looking to move on down. That's Action Esports, not Action the player. On the western side, got KZE holding around military base, coming off of a fantastic win. One that they probably shouldn't have won, though I will say that Ray God in that instance was extremely on the ball, but he was given 3 separate 1v1s.
I mean, Action do have this outpost, right? They sent Gigante lower, but KZE with an adaptive rotate, they are pushing out aggressively from that military base and actually have moved 2 players into the bridge, and Gigante now no longer a foothold for Action. This is pretty bold from KZE, but I like it. They've managed to actually isolate this entire position now on the northwest side. ICURD looking like they're doing the same on the east edge, which means that this military base is going to mostly be accessible via the water.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, honestly, for KZE, what they wanted to do there was just get up towards that bridge nice and early anyway, and start to hold that one out. But if you are a team like Action Esports, what realistically you're needing to be doing is going for that 4-man just complete blitz across the bridge, even if you're thinking about heading over there in the first place. Giving all that time to KZE to set up, yeah, obviously you're going to get held out, and especially if you're sending 1 scout out. This is one of the few scenarios where it is way better to send 4 separate targets across the bridge as opposed to 1 lone soldier. So yeah, wasn't a massive fan of that, but still heads up play from KZE, which is nice to see.
Yeah, very good stuff. They are going to be one of the 2 teams standing guard over these bridge crossings. At the moment, we've got a few teams now starting to head to the water, to head down south. They think that it's going to go to this military base. On the west side, Action, after losing, they know that they can't get across the bridge, so they are sending into the water via boat. We are also heading across the water with NepX, who have managed to get 1 player already onto the northern side of Sosnovka military base. They are looking to try and strategize through this one and head south. We were able to catch up with their coach, in fact, for a little bit of an interview. So let's hear what they had to say.
Welcome back to the front of stage. I've got Anzix here from NepX Esports. Anzix is an analyst. I first and foremost want to ask you, talk to me about your role. Talk to me about how you approach the role of an analyst.
Thank you for that. The first thing I do is just watch every game, watch every competitors and everyone who drops down near us and every places, and who is threat for us and who is really weak team. And the first thing we do is target the weak team. And after that, maybe in a rotation, we do an analysis for how to fight with the good teams. That's how I do it.
Breaking it down, I like it. But you know what? It sounds simple, but it's often the simple things that people miss out on. Now, let's talk about confidence. How confident are your team that they're going to make it through to the main event?
They're pretty confident, to be honest. I didn't expect that much to be from them. Like, they're not here to just experience the game. They're here to win the game.
Here to lift the trophy. Anzix, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really hope the best for you and your team. Right now, let's get back into the game.
Thank you.
Anzix keeping them level-headed there. NepX Esports going to need that now on this crossing, making sure that they are targeting the right teams, right locations.
Did I hear him correctly when he said he didn't expect too much out of them?
Well, you know, set your bar low, you'll never be disappointed.
Yeah. I mean, seems like a disciplined man, but fair enough. If that's what they need, keep them grounded. Well, honestly, at PMGO, it's kind of what you want. I mean, there's a lot of money on the line.
Oh, all right.
I think, honestly, I just might be a good play. Being like, look, guys, you're probably not the best here. Do your best, though, and maybe into the top 7.
And that's kind of what I was talking about at the top of the day, right? Where you made loads of fun of me, really meanly. But when I was saying, there are some teams who are not necessarily going to be standing as tall.
So.
No, that's fair. Mostly I deserve it. And when there are some teams heading into this tournament that aren't going to be as strong, right? They are just not going to be as strong as other teams, and maybe what they're looking for is experience here to try and get some of that advantage, to try and get some of that analysis done. And if you guys at home want to do some analysis on our games, well, you can, because there is an official map feed over at PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube where you can check out all the rotations that are going on across every single team on the map. You'll be able to see it throughout the entirety of this game, across all of the tournament as well. That is not the only way you can see the map feed, though, because we do have a beautiful, streamlined, vertical feed, so you don't even have to turn your phone sideways if you want to view it on YouTube and TikTok. Again, at PUBG Mobile Esports, you can check that one out. Make sure that you're getting all the info. You don't just get this main feed stream, you don't just get the map feed, you get player cams, you get the updated live tables as well, so you're on top of every single piece of information possible.
I think you've summed that up very nicely.
Couldn't be better, really.
A nice even number on that one.
2, 6,
4,
507. No. Just missed. 506?
4.
That's number one.
That's number one. That's right.
Oh, dear.
Why you kept guessing after I gave you the answer as well?
No, I thought we would. Okay.
Yeah, I never watched number one.
Let's talk about this. We are in with Aki Cyber in a hovercraft. I was thinking that we were going to see a few of these on the south side of Sosnovka military base. The circle did just pop. It's confirmed a military base circle now, and they are on that south edge, jousting with action.
And again, this southern edge of Sosnovka, incredibly important to control a lot of times. This is where you want to be at the start of the game, especially for Aki Cyber. They did lose one player in force on the crossing, but getting towards the dockyard here, I would say that's an impressive feat, alongside with a hovercraft, giving you a lot of mobility and mobile cover. Fantastic stuff. Nepex did make that crossing. After all, we expected something of them, John. They performed.
So far. That remains to be seen if they'll continue to do so. Oh, a nade from Upgrade, actually finding a couple of knocks onto Exotics, but in the meantime, Zvesta holding his angle nicely. Action, don't know what's hit him.
Yeah, I think that when you look at Aki Cyber, they have this very nice play style of never letting up the gas. And I think that's a hard thing to contend with, especially if you are one of the weaker teams, where a team is just not giving you any room to breathe at all. And a lot of times that leads to mistakes. The fact that Aki Cyber is so quick with their plays is fantastic. It will be Upgrade finally taking down Exotic. And they are looking a little bit better, you know. Overall, Upgrade have jumped up a little bit here.
They've completed this level of the game, Blank, but they are about to face the final boss of the crossing still to Sosnovka. They are on that mainland, and it is getting jam-packed on the northern coast. Can't really go for a swim. There is going to be teams like Nepex, like Goat Quality, like Fenerbahce, who will see that happening, and they will keep a lot of pressure onto that area. So Upgrade have a difficult route ahead of them. They could potentially spin out wide, go for a boatate that we're seeing teams like Black Esports, like K21, and earlier on, Aki Cyber, of course, going down to that south side, so may try and go for a wide sweep. You've also got Divergent sitting in behind them, so that their game is about to get a lot harder for Upgrade on that northern side. However, they've already got 4 points for their trouble.
That they have. I think overall, R8, we're still expecting a little bit more out of this team. Hopefully, they can get a groove on.
Over towards that west side bridge. They'll try and push past, but there are teams in the way. It will be a tough tussle to try and resolve that one. Milta is rife with conflict as well, because you've got Divergent facing off against Train to Kill right now. The 4 versus 4, it seems, at the moment. And they are still stuck in the blue. It's stage 3, so this is going to hurt. Puke trying to find a little angle there, but it's not going to be allowed. And Train to Kill not quite pulling the trigger, but finally finding Dynamo, an opener found for them. And there's a potential, yeah, that's the long off angle coming through from Divergent. You can see just on the top right-hand side of your screen there, they do have Lonely in the vehicle, out in the fields, out in the trees, cutting them down as he goes.
I think for KZE, there is a real consideration now as we get into stage 3. Here's Divergent Gaming up against Train to Kill. Trying to keep themselves alive here, but Divergent looking fairly strong in this engagement, John.
They've managed to do a lot of work, and there's another little shuffle towards the end of the Mortal Coil for Train to Kill. Only one player remains. Stage 3, it is still Reservoir here in the blue zone, but a second player for Divergent falls. It's all up to this last player, Igneous. Trying to be rock solid now. Last player to remain for Train to Kill.
I mean, Bipple was saying that this guy is an absolute stellar player on the team. Nade goes through to the other side, knows he needs to step out the way, but he's taking a hell of a lot of damage, but he can't afford to pop this first aid kit too early.
It's his last first aid. No more in the back pocket. Lonely now for the face, but steps out. Pump action to the gut. Sends him down to the depths, and it's Divergent to stand tall in Milter.
Okay, now, unfortunately, that was cool, but I have to talk about a critical mistake that's just occurred on the map, because KZE really quite annoying me, honestly. The fact they stayed on the northwest side for that long, though they know that military base is open, considering they start there, they don't rotate back down. Why do they stick in that location for so long? It makes no sense to me. Like, you can definitely try and hold out more teams, but why not just go for a central spot at this point in time that you know is not taken?
Maybe a little bit of a misstep there, and Devan now, the last player for KZE, I think, going to be taking a little bit of a backbeat rotate back towards that military base. But you're right, it's a little bit too late. However, you can hide pretty effectively.
The fact that he's sorted back in there lets me know they know it was free.
Well, you know what? I'm happy for the 721 aggressor, who have been able to get across the bridge in whatever form they were able to find. R8 still going, still trucking on. 2 players alive. Prestige and ID coming up against Buzz from Upgrade.
This is such weird hesitation from practically all of our teams playing on the outer edges. Dope, our North American squad, in a surprising turn of events, one of the first teams with more than 2 players to head central.
I think, yeah, there is currently only, it is only Dope. The other teams, they do have more than 3, more than 2, but they have knocked players on side. I'm talking about Black Esports, and that seems like it's not going well for them on the southeast side, although K21 as well in that scrap. That south coast starting to heat up here as teams who have made landfall there come into contact with one another. Black Esports currently seemingly worse for wear in the engagement. You can see Lord Cedric in the back lines, facing off against Shroud, and Goran has the res available here. Regroup for K21.
Black Esports coming on the north side. 1 player alive here in Lord Cedric. Great nade, though, over the top, over towards Goran.
Ooh.
Now looks to confirm there are shots through the Shroud from Shroud. Nade goes through. Is he nade his teammate? Hopefully not.
Goes a little bit wide, thinks that he's still facing off against Shroud, and the smoke did see him. That nade connects a little bit, though, as well, and the bleed outs continue. Off in the distance, you still got Master for K21, but he's not really having an impact here. Shroud looks to break out wide, the footsteps heard, now he knows he's on the vehicle, looks for the spray, but it's Master finally stepping into the fight. A quick stutter step, and that's going to be all it takes to take down Black Esports.
Yeah, nice long-range shot there. It seems like Dope has located KZE's Devon. Or maybe not. They are right on top of him.
Ooh.
First time in a while that we get to praise a not, well, unless they get soloed by Devon, which I really hope would not happen. It's not the case. 3 players still alive. We get to talk good about North American team. Amazing. Truly amazing. What a timeline we're living in. That is until Aki Cyber is currently like a tidal wave across military base approaching their location.
Trying to push on in. They have got this building on surround. Nobody really too close by either. Nepex on the north side, really isolated and alone on that north hill, and a lot of vision down towards that military base for it as well, Blank. Potential to third party this progression if they get a little bit closer. You've got the last player from R8 as well, trying to move on the west side, and K21, they are still alive.
K21 with those 2 players, Master and Shroud, to push on up. Nobody from Fenerbahce sticking to his guns over on that eastern side. I mean, to be honest with you, that is not a terrible position. It is out of the circle, though, so he's going to have to move at some point. There is cover to head towards on that western side. He's outside of military base too, so it's nice. Aki Cyber, though, look at these guys. They are stocked for days on utility, but now they've got to make it count in this fight up against Dope.
Checking his corners, nice and secure. I'm Ron. Being cautious, being calm and collected here.
And he's got
Exposed to the
6
high ground though. Look at the players pushing in from NepX on that northern edge. Potential to get a bit dangerous. You see Mukesh there in potentially a position to play spoiler to Imran's position. He's being so cautious, and that may come back to bite him. Sure, it's great in this engagement with Dope, but will there be a third party to punish?
I mean, he's fine. He's smoked out. It's exactly what he needed to do there to prevent that sideline coming through from that north side so he can continue to harass. And this server room is honestly a little bit treacherous right now for Dope Esports, because getting a nade in here is sometimes kind of easy, to be honest. You just whack it around a corner. A lot of times you can go sit in the control room, but it is an awkward position to play for Dope right now. Aki Cyber happy to just leave them in here, wait for the circle to push them out on in. But yeah, weird game. Very, very weird game.
A lot of ragtag teams, nobody on 4 players alive. It is just Dope and Aki Cyber on 3 players, everybody at 2 or fewer left alive. NepX making their move down towards C block. You could see Mukesh leading, Precious following up. They're on the west branch of C block, with Zvezda on that south side. We'll know about this. They'll be aware of this presence. And at this stage, that's going to make going for that server room not really too profitable. Sure, maybe you get a point or 2, but what do you lose in the process? Maybe territory, maybe a player, which would be the worst case scenario.
Luckily for Aki Cyber, they do have Zvezda as point of contact on that north side. So they're thinking ahead right now. And I'm willing to pull back on my call that maybe they aren't the big dogs in lobby. Maybe they are, actually. Playing very well. I'm not too far points behind GOAT right now with 29 at the top of the lobby. And with a strong game here, potential to leap over the top of them. Very possible, in fact.
Looking pretty vast and candid right now for Aki Cyber. But they have still got 7 other teams to dispatch if they want to take those top spots back into contention for themselves. And it's great to see so many teams from this Uzbek qualifier getting into these top 7 right now. I think we've got 3 already up in these top 7 spots. You got Aki Cyber, you got 721
Did NepX just
Aggressors.
get delivered the care package?
And DRG. Yeah, it seems like they just got 2, actually. 1 each.
That's incredible.
Well, they might be on the roof, though, which is a bit exposed.
Yeah, definitely. But possible to grab.
Definitely.
They provide cover at the end of the day.
And at the beginning of the day.
True. Just sit
Any time of day.
That's right. Very much so. Aki Cyber, still on that south side. Again, this is just cleanup right now. Dope is very unwilling to take any peeks at the moment. I think playing server room, if you can hold on to it, next circle ends up there, why not? We're closing around 50 seconds now. 20 minutes into the game, and because we cut down so many players so early, it is not often you get 14 players remaining, 8 teams at stage 5.
Okay, so they are on the outside, these crates. 1 on the staircase, 1 further back. That further back one is actually pretty covered off by the north branch of C block. Precious can definitely branch out for that, but they're probably more worried about stopping Aki Cyber from getting any closer. Do you want to invest the time in order to get the resupply from that one? Sure, you get tier 3 armor and a helmet, which could be pretty helpful, actually, because I just saw Mukesh's gear there, level 1 vest, and a very damaged level 2 vest coming through from Precious as well. So it may be, in fact, worth that investment of time.
It depends kind of where this circle goes now, because it could center up over towards C block, which is what it does. And that does make NepX's position even more profitable. And now this is where I'd imagine Aki Cyber wants to take this opportunity to get aggressive. Whilst other teams still out on the edge and not possible to get too much of a third party going on, they should roughly know that Dope is unwilling to leave this server room. This is prime time to try and clear out NepX. I think for NepX coming in this late into the game as well towards C block, they should have a general idea that this is a team with maybe less than 3 players.
On the east side, I mean, we haven't really talked about too much about these 2 teams, and they are just solos, but you've got GOAT Quality, and Fenerbahce. Fenerbahce with 6 elims on the game, by the way. They have done pretty well for themselves on the east side scramble, as well as GOAT Quality, trying to defend their top spot here against Divergent, who still also have a representative. They are, however, far more central for Divergent. It's a game of snakes on this east side.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hell of a spot.
Yeah, nobody will know he's there.
It's true. He also has nowhere to go. It's a question of FES suspects this. And I can guarantee that if you played this game long enough, you know this spot exists. K21 start to move up. This is Master and Shroud. Cuke from Divergent Gaming on the north side. A little bit of a tickle over towards Aki Cyber. But that's a nice early warning system for them, knowing that teams are now in range. So limited time on going for those.
Oh.
Nobody will find FES. And that gives him time to move out past the silos.
That's a little opening for Divergent Gaming, actually, to push up to maybe get this top spot after this match as well, Blank, because GOAT Quality, only 2 elims, going down 7th place. There is a big chance here now to try and change those top of the tables. Fenerbahce as well, looking to push further and further. But I think, again, you're right, it is all on Aki Cyber, right? What can they achieve in this game? They've got 3 elims right now, and going down now would make what is a brilliant position seem a bit fruitless.
And the reason it's a brilliant position is because they're not likely to go down pretty soon.
That's true.
It would require a team to full push upon them. And you can see the outside the building here where Dope would probably have to aggress. Very, very limited in terms of cover. They would have to have a full smoke train across. That's not to mention Nepex potentially pinching them as they move across. But it's just going to be a slow game because no one really wants to peek here.
Yeah, it's a game of belly button to concrete right now in the military base for a lot of these players. Keep a lower profile as possible. And this is what happens when you have these scrappy mid games, right? When you have teams tearing into one another, taking 1 or 2 players down from them, you start to get quieter end game circles. And this is what we're seeing. And that's exacerbated by the situation of being in and amongst the buildings as well. So you have got this quieter time that's going to sit probably with us until maybe even stage 8, but I imagine we're going to lose 1 or 2 teams before then.
I think if you Aki Cyber with 3 players, you can sort of afford to place a player on the rooftops at this point. I don't think it'd be unwise. The fact that Nepex has not shown their hand yet is now a strong indication that this is a weakened team. Right, very strong indication. I think just placing 1 player up top, not to take shots, but just purely to scout, right, with third party. Because Dope is starting to make their move with those smokes I mentioned earlier.
Getting across to the next stage is where they need to get to in order to find the next circle. Master in his little corner is going to be safe into this next circle. Blanky still can maintain that position. Shroud will have to move, though. His teammate off in the distance, you can see him there, will have to shunt a little bit closer forwards, but I wonder where he's going to get to, because there's not much hard cover in terms of buildings that sit in front of them. However, for Dope, there's those containers they can move into, try and take a little bit more of a sneaky approach on that front.
Guliang moves up over towards that north side. First point of contact for the team. Tons of smokes laid down already. The circle does move a little bit further off towards that eastern side, giving Cuke from Divergent Gaming a little bit of a better chance at this match.
Much bigger building available for him. Aki Cyber may be thinking about going over there, or certainly planning an option should they need to. You can see their attention is certainly down to the southeast side as Shroud has to hit the deck once again. Behind the vehicle, gets suppressed, that line of fire, that open cannon from Aki Cyber still pointing his way.
It's one of those games where Aki Cyber can't really move. They got to wait out Nepex, they got to wait out Dope. I think you haven't really heard much action whatsoever other than solos over towards that eastern side. So you are fully aware of Dope's position and Nepex's position as the 2 most dangerous squads in your close vicinity. And you have the advantage over them because you've got the inside track here.
Shroud, there's no respite for you there, my friend. And there's a nade over the top. Actually, that's from nobody to be able to get the knock there, but I think it was Dope who were able to pick up the flush point with the spray downs that they were getting. A nice nade from nobody, sure, but he doesn't really get the dividends from that. No payout to be seen. They have 7 elims already, though, so not the end of the world.
So Dope now moving through the crates. Realistically, their only option, but the circle moves over towards that north side. Favoring Aki Cyber massively, because this pushes Mukesh out of position, right? Now he's got to move over towards the north, regroup with pressures, but that basically sits them in towards a single sight line, which is not ideal.
This has got to be worrying now for the teams in C block, because, I mean, there's only one player in Divergent in the building that sits as one of the most prevalent pieces of cover in this next circle blank, but that can really play spoiler to you. I mean, sure, Aki Cyber, they can hold fast for a while, but you know, Dope is going to look for a little bit of a fight here. You know, Nepex has 2 players, 2 sightlines to go for it, so you can't actually contest that. I think nobody could potentially change things around and take down Divergent, but then it's the same situation all over again. It's just a solo in this building, but that is a lot of pressure that's being exerted just by the one player. Vastly increased aura in this spot.
Yeah, to be honest with you, if I was to call this game right now, I could probably call this game maybe 2 zones ago for Aki Cyber. They just have prime real estate here on the map. Like, this is still outside zone. For Dope, they are prolonging the inevitable as long as possible, and fair enough to them because they're trying to get placement points out of this game. But for Aki Cyber, they just have
nice try.
The best position on the map easily.
Mambe trying to get a little bit of healing done in the zone, but it takes hard and he takes him down. Guliang up to the wall, but straight out into the open. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. Admin able to close it down for Aki Cyber. And now it is a 3v2 v1v1 into the final zone. The center of it sits in no man's land though, Blank, so everybody's going to have to break out wide.
Yeah, again, for Nepex, they're going to be the first ones to move. And all this game is just Aki Cyber with quick thinking, quick rotations, and assured scouting. Like, Nepex had no idea of where teams were. Dope really had no idea where teams were when they moved in. Aki Cyber was able to live through all of that, test the waters all around this circle, and they've gained dividends off the back of it. So very impressed by Aki Cyber this game, and they are slowly becoming my favorite team right now in the prelims so far.
I'm Ron actually able to move out towards the crate there in the middle of the courtyard, able to get a resupply. I think he got a P90 picked up there as well. I'm Ron launching the nade over towards Nepex, all the while Nobody being crunched up to the wall off in the off angle there, and Divergent still have a chance. Nobody trying to go for that challenge. I'm Ron around the wall against Precious in the close range fight. I'm Ron goes down, and Nepex trying to turn this one around. They've now got the center of this circle. In the meantime, Divergent win the fight off in the distance against Nobody, so Divergent could change this. It's a 2v1v1, but Precious goes down, and there's only one now left for Nepex.
Good molly, forces him into the corner. Might touch him as well, actually. Nate goes forward. It's not enough. Zvezda needs to get involved, but he's dealing with Cube right now.
Oh, Mukesh tries to make the break wide, but it is Admin now. 2v1. They have a hovercraft there available that he can hop in towards, but it's all up to Cube for Divergent. Can they find the chicken dinner here? They were denied it last time around in a catastrophe of events, but Zvezda now with a challenge. Doesn't connect. The pump action for Cube. Wants to try and cut through them, but through the smoke has to hop out wide. The challenge isn't good, and it is Aki Cyber pulled all the way from the back lines. Stage 5 under control, Stage 9 a similar story.
Admin in the server once again, bringing the heat, and I think overall Aki Cyber had that game in the bag, like I said, from Stage 5. It was fairly easy to call, and again, such an odd game overall, that match, because we had so many teams focusing far too hard on holding squads out around the map. At some point, you have to make that call and make that decision of, look, let's just retreat back towards center. For KZE, critical mistake early on. They should have had that game in the bag because they had center so early, they had it scouted. And the difference being between all these teams and Aki Cyber is, again, their ability to scout, their ability to test the waters. And honestly, it's attention management, and it's very well done in that aspect, because the fact that they completely isolate over towards Dope early on, because they know that Nepex is not challenging them. They have seen they've not gone to the roof. They know they're a weakened squad, so they fully put pressure over towards this team, which is going to be the first to peak. Then they immediately switch back over towards Nepex. They're a quick thinking squad, right? They're very quick on their feet, and you love to see it.
A 1-2 punch from the Uzbek teams at the top of the table in this match. Blank, Divergent coming off of a second place into another second place as well, getting value out of this game. This home ground, I'm telling you, man, there's something to it. And the Uzbek squads are really pulling up, making an impact here. A fantastic result for them. Admin at the top of the tables for Akicyber. He was able to spray down all those teams on the south side. Dope didn't stand a chance. Neither did anybody else in the lobby. A fantastic result for another Uzbek team, and I'm very happy to see that one go through. I think in just a moment we're going to be heading over to the analyst desk to break the game down, but Blank, do you have any final words?
Yeah, well, I mean, just Admin's just unreal, right, isn't he? He's actually unreal. Admin's such a good player on this team, and he's consistently stepping up time and time again. But that's not to say the rest of the squad is not pulling their weight at all, because they're such a disciplined team. A lot of times when Admin's getting this damage, it's already set up by the rest of the squad. It's not just a one-man show a lot of times. I'm happy to see it. Again, you can very much tell that they're all communicating with one another in an extremely good way. We're going to communicate over with the stage and send this one over to Barney for a quick interview.
I've got Domain here from Nepex Esports, a close finish, a slow match as well. Let's talk about the rotations that went down south, okay? When the circle pulled to military base, a lot of people were using boats, a lot of people were using bridges. You guys decided to swim. Was the decision behind that just to avoid the congestion on the bridges, or what was the decision? Translate, yeah, just translate.
जस्तै तिमीले चाहिँ के भन्यो भन्दाखेरि दुईटा स्लिप गर्यो नि त पानीबाट जाने डिसिजन भयो नि त अहिले आएर चाहिँ त्यो डिसिजन किन रहेछ र के गर्दा ठिक हुँदो रहेछ थाहा भयो
हाम्रो ड्रप नजिकै छ नि त पारी जान सजिलो छ किनकि हामी अगाडि हुन्छ अब त्यो पछाडि आउने टिमलाई अब गेट किप गरेर जाने सोच थियो अब म एक्लै गएर बसेँ नि त अगाडि अब त्यही हामी अगाडि भएपछि हामी अगाडि लिन सकिन्थ्यो त्यही भएर चाँडो लिएको.
So the first thing was our drop is near to the ocean, and we could easily go outside of the zone to the military base. So after that, what he did was he went alone there, checked if the drone is going there, he's just making sure. And after the drone went there, he called all the players over there.
Okay, gotcha. So you went and you checked out first, and then your team followed. Now, obviously, it was a slow finish because you were inside a lot of buildings. When it's a city finish, it tends to be slow. You were eventually forced out of your building. Talk to us about, that final fight. What was going through your minds? What were the communications like? And yeah, what happened?
जस्तै चाहिँ अब लास्ट फाइटमा चाहिँ तिमीलाई अब सर्कल जोन भएर के एन्ड सर्कल जोन भएर किन यसरी जाँदाखेरि तिम्रो डिसिजन चाहिँ कस्तो थियो अरे
हामी 2 म्यान थियो नि त लास्ट जोनमा 2 म्यान थियो अब राइट हान्नु पर्थ्यो तर लेफ्टमा स्मोक थियो अब 2 म्यान थियौँ अब लास्ट जोनै कुरेको अब लास्ट जोनमा चाहिँ अब क्लस्टरमा अब राइट पुश गर्दाखेरि अब त्यही नेडहरूले डिसिजन त्यही नै थियो हाम्रो हुन चाहिँ.
So the first thing was, it was the last zone, and we knew that we have to go inside the circle. We tried to smoke. We didn't fight at first, but at last we knew we have to fight with them. So that was a decision, but we didn't go well as we expected.
It was a valiant effort, though. Domain and Anzix, thank you so much for joining me here on the main stage. You guys have done brilliantly so far, and we wish you the best of luck for the remainder of this event. And, of course, tomorrow as well. But for now, we're going to hand things over to the analysts to break things down further before our 4th match of the day.
Thank you, guys.
Nepex definitely performing well today. One team, we got to go back though. Akicyber continuing the performance there from yesterday. And PMGO, especially this year, is about new players coming to the scene. And I got a feeling we're starting to see some, especially from Akicyber.
I mean, Admin. God damn, like this guy's been mentioned quite a bit during the casting, especially of these games. He's been standing out quite significantly. He reminds me of Groza, a little bit more team-oriented. He's playing around with his teammates, getting off angles that allows them to set up Admin. And especially those grenades at the very end made just that last fight work in their favor to then wrap up the game, get the chicken dinner. But look at this, man. Admin looking
Being able to put up those 4 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, it is a really, really nice start to what we should have been seeing 2 matches ago. I'm sorry, please don't kill me for that. But, you know, it is one of those things. It's the truth, right? I mean, I did make note that throughout these different matches, R8 have been trying different things. I mean, first they were trying to be just playing a normal game, super aggressive, doing their thing. Did not work. First Erangel, they come back and they go, actually, we want to make this way quieter. We're going to go way back, play it safe, everything. Did not work. Here again, we see a little bit different things. You know, they tried that bridge hold at the start there in the zone against several teams. Did not work. So I'm kind of sensing that Stars is going to be doing a lot of VOD review this evening.
Yeah, and you know what? I want to be a little bit critical on that point because I fully agree with what you just brought up, Neptura, but I also want to say this is a team that we said is one of the most experienced teams in this lobby.
Yeah.
They've played at some of the highest stages PUBG Mobile Esports has to offer. For me, we should not have the team trying to find their playstyle on the first day of these prelims, right? This is something that should have been sorted out even before the tournament started, even before the scrims, and during the scrims especially. They should have found their mojo, how they want to play the game, how they want to approach it. But I do also want to give them something in their favor, which is this lobby's a little bit unpredictable because, again, we've got some people, some players we've never seen at this stage. So, like, how is the lobby really going to work out in these matches? It does add a little bit of an X to the equation that's a little bit hard to solve.
Yeah, not only is this adding a random factor, is that these teams that are new are actually really good. Like, you're looking at Ake, right? They're doing a really good job. I mean, you got NepX as well, playing some really cool plays as well. So it's not only that it's just random, it's random and good, and that makes it very dangerous.
I'm not going to lie, when NepX, with the gift that they got, those 2 crates at the end, I was like, okay, if they're able to collect those, even though it was a bit exposed, they're definitely going to be able to win. Sadly, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
No double MG3.
I know.
That could have been an Akimbo MG3, but actually one of the weapons, I think it was a P90, right? Taken by Ake Cyber, which P90, if you've got all the ammo available, you haven't used any of that ammo, of course you cannot loot ammo around the map, you can only get the crate ammo to use the P90. It is just perfect for these kind of clutch late game scenarios to secure the win. So it was not only just a perfect crate in the right spot, it was also at the perfect time.
It does let you, it does tempt you perhaps a little bit to go a little bit too far and solo push.
My precious.
Yeah, he went for it, he sure did. But looking at the match rankings here, you've got actually a tie between DRG and Fenerbahce there, 11 points total. You are looking at something maybe stirring over in the leaderboards, right? There's a little bit of that thing coming in there. I believe they're fairly close together on that leaderboard, so that 11 points each is going to be interesting.
We see the importance, especially of solos in these kind of finishes, right? Fenerbahce were down to a single solo. There was nobody, 77k. He was entering the eastern side, and he was like, I know I'm not going to get any extra eliminations this match. I'm just going to play full salvage mode until the very end. I'm going to survive, get placement points, which ended up allowing them to push up in a top 5 situation.
One thing that we saw there on the first page as well was, I mean, R8. It wasn't just Ida with the eliminations. We saw at least 1 placement point, some eliminations from the teammates as well. So we'll see if maybe they be a little bit more confident throughout this next matches. They don't doubt themselves. We'll see what's going to end up happening as we're going to be going over towards the overall. Oh, wow. That is super close. Ake Cyber with 33 points, DRG with 32 points, and guess what? The crowd is happy because Uzbekistan is truly leading, baby.
That is massive. The fact that Uzbekistan, again, these are the teams that maybe we didn't know much of coming into this tournament, and they are just completely eclipsing the lobby. Like, not only in just individual players, talked about admin and Groze, especially in yesterday's matches, but the entirety of these teams are just getting completely eclipsed in the leaderboards. And we have some big teams that he talked about R8, talked about T2K, talked about like saving from Fenerbahce. Like, so far, sure, like Fenerbahce are in a good position, but the fact that they are doing so well as a region is very, very impressive.
It is impressive. One thing that I want to see, though, I want to see GOAT again. I feel like GOAT is starting to let it slow down a little bit. We saw it yesterday in the qualifiers, right, Neptura? Is it happening again?
I hope not. I really hope not, right? Because GOAT, I see it. I see the potential there. I see what they're trying to do. But if they lose that confidence, if those first 2-3 games haven't gone their way and they start backtracking, second-guessing, it's game over. They really need to bring it right back over and not worry about those games at all.
Yeah, actually, talking about GOAT, I do like I think it was our second angle, where we did have actually a very interesting play from them, where they had this massive spread on the southern side. And it was a good play. I don't think they were greedy whatsoever. It's just sometimes they fumble when it comes to like encountering teams, fighting squads. And that is sometimes a good setup that just fumbles because of those little micro issues that you do encounter later on in the matches.
All right, Neptura, I want you to put your coach hat back on. Because I'm looking at some of the teams here in the overall ranking, especially at ICERT. We saw this yesterday as well. Some teams being able to put up those eliminations, but not those placement points. At what point do you maybe start telling them, if you're the coach, try to focus a little bit longer towards the end of the match?
Now. Right about now. I feel like that is the perfect time. That coach better be right at that stand going, oi, if you don't start getting those placement points. I mean, 7 limbs is pretty good, but not over 3 matches. You've got to pick that up and back it up with those placement points 100%.
The coach is saying, oi, is he British?
Oi, oi, oi.
Look at the survival time. Actually pretty damn low for these two teams. 11 minutes, 46 seconds with 50 minutes and 46 seconds. That's just going to be today's stats only currently between these two squads we are comparing right now. But on the elimination front, they are showing up big time, you know, over the course of these matches only. 12 elims, 16 elims, that is a decent average to have for yourself, so keep it going, and top 7 is definitely in the cards.
They're staying true to their name there with those 16 eliminations with Nepex. I feel like if this team, if Tura, possibly they're able to clutch it up a little bit more, they could have had a chicken dinner.
Yeah. I mean, let me get my sentence. We've seen this multiple times from them. The almost. They're a good team. They've been doing some good things, but they just aren't quite getting it. They're not quite getting where they need to be. It's almost there. And so hopefully the next 2 days, they are going to be able to get that extra little step up to where they're actually getting the results they want.
Yeah, hopefully going into tomorrow's matches, they can go back, and we talked about VOD review, how important it is, and like just some micro little issues. Of course, this circle, which adds a little bit of RNG to the mix, is just sometimes a little bit hard to deal with it, but salvage mode, we've seen a lot of people do, and I think this lobby is very efficient at, we know we're not going to win this game, let's just frag out, or if you're a solo or duo, let's try and survive as much as possible, and that's how you're going to rack in consistent points, game in and game out.
Well, let's recap real quick with the schedule so far for today, because we are going to be heading into the final Erangel. And while we're looking at that schedule, I kind of want to, you know, let's have a little bit of fun here, because we did see something fun during that match, and it was none other than Black Esports with the glider rotation, which some people like, some people don't like. How do you feel about it, Neptura?
I liked it. I thought it was a heads-up play that is risky. I will give you that. It is risky.
You know I'm going to be against it.
I know. 50-50 split right down the middle here. No, I think that it was actually quite nice because it left those two to scout ahead. It's notoriously a very difficult circle, difficult rotation. So they needed that scout. If it all went horribly wrong, yes, they lose 2 players, but they don't lose the game. The other duo on the mainland can actually figure something else out.
Yeah, I think you can kind of compare it to what Nepex did this game, which is sending a player ahead of the river. That's Boys 3. We send the entire team, which that I do like. But here you're sending 2 players in a glider.
True.
And you're just leaving your team 500, 600, 700, 800 meters behind you. There's no kind of support. There's no way for you to regroup. If one of your duos get involved in a fight, that's half your team gone. Phase 1 or Phase 2, your odds of a chicken dinner, way down. So it's a risky play, but they went for it. They did, unfortunately, not make it super far this game off the back of that.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Some people like it, some people hate them. But you know what I do like? I like you guys giving me some teams to focus. So,
Thank you.
Max, yeah, I like you too, Max.
Thank you.
Yes. Going into the final Erangel, which teams are you going to be focusing on?
I want to see GOAT do well.
Yes.
I think they've showed potential macro-wise. Are we picking 3 teams each?
Yes.
Okay, so GOAT, I'm going to go Akacyber because I'm a very basic guy and I'm going to support the team at the top. And I also want to see R8 still do better. So R8, keep on being on my teams to watch.
Okay. All right. Nepex. And, oh god, I'm blanking now.
T2K?
All of a sudden, no. GOAT, that's the one. I remember the name. GOAT.
Okay, for me, it's going to be GOAT as well, because I want to see if they can finally bounce back from a bit of a slump that they're having there. Nepex, I'm continuing on that train. And I got to support NA. No, Esports. They were kind of playing it slow there towards the end. I want to see what's going to happen with this team. But those are the teams to watch. Any teams that you guys think might... We mentioned ICERT earlier, right?
Yes.
We mentioned how you had your coach hat on and you want them to start going for those placement points. Are we going to be seeing it here? I want you to predict it. I'm going to put you on the spot.
No.
No? Ooh.
No.
That's a great spot.
It's going to take a couple games to really get that mojo back. So not this game. Maybe next game, but not this game.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? Something that I do want to do, Barth, if you're listening to me, is I want to include the casters as well. I want to talk to John, Allen, and Blank, because to be fair, we've been agreeing with a lot with the mustache man. Not me. This man right here. Blank. He's been doing great analysis during the game, and John has been doing great casting as well. Now, do you guys have any teams to focus in this one? I'm going to put you on the spot.
Probably Aki Cyber, definitely, I mean, for obvious reasons. KZE, annoyingly KZE. I think that they have some decent rotates and the game plan is there. I think they get lost in the sauce sometimes.
Yep.
It's a real big problem. So I still want to back them. And let's say...
We have to choose 3 each?
Yep. T2K. Let's say T2K.
That's fair.
Because what's going on with this team? We
Yeah.
got to watch them very, very intently this match.
That's true. How about you, John? Sorry, I'm going to cut you off.
That's good.
I want to hear John's, because I know you can go for days.
Yeah, that's true. And we'll have plenty of time to dive into it in the early game. I think Divergent, I'm interested in seeing if they can keep things going. They've had 2 second places so far. Is that, you know, by virtue, what's that by virtue of? Is it luck? Is it skill? I'm leaning towards skill. I think that they've had some really solid players yesterday and in towards today as well. They seem to have been able to keep up that competition. And I think I would probably agree with T2K, time to kill as well. I think that it's they've got world-class players on that roster, and we haven't quite seen that so far. I'm also I had someone else lined up, and
You can think about it.
I've completely blanked on which team I
You
was
can
going
think
for.
about it. You know
Yeah, I
what?
will
Something
do.
that Max and I didn't agree with throughout that match, especially in the tour as well, was KCE with what they were able to do there at the beginning. And you know what? As we're going to be going into the game, I want to remind you as well, because I know you felt a certain way about it, Blank.
I did feel a very certain way. I hated it. I'll put it that way. I hated it. Again, they had such a strong start to that game, and they had
it was
a
trash.
Very simple callback towards Sosnovka military base. And that should have been the place they went, because that was their playing ground. And they had it from the beginning. On the other hand, on your own kind of playing ground, you can make one yourself. Custom fun, as always, in World of Wonder. You can also visit the PMGO venue with World of Wonder 2. So exciting stuff. I'm sure it's going to pop up here at some point. There it is.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Got the map code as well. I'll say it one more time.
Go on then.
For you folks at home.
Lovely.
It's 12123503. One more time. 12123503.
Type that one in and you can visit the PMGO venue. A recreation of what we have here in Tashkent in Uzbekistan, where we are holding the 2025 PMGO. It has been fantastic being here. We've absolutely loved it so far, and I'm sure we will continue to do so, as have the home ground teams. Currently, 1st and 2nd place in the tables, right? It's been a great result so far for them. Let's see if they can keep things going as we enter our final Erangel of the day.
Yeah, again, it is pretty impressive the Uzbekistan teams have done this well so far. And it is nice to see. You can definitely tell that there is home ground advantage here in esports, where if you have the crowd backing you, if it is your country as well, like, it really does add that extra up to you. And I think it's given the confidence for Aki Cyber to make some of these plays. But again, I think beforehand, my critical analysis of them was that they were maybe a little bit too aggressive. It's not the case. It really felt like that there was some definite discipline towards the end of those games that we'd not seen from them before. But that is a nice alteration to see from Aki Cyber.
Heading into this game fairly soon. All of the teams seem to be locked and loaded into the lobby. Playing path soon to be ready for us. You can see there. I believe that's Train to Kill, looking to try and pick up the pieces of their prior games, yet to really have the impact that we want from them. We have seen them make some solid choices, but so far has not converted just yet. GOAT quality that, of course, Natura is looking at over the course of this game. She said she wanted to see if they can... Oh, it was Natura, right? Said he wanted to see the recovery, see if they can get out of that sort of dip that they've seemed to have been having over the last few games. Seven also said he wanted to see that recovery coming on through, and we'll be heading in fairly shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be heading into the game pretty quickly. Sorry for the delay, guys. We do, in fact, though, have an interview coming up in just a couple of moments. In fact, I'm pretty sure quite short moments. But it will be with Fenerbahce. I'm going to see how they're faring currently in the PMGO Prelims.
Fenerbahçe olarak 2021'de bir başarı sağlanmıştı ama o kadro farklıydı tabii ki de. Biz buraya yani PMSA'dan farklı bir ekip olarak çıktık. Yani hedefimiz final oynayıp finalde ilk 5'e girmek. Bu şekilde devam edeceğiz. Herkese merhaba, ben Sevyen. Fenerbahçe Esports takımında Fragger olarak oynuyorum.
What does it mean for the team to reach the main event stage and perform against the best of the best around the world?
Yani gerçekten dünyanın en iyilerine karşı oynamak çok iyi hissettirecek. Onlardan aşağı kalır bir yanımız olduğunu düşünmüyorum. Onlara karşı yani fightlarda zorlanmayız ama yer alma konusunda biraz zorlanacağımızı düşünüyorum. Onun dışında bir sorun yok.
Who is the X factor for your team whose performance you are dependent on?
Bu soruya kendim demek istiyorum. Çünkü hem co-IGL'lik yapacağım bu turnuvada hem de yani yaptığım ekstralarla iyi işler başardığımı düşünüyorum. Yani takımı ipten alabiliyorum, fazla adam vurabiliyorum, yer aldırabiliyorum. Bu yüzden bu soruya kendim diyeceğim.
Which team do you think is your biggest threat in the prelims?
Bu soruya Black demek istiyorum çünkü yani bizimle birlikte geldiler ve diğer takımlara göre daha fazla turnuva tecrübeleri var. O yüzden Black.
Which main event team do you admire the most?
DK mi desem, Regnum Karya mı desem düşünüyorum şu an yani. Biri birinci oldu, biri ikinci oldu. Bence Regnum Karya çünkü yani PUBG Mobile Global Championship'te ikinci oldu. Yani bu gayet büyük bir başarı. Silas'ın daha önceden dünya şampiyonluğu da var. Kadro olarak da çok uzun birlikte. Bu yüzden Regnum Karya. İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederim. Bizi desteklemeye devam edin. Teşekkürler.
البطولة بشكل عام فيها تيمات جدا جدا كويس وتيمات خبرات بشكل عام، بس مثل الخوف احنا ما نخاف من اي تيم وبنلعب لعبنا. السلام عليكم جماعة، اسمي علي، أنا من العراق، جاي بلعب PMGO هنا ورولي داخل اللعبة فراجر.
Which player do you think will have to perform the most if you guys are to lift the trophy?
هذا الصراحة أصعب سؤال اللي أسمعها. يعني من تيم أنت تختار من 3 لاعبين كويس تختار لاعب واحد، هذا شيء مستحيل يعني. بس أنا أروح للهيوا كالير عشان هو ما شاء الله لاعب مرة كويس وأشوفه بأداء حلو، وإن شاء الله أشوفها من أفضل 3 لاعبين من البطولة وأثق فيها.
Talk about your recent roster additions and how they have molded into the team.
التغيير الوحيد اللي صار بالفريق غيرنا اي جي ال بشكل عام، يعني نص الفريق اي جي ال يقدر يغير لعبة فريق، فجبنا اي جي ال جديد وصار ادائنا مرة حلو. ان شاء الله نسوي شيء اكثر من اللي سويناه.
Who are your top 3 teams for 2025 PMGO main event and why?
اول فريق اروح للمجمع جالاكسي عشان كلنا نشوف اداء الرؤوف بالPMGO وبالPMGC السنة اللي فات، وأتوقع لهم يأخذون من توب 3. أول توب يختار لهم توب أول. التيم الثاني يروح لهم 4MV، هم تيم ما شاء الله على أدائهم أفضل تيم في CS حاليا ويقدر يتنافسون على فريقات العالم. الثالث فريق أروح للريجيكت، هم أبطال السنة اللي فاتت PMGO وأتوقع لهم أداء مرة كويس للسنة هذه بعد.
Which main event team do you admire the most?
الفريق اللي أفضل أنا أتابعه وأحاول أتعلم منهم هو فريق 4MV بخصوص دوب، صراحة أتابعهم كثير عشان أتعلم منهم. شكرا يا جماعة للمتابعة وللدعم، تحيات لكم ولا تنسوا تتابعونا وأعطونا لايك.
Well, there you go. A lot of lovely information from what our players are thinking about, what's going through their heads. A little expose there with iCurd, able to dish out all that juicy information. Lovely stuff.
It's what you want to see. I mean, to be fair, what's really nice from watching these team interviews is that there's some real admiration for some of the greats in PUBG Mobile, which is cool to see, and supportive of their own regions as well. So you know that these guys are very much invested within the scene too. But we won't be heading into the match shortly. Slight technical delays happening at the moment, but we're going to try and get in as soon as possible.
Well, like this. I haven't really paid too much attention to it, but you can see on the stage the total points next to each of the teams. You can see where they're standing, making sure that everybody in the audience is up to date with where their favorite team is currently faring on the overalls. It's nice to see. I'm loving the utilization of the arena that we've been having so far. We've got these side screens. You guys can't really see that too well at home. We've got some excellent screens along the side of everything going on. It has been done up to the nines, as they say, Blank. It's been great to be here so far. We're loving it. We're loving it, and we will continue to do so as we go into the next game. But we have to go to a short break to make sure that everybody is loaded in, ready to go. We'll see you guys in a few seconds.
With PUBG Mobile, there's a big impact on my life because I have a very busy work life and life outside of PUBG Mobile. I work as a police officer, so a lot of my days I'm not able to attend and play the games, but I still have a love and passion for the game. So I sacrifice a lot of time outside just to make it work, and every time I play, I just give it 100%. Hello, my name is Baby Tang. I play for Dope Esports. I'm the in-game leader, and I represent the North American region.
What was the feeling in the team once you guys realized that your team has qualified for the prelims?
So I think the feeling was kind of unreal for the team. There's definitely a lot of excitement, not just to play our first global LAN event, but also to meet everyone in person. Obviously, we haven't met each other before, so I guess that was the biggest excitement for the team.
Every region comes with a different playstyle. How are you going to tackle that?
I think the best way for us to deal with the other region's playstyle is actually just focus on what we're best at. Not worry too much about what teams are doing and how teams play, but focus on how we play the best and use that to our advantage.
What would it mean for the team to lift the PMGO trophy?
I think, again, the feeling's gonna be unreal if we do lift that trophy. For all of us, it's probably just gonna be a dream come true, right? All the hard work, all those hours played, all put together for that result.
Which main event team do you admire the most?
I think I have two main event teams that are really good. Firstly is 4MV, 4 Miracle Vibes. I think they're a great team, and with their new roster with like 2-3 PMGC MVPs, I think they're just a team to admire, and they have a lot of players that I think everyone looks up to. And number two would be NGX, Enigma Galaxy. They were a newer team last year, and they performed very well at the global stage in such a short amount of time of being a team. So I think it was very inspiring for new teams and up-and-coming teams that are trying to make it in the global stage as well. Thank you guys so much for watching the video, and thank you for supporting, and we'll see you in the next one.
Actually, being humble, we weren't the regional champions. We came run-up. A champion was ATR, but due to some issues, we were regional champion and we came here. It's an honor to represent my country, Nepal, in this global stage. Like, it's every player's dream to represent their country. Hey guys, this is Mukesh from Nepex Esports Nepal. I play support in my team.
Do you think NEPX has what it takes to gain the fan base that has already been behind the other popular teams from Nepal?
Definitely, every team got every chances to achieve more fan base, but it all takes is their gameplay. So I believe in my team, and we got gameplay to achieve more fan base and support. Every team plays to be champion at every tournament or every global stage. So it's an honor because Nepal never got #1 in global stage, but DRS Gaming came close with being run up. So being humble, I would definitely try to achieve #1, but I don't want to talk about this anymore because mouth shut, but gameplay on.
One team that NEPX considers as the most formidable threat in the 2025 PMGO prelims, and why?
The team which we fear the most is the one we look in the mirror. But with respect, I want to say my TTK boys, our friends from Nepal, they've been a good team and wish to compete them in prelims.
Which invited team are you most excited to play against in the main event of 2025 PMGO, and why?
I'm excited to play with every invited teams in the final, but with respect, I want to say is for MV because they got 2 PMGC finals MVP, Joel and Top, so they are actually all-star team. So it will be cherry on top if we defeat 4MB and take the trophy home. Nepali supporters र audienceहरुलाई एकदमै थ्याङ्कफुल भन्न चाहन्छु हजुरहरुको माया साथ सपोर्ट यिनै एकदमै मोटिभेट गरेर हामी ग्लोबल स्टेज खेल्दै छौं। गेमको बारेमा म केही धेरै अहिले त्यस्तो केही भन्दिन तर जे देख्छ हजुरहरुले गेममै देख्नुहुन्छ। थ्यांक यू फर सपोर्टिङ अस। जय नेपाल।
And hopefully we are ready to get into our third and final Erangel of the day here at the PUBG Mobile Global Open Prelims, where we've had a day of action prior to this for the Uzbek finals, and it seems like they're carrying that power over into today. Top two on the tables, both with the home ground advantage.
Yeah, admin's crashed the server.
That's true.
That's what he's done.
Ah, there must be.
That's the only explanation I can come up with. But yeah, we're waiting to get into our fourth and final Erangel match.
Fourth match,
last Erangel of the day. Said that with such conviction as well, I almost believe myself.
I love it. I'm ready. I'll believe you if you say things like that.
I know you will. I had to pause and stop. It was It was essential.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll be heading back into game.
He's got so much water. Look at him. Oh no, we got a bottle down. I blame that on the passer.
Bottle down?
A bottle down. Yeah, I was talking about what was on the cameras.
Damn, bottle down. That's not good. No one wants that.
Hey, we've got to make sure all the players are staying hydrated out here.
Get a savior mission on for that water bottle.
It's all right, he picked it up.
Yeah, good. But we're waiting to get into the match at the moment. We've got all of our lovely teams on screen for you right now, who are all similarly waiting to jump in to their last Erangel of the day. Overall, it's been an interesting day, and I think a day with far more mistakes in it than the qualifiers. And I think that's because everyone's trying to make the right play of what is categorically the right play in their minds. Because that last game, it was all about we need to hold people out on the edge. But that's the only thing that people got into their heads there. And again, I think that when you look at global tournaments, you have this case of you'll have teams that play more edge style, then you have teams that want to go towards the center. Everyone here is looking to just play edge a lot of times, which caused this mass migration where one team will go center because like, well, no one's playing there.
Yeah.
In this case, Aki Cyber and Dope. And everyone has to follow suit, but by that point, you've been decimated out on the sidelines because it gets a real chock-a-block out there.
Certainly does, and it is pretty tricky to be able to pick up those points when you need them. And some of the best teams in the world, the main quality that they display is flexibility, right? That ability to change what they're doing on a die-in, for everybody to do that cohesively on the roster and to be able to execute that strategy well. It is a real tall order. It sounds easy, but doing it in this sort of a situation is nigh on impossible, and that is how champions are made. So we'll see if anyone's able to progress to that point. Playing path heavily on the south side again, Blank.
Yeah, this is far, far down. And again, last game, that didn't really matter all that much considering our circle that came through, which was benefiting so many of those teams because it was towards Sosnovka. And it was a pretty confident Sosnovka circle as well. I think most teams realized that early enough, though I did expect more teams to be just rotating fast through onto Sosnovka. And I think it was that early game hesitation that led to a lot of those outside approaches where everyone was stuck on the edge. This time around, though, we'll wait for the circle, we'll see where it pops, and we'll go from there.
KZ alone and isolated. We're on board with Aki Cyber on the POV southwest side. R8 pretty close by, but it looks like they go for a longer drop up the west coast as the plane finishes its progress over the islands. And we are going northwest, so no military circle this time around. Now, this is where that south cramped up situation does start to get a little bit more tense. You are going to be fighting over vehicles in various different locations. You know that there's going to be a little bit more conflict, so we'll see how teams handle that.
Yeah, all of it towards that northwest side is difficult for a lot of squads because you're going to have to get rotations on early. Go one of the first ones to start making that rotate as well. It's a question of whether you want to head over towards the north side of the map too, because this is really undetermined, to be honest, where it's going to end up, either on the south side of the river or on the north. But most teams should know that, you know, for instance, North George probably open, shooting range Severny, northeast side of Kameshki if you want to make a wrap over towards that north side, come back in through Yasnaya. It is pretty much just a smash grab situation of whatever kind of compounds you can get your hands on at this point.
There's a team that we haven't really talked a little bit about so far from the start of this game that has maybe this game to prove themselves moving forwards. That is R8. They have had the inside track up to the west coast side here with this circle. They can lay claim to Georgia Pole in a way that other teams couldn't really. They were fast up on the west coast, and the circle has gifted them the opportunity to have a good shot into this one. Now, they are towards the bottom of the table. It's not what we expected coming into this tournament, but now they have the opportunity to put up a little bit of a scoreline, and they need to start doing that now because time is running out.
Yeah, buffers are being set, realistically, at this point in time. The teams are looking to hold on to those strong positions. I thought that that was a bounce back, but it was not. It's a great initial start there over towards Nepex from the 1721 aggressors. Mukesh up on the top side, the rest of Nepex immediately coming in for assistance, but probably too little too late here.
They have got the weaponry to be able to hold it out. Mukesh does have a cannon or two at his disposal, but the ammo is low, and unfortunately the pump action is strong from the Butcher. Cleaves him nigh on in twain, and now Nepex have two players on the outside. They've committed to this fight.
Yeah, that was a seriously good shot coming through from Butcher. I mean, necessary in that short moment. So low HP, had to be a direct registration on the chest too. Get the one pop through. Nepex, two players, Domain and Precious. For Nepex, it hasn't been going all that hot here at the start of the game. And after getting quite far into that last one, 17 points, this is where they could have potentially, got a nice consistent match and gone from there.
Oh, a little hop out from the window. Domain goes down, goes low. And now it's just Precious for Nepex. The 721 aggressors convincingly handling that fight, and Nepex tumble.
Great news for the 721 aggressors. Again, that is currently, we're looking at, what is that? 3 Uzbekistan teams technically qualify through if we ended things right now.
That's true. Only Upgrade bringing up the rear.
Yeah, literally. 3 out of the 4. Fantastic stuff. Incredible stuff, in fact. So I think for Uzbekistan, they should be very proud of their players and their teams. Go on the rotate, they head over towards box compound. Not a bad stopping place in my opinion.
Rotate.
It is a go-take right there. And I think that for a lot of the squads around that area looking out towards them, it's a perfect opportunity to get some good scouting done early because a lot of people aren't situated just yet. They are not in position. So Go has definitely the lay of the land.
I would agree. They have managed to get into a decent spot now, and there is still some aggravation over towards the ruins left in their wake. And Exotics battling back and forth with action. Nobody. The second nobody in this lobby, rather confusingly.
Yeah, there's a nobody on Fenerbahce as well, who is nobody X77K. That's the delineator.
Yeah, that is how you tell them apart. They're on different teams. Generally. Either way, the same name. It's confusing. Did nobody talk about it?
I don't think anybody did.
That's right. Anyway, back into this one. Action have laid claim to the top of the hill here over Ruins. They're going to be controlling those crossings. But it looks like a lot of teams have actually already gone north of them or have access to different rotational paths. So I don't know what sort of value Action are actually going to get out of this location.
Yeah, Action definitely going to struggle, I would say. Ikerd similarly on a late rotate, as are KZE, but we're taking anything from that last game is that they are pretty hesitant to make too many moves. It's very, very stuck in place gameplay at the moment. Exotics losing Daniel. Getting flashbacks to Sandhawk here.
Exotics taking a lot of damage onto Roy, but able to keep them up. Dope on the full surround here, outside of the Sunken City. Baby Tank doesn't want to surround anymore. He wants to go straight on in. An interface against nobody with a nade in hand. You've got Pretam moving up to the high ground to try and curtail this aggression. And an off angle spotted by nobody. Launches the nade and Baby Tank goes down. Roy with the spray down towards Payne gets that flush almost immediately. And another pickup from Pretam. This is a brilliant hold coming through from Exotics. We thought it may be going pear-shaped for them when they lost Daniel, but it's all the sweeter for them when they find that victory on the fight. They turn Manbay around, but is he going to be able to get away just about behind the headland?
Yeah, I think that realistically, when you're looking at this fight, not sure exactly why Dope went for this one in the first place. Right? It's very early into the match. I don't think you possibly have to go for this engagement versus Exotics. And Dope just pushes their luck a little bit too much. And are forced to turn tail here. Heading over towards that eastern side, towards Divergent. On the western side of Yasnayan.
Ikerd involved now with the 721 aggressor, and Jonik, yeah, there's not really anything you can do there. 3 angles that you have to face off against. Wasn't able to isolate a fight, unfortunately, and that is very likely to be a flush. However, Ikerd have got aggressor bearing down upon them. A nice Molotov over the top could catch 1 or 2 of them slipping, and will in fact find the flush. Looking for Butcher as well on the off angle. The blue zone won't take him down. It's only stage 1, and look at this pressure that they've been able to rally around their down player. A brilliant result. Ali falls next. Aggressor rolls around to the top of the mound and gets the work done, but it's still 1 player left to go. And he will find the knock, almost looking for the flush 2. 1 versus 2 now for Ikerd.
A great shot there from AZ, but it's all come crumbling down around them. 721 aggressors definitely getting aggressive here. Nate goes up, and AZ's forced into an awkward scenario. Very good distraction. The bait and switch comes through. And 721 aggressors up to 8 eliminations in the first 9 minutes.
Let's talk about the circle now, Blank. It has popped and it's going to go over towards Pachinki, which means the Action's presence on the overlook towards those ruins is going to be a little bit stronger. Those teams that committed up towards the north now going to have to go back down south. They're going to have to go past that, but it looks like Action are going to try and get ahead of the game. They're not going to make the same mistake that KZE made in the last match and try and stay on this edge guard for too long.
It's necessary, very necessary. Again, around Pachinki here, a lot of teams passed by this location, get around it. There's Roy, some good shots. Well, it's Ali. Really good player is Ali, actually. Very impressive. K21 moving in from that northeast side now from Yasnaya. Inside the blue at the moment. This is where I want to see Fenerbahce succeed. Right, from inside Pachinki. And some good rotates in the past, it's just always fallen fairly short.
Exotics with Black Esports close by. You can see Fenerbahce off in the distance as well, further out and away. Taking a look at this fight, getting their noses involved and merciless. You can see shots actually ringing out across the map towards them, and from Savian in the back lines. This is going to slow the approach from Exotics, allow the res actually to come through. But this nade from Roy might be good. Doesn't quite connect. Not just yet. And Another nade into the top floor there. And all the while, the rest of these teams are moving in past them. This is a very central area, Blank. It would be great to find an opening and a trade 1-for-1 on these knocks. These nades finally connecting. Symphony very, very low. Roy pushes up to look for the res on the pre-town. Nobody wants to play on the high ground on the rock behind and looks for spray. It looks good over Symphony. A lot of damage done. Oh dear! He's taken himself out there. The nade dropped at his feet. And that's a team wipe from himself. Ozzy with a massive misplay.
Yeah, that's bad. That's very, very bad. And he was looking even worse for Exotics on the outside as some off angles started to come through, and now they get to take up residence in this building shortly afterwards. Fenerbahce actually opting to send up that way. I think they were the ones taking those off angle shots, so good opportunity taken from them, which is great. But the circle does move up towards that northeast side, so Fenerbahce actually leave Pachinki at a fairly decent timing.
Yeah, they're moving at a fair lick as well. Nicely done. Shuffle goes on in. K21 fairly uncontested on this southeast side near Potato Hill. Could change if the 721 aggressors want to try and take their route up there. I'm also looking at R8 Blank. This is another team. They pushed up to the west side of Pachinki. I liked their rotate, but now they have a little bit of a test for them, right? They have to push in towards Fenerbahce's territory, try and find their way through. Because at the moment, the compound that Exotics were fighting over, that little small settlement that's just to the northeast side of Pachinki, is really impactful here, as are the hills to its south.
Yeah, I think the difficulty for RA is they've not really won a single engagement so far. A lot of their points come from placements alone,
I believe.
But it's not like they don't have incredible players on the team. It is frustrating because I've seen all of those players pop off massively in the past.
You know how you could see them pop off massively in the future? On our vertical stream, Blank, which you can see over on our YouTube and TikTok channels, PUBG Mobile Esports, where you can see not only the main feed, but also the map, the stats, the player cams as well, if you want to keep track of what your favorite players are, how they're reacting, things like that. Of course, you can do. And if you just want to have the map feed separate, then you can head over to our YouTube channel as well and pull up PUBG Mobile Esports, where you can see what all of our teams are doing every single second of every single match here at the PMGO on our designated map feed. That's right, you can get all the analysis done, all the facts, all the figures on those two resources.
So make sure you check them both out because, again, a lot of work went over towards that vertical map feed, and it is very, very useful when it comes to tracking stats whilst the game goes on. Something you should quickly pull up, check the ongoings of the game. Aki Cyber, though, currently over towards that northwest side of this circle. I do like this position. Requires decent aiming, but we know that Aki Cyber does have that. Unfortunately, Merciless just a little bit cleaner with it, apparently, from Fenerbahce, finding one shot over towards them.
Nicely done. On the north side of Fenerbahce's position, they got GOAT quality, trying to push past that sunken city position. Try and get involved in those headshot hills, those open areas that sit to the north of the compounds that Fenerbahce hold. Actually, a knock found over towards Fenerbahce, so maybe a little bit of an opening, as well as R8 chiming in on the southwest side over towards Action as they try and leave Pachinki.
Next circle about to pop into stage 4. Typically where we can start to figure out where this is going to end. Aki Cyber does get the circle shift on this one. They're fairly central. They have been taking some couple of shots out so far. So position is known, which is the awkward part, but they're one of the few teams with relatively decent cover towards the center here.
I mean, this is such a treacherous final circle area, Blank. The openness of this zone is unparalleled, I would say, as R8 in with a scrap, a chance to prove themselves here against Action, but they aren't really able to get over the hurdle, and Fenerbahce handled the pressure on the north side. They've regrouped and actually now returned to put more pressure onto this fight. You can see Fenerbahce now encircling this one on the north edge as the last player from Action in both of these fights starting to get shredded apart.
Marth doing his best here versus Action. Gillisu in play, but not really hiding you all too much inside this building. It's a back and forth right now, and it is from the side angle. The Nusi is taken down.
R8 are 3 players strong, and they have managed to conclude that fight. Fenerbahce, maybe if they'd have been about 5 seconds quicker, they could have found a side angle onto that fight. But now they'll have to try and re-engage in a 4 versus 3. But Merciless is down. That is all the way off in the distance, actually. They might want to try and regroup onto this, and yeah, you could see Simple, Domak moving on back, and I don't think they're going to try and press the issue against R8. They're trying to recoalesce, keep all 4 of themselves alive, and I think that's the right decision.
Yeah, no matter what happens going forward right now, you get your teammate up and alive so no one else crashes over towards that position. You know that R8's struggling, they're suffering down towards that southwest side. By the time they move up towards you, having a more consistent location to play on that northern edge, very important. They're going to continue to scout down that way, though. Here's T2K, though. It's Rules with a nade over towards DRG, all grouped up.
Oh, he's pulling the pin. He's launching it high. Divergent currently atop that hill, and that nade not quite finding the damage they were looking for, but he's got another. They're aware that they're getting naded, though. And look at the solo player, Manbei from Dope as well, could potentially play spoiler to Rulzog on this angle. I think he knows exactly where he is, but knows that if he goes for the spray, he is position known and unlikely to be able to get that flush converted with presence at the top of the hill.
You had the M79 there as well, one of the new additions to the esports settings. Quickly placing down those smokes around him.
Oh, nice.
On top of Rozok. Not that it's going to help you too much versus grenades, though. But it does slow T2K down. Unfortunately, those smokes do not last a long time.
No, they are a little bit diminished in that fact. Faster to deploy, faster to dissipate as well. That is the trade-off that you make. With the DP in the hands of Buzz, suppressing over towards DRG. I mean, that's potentially why they were dropping those smokes, right? To not avoid the nades, but allow themselves to run around to avoid the nades, because they were taking fire from across the way from school right now, where Upgrade currently reside.
Oh, KZE finding one of Fenerbahce's players on the back there. So it's down to just 3 of them. Circle moves far up towards that northwest. Goat with a chance here. That's what Neptura wanted to see into this game, is a bit of a resurgence from them, a bit of a redemption story. See if they can get that done here.
Absolutely.
Varki Cyber, there is prime real estate right now to hold out on that eastern edge. It's going to be a little bit of a test, though, as there's, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams all trying to come in from the east.
That is true. That is true, although 1 or 2 of them have lost a player or 2, so we'll see if they can keep it together. It's a slightly reduced force. In the meantime, Trained to Kill descend from Rozhok. They were trying to challenge a little bit towards the top against Divergent. They thought better of it. With this circle, they're breaking out to the west side. They want a control line up on that north edge, and I think that's a strong IGL call coming through from Rules to try and take this pressure rather than contest for that hilltop where they know it's just going to be a stepping stone to where they have to go next.
Yeah, I mean, clearing K2-1 right now would be a massive boon for them in terms of their game. Vijaya, though, taking shots from the sidelines. KZE rolling over Fenerbahce. Not what we expected at all.
I mean, they have taken a knock in response, but that shouldn't be too flushable at the moment. Try and make that one happen. I think Upgrade actually are rolling towards the hilltop from Divergent as well. Upgrade into the foothills, and they were able to find a knock. I think a second. No, that's just a flush coming through. And there's a lot of pressure now. Molodoy in close range combat. Lonely goes down. In the meantime, we're hopping over the south side as KZE looking to try and challenge on against Fenerbahce, continuing with this engagement. They were able to get a good opener, but it has all come crumbling down as they are 3 players on the floor. Devin trying to pick his friend up out the dirt, but in comes the rollout. The breakout wide for Fenerbahce. The wheel of the buggy doesn't quite catch it, but the DBS certainly does.
Good stuff from Fenerbahce. That looked real bad with KZE actually getting above them there. For Trained to Kill, though, they are still being sent slightly back. 1 player going down in the Jaya. K2-1 holding this ridge side fairly decently. Divergent up against Upgrade. They will be succinctly dealt with. And that's Upgrade still in 11th place, but slowly climbing.
Very slowly. Only 3 elims so far this match, and 8 teams still remaining. The placements aren't that chunky yet either. Need a little bit more heft to them to weigh you up to the top teams. Ramesses is res, so they play on as 2. In this east side situation where the circle is pushing them, they have to move forwards. They are not safe yet.
Aki Force actually finding a shot there in the midst of all that up towards Goran, I believe, on the north side. Again, this is what I like about Aki Cyber. They do get involved anywhere they can. They take a knock-in response for it, though. You wonder how much it was worth it, but I mean, they are slowing down teams. It's Exotics, who I thought would be a problem, but Force, once again, finding Fatim, and then immediately I'm Roy gets picked up afterwards, so that'll be them down. Igneous doing some good work over on that eastern side. An upgrade gets torn to pieces.
I like this rollout. They put a lot of pressure and a lot of investment onto it, but they knew that this team was going to be a little bit flagging. Upgrade, they know that that fight had been happening with Divergent up from the hilltop, and they were aware that there was a little bit of an opening there to try and sweep through. K21 as well have just continuously been suppressed in this location. As they have to break out west, they do need to deal with this before they make that move.
Now for Go, this is a real big game for them. They have to play this correctly. They can't make any mistakes. I think one more game where they give the chicken dinner, despite being set up for it, I think it'd be too much to bear for them personally and mentally as a team. I think that would be the start of some cracks starting to form on the window. Good nade, though, over the top from T2K, and that will finish the job.
Not much you can do about that one. Train to kill. Will be able to pick up some more points there. Fenerbahce, oh, they find prestige. This rollout is working well, and Fenerbahce keep up this impressive streak that we've seen from them so far this match. A knock does go off onto their sidelines, and Savian has to be the savior. Try and get this res, but fortunately they found that forward prong of R8 and were able to dispatch it, which means there's only 2 players on the back line. And I don't think R8 want to push too far out to get this one solved.
T2K making a fast rotate down towards that southwest side. Meantime, Go is taking a lot of shots their way. They will find rules. Igneous goes a little bit further forward. Love in the back line is trying to provide as much support as possible.
Oh, Marth, no. Into the backseat of the buggy and pays the iron price for it. Fortunately, he has a teammate to pick up the pieces here. I didn't think that they were going to try and commit to going as far out as they did for this fight to try and sweep, but there they go, and they win it on the engagement. However, Aki Cyber now going to fill that void that they left behind them for exfiltrating towards the circle. We'll see if they can take them down. In the meantime, 4 teams remain, and R8 are one of them. Is this their time to try and jump up the tables further?
Very similar ideas coming through from both Go as well as Aki Cyber, sending Force down that way towards R8. Slowly but surely, teams are getting cut out right now by both these squads of Aki Cyber as well as Go. Ephius gets a little bit too far forward here. Now, you wonder if Aki Cyber is going to put a big emphasis on him instead of R8. If they can get rid of one player from Go who was kind of misaligned himself from the rest of the team, potentially they make their end game so much easier. Luckily for Go, he returns back to the fold.
Although Goat do have a Marauder in their midst. A Rogue ready to rupture their game plan in the meantime on the south side.
Nasty.
All right, getting rolled down, finishing in 4th place for Prelims. I mean, it's the best result they've had so far. We'll see if they can keep that momentum going, their upswing potential. But Aki Cyber, they are living on a high right now.
I don't know how they've not got rid of Love, honestly. I think you just go for the 3 push. Have someone sit at the front from Go, watch out for the push coming through Aki Cyber, but you really need to get rid of this guy. Honestly, it is buying a lot of your time up.
And the circle again.
Little to no profit off the back of it. Luckily for them, the circle does go northwest, which keeps them in conversation for the chicken dinner. But there's 2 loot crates on the eastern side. We've already seen an MG3 from Aki Cyber.
You love to see it. But you don't love to see love if you are GOAT quality. Still got an aid in hand. Got that shotgun. Could be devastating. Spotted on the sidelines. Has to dip back to cover. Ego, no, doesn't need to go in because the rest of the team has it on lock. And finally, love is over. It's ended. No more.
It does keep you locked in, though. It's kept them locked in for so long. And now they're in this awkward scenario because you can see here the way the terrain lines up is that you're walking out into open ground. I don't know if GOAT has any vehicles to speak of in this position. If they've hidden some away, fantastic news for them because they'll need them going into this late game. Aki Cyber with 2 loot crates looted. MG3s galore. This should be a win.
And the crowd is behind them. That home turf advantage keeps coming back, and I mean, there's that smoke launcher, the M79. That could actually come in pretty useful here. You can step up really quickly and dart those smokes out to GOAT's route out.
Yes, the green ghillie as well.
Ooh.
That is
You
diabolical.
You never see it.
Especially in this terrain too, it's crazy. Anna Groza, like, if he pops up out the grass, you're in a real difficult scenario. Again, the thing that GOAT are banking on right now is that the walls are actually quite far towards the center, and it's how long Aki Cyber can play on this plateau.
Because they are right towards the edge of the circle here. Much more central for GOAT quality. It's going to be on the smoke play here for Aki Cyber. Unless they get a hard south shift, which we'll find out. It's not going to be there. So now they need to enact a plan. Where do they go? Which direction do they try and roll down? Do they all go at once? Do they leave one player behind? Do they try and smoke off and run through that smoke? All of these options running through the mind right now.
Yeah, that's really rough. Smokes will have to be unleashed, you're right. There's nades there as well. They need a wide smoke train. They don't need something that is close. This is a quick play, though.
Oh, wow.
Again, I just don't think teams can react quick enough to Aki Cyber. They are instantaneous. Luckily, there is a nade that goes through. Zvezda is down.
But they paid the price of entry. What on earth just happened? He turns around, there's a spray down from the off angle, and I'm Ron. Ruins the day, GOAT quality. Set ablaze by a roll down. Zvezda, the entry ticket cost here into the compound, and now Aki Cyber can channel that momentum forwards. Force an admin, moving across the open ground, and admin is found. Now back into control, a 2 versus 2. I'm Ron low on the inside. Pernetti will try and line this one up now, but I'm Ron still a bulwark for them. Aki Cyber on the inside, and you let him in, it's so difficult to him out.
A 2v2, that's needing to be happened. Baranik does find him. Now it's all up to I'm Ron.
And a 1 versus 2, and he will find the first flush. Picking up those points, confirming them. Already 11 elims. The man in the ghillie, the man on the spot. Those stims ticking up, has a first aid, won't pop it.
Yes!
Immediately turns for the shotgun shell. You cannot be doing that. Not against I'm Ron, not now. With the Groza at range, he's got the inside track on the circle. Blanky knows where his opponent is, and he has the nade. Up on high, pin is pulled. Behind the trunk, doesn't connect.
The fact that Panatti tried to go take an off angle and now has set himself up in the worst part of the map is really quite bad. I'm Ron has a statistical advantage as well, facing off with this Groza. Will pick up the S12K. That's going to be very, very useful close range. Unlike the DBS, you can loose a lot of shells off fairly quickly.
Ooh. Has got 3 nades in hand. Thinks he's still behind the tree. Ducks out. I'm Ron's position given away now to the back line. The blue zone is pushing in. Blanket closes central, and it is all on GOAT quality to move in more.
I think GOAT quality has to be first to face here.
He's giving ground.
And the fact that I'm Ron was just allowed to wander around the sidelines is crazy. But again, it's still the speed at which that take took place. Also, one thing that we didn't quite cover is the fact that admin ran up with an M79. He was hitting the windows with those smokes fairly quickly and just isolating sightlines that way. It was a very cool play. Again, the coordination in this squad is just so unbelievably nice to see.
I'm Ron has been gathering supplies all this time. He has 5 nades, launching 2 of them forwards. It is so oppressive, and when you compare that to what is on side for GOAT quality, which is zip, zilch, nada, they have really got not much to do. As well as that, all the while, the stims have been popping up, ticking up Imran's health bar. He has been healing all this time, and the health advantage is disappearing.
Oh, no! Believe in yourself!
Oh,
no! Believe in yourself, Ron. Same place, same place.
Oh no, he has to step up. He knows the route out and immediately gets across. Now it's a ridgeline combat. Clean, open sight lines between the two of them. It is a bit of an even fight at this stage between them. I think Aki Saiba still just giving a lot of ground and actually putting themselves towards the edge. He doesn't know where he is. He has no idea. A shotgun shell to the belly is all it's going to take. And down in the grass, Goat Quality trying to chow down on it, steps up, looks for one, tag for the first, but he's out in the open. Surely he can close it down. I'm Ron with it all to do. Around the side, the M4 swap down and no! He had it all in the palm of his hand, and in the final moments, Goat Quality snatch it back.
I'm Ron, come on, dude. That had to be it. Behind the tree, but a lot more bark than his bite. Sad to see, very sad to see. Great play from the start there, but for Aki Saiba again, they were put in the hot seat. The fact that they even went that far in the first place is pretty miraculous. Very well played, but again, I think Ron had all the advantages. All the advantages. And you know what? I think if he doesn't bounce that nade off the wall backwards, it does tag him. It wouldn't have eliminated the fella, but the tag would have given him an idea of where he was playing, and that would have been the key thing. So sad. Such a critical error.
It's unfortunate. He gave a lot of ground as well, rather than holding face, just waiting for his opponent to make that first move. It is really unfortunate there, but you know what? There's one stubborn old goat that he came into conflict with, and it just didn't pan out the way he thought it might do. It felt like he was just outthinking himself at every single turn.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in that situation, you missed the first S12K shot as well. At that point, you pull out the Groza. You don't play with the S12K because you just spray down. The thing really does tear players up. So, yeah, it's just an unfortunate series of events. We'll put it that way. Because I really do think if that nade went through, oh, it would have been a very different story. Let's go talk to the desk about this one, because I'm sure they've got a whole lot more to say about this than just me and John.
Congratulations, Goat Quality. You were able to clutch it up, but oh man, I have to just agree with what John Allen was saying there towards the end. I felt like Ron just kept questioning himself over and over again throughout that final match.
I mean, that's because of penalty, right? He was just playing the circle and he was staying as silent as possible, of course, playing around with smokes, which I wasn't a massive fan of the smokes in these final moments of this game, but he was staying hidden. He was trying to make Ron waste his utility because he knows the moment he has no more utility, then it's an even 1v1 fight. So good plays on both sides, a few mistakes on both sides too, but at the end, Goats are the ones to take home that chicken dinner.
And with what you're saying in regards to the smokes, I personally didn't like him. I thought he was giving him a little bit of cover. How did you feel about it?
Had a shotgun, which at the end didn't really make too much bigger difference. He just hit the shot first and gets the win to wrap it up.
And Max, at one point, Amron actually decided to back up and go to that two-story building, right? You were wanting him to go upstairs as well and maybe start scouting a little bit?
I just wanted him to go upstairs, exactly as you said, to scout, get information, but not to jump off the roof and like do whatever he wants, because at that point you become very predictable. If you have an M4, I think you had a Groza maybe on the receiving end, you're just going to get completely blasted. So scouting, good. Don't give your position away. Then go downstairs and then get very sneaky with it, because the moment you see the opposing player, that final player, that 1 second difference that you have, that you see him and he doesn't see you, can make all the difference in these finishes.
And the thing is, in a way, I'm kind of happy for Aki Cyber that this happened to them, especially for Amron, that this happened to them during this stage, right?
Yes.
Because with the way they're performing right now, I mean, they could possibly end up being in the main event, and you want to have those mistakes right now.
Yeah, you absolutely do, especially when you've come off of a win in the previous match, right? This is actually the perfect time to have that little setback in a way, because you are able to actually kind of go, yeah, we made a little bit of mistake. Yeah, we could have played this a little bit better. But hey, we won the last game. We're looking really good. We're second place, only by a margin. We should have had that first. But you know what? It's okay, and that's great for their mentality.
Yeah, I do like also what Seven was talking about, right? It's good to do these mistakes now at this stage for the prelims,
Absolutely.
going into the main event. Are you going to see a 4MV allow these kind of like mistakes to pass them?
No.
Or are they going to capitalize on that to make sure not only do they get the win, they get extra eliminations, and off the back of that, they do get extra placements in the rankings. Yeah, this is definitely the time to test things out and get into top 7 at the end, hopefully. But so many good fights. Actually, since minute 1, Niptura, we had fights happening with T721 to involve 2 of them.
Yes, and I want to say something about that, because it's not even T721, there we go. It's not even them. It was a couple of other teams across the map all having these pre-phase 1 fights, and it was very odd. And it's like, it's something that I want to see, is that I think it shows a switch in the mentality where halfway through the day, they're starting to get more aggressive.
Which I would say is weird because this is the third wrangle, right?
Yes, it's the third wrangle.
Yeah, so that's really confusing that we have hot drops happening all over the place and we really had like got the drop location sorted. True. I can somewhat get it though because it was a southern plane path. So one kind of a off effect of that is the fact that everyone is going to drop in a similar vicinity and that is going to cause a few issues. But one team that had no issues whatsoever until the very end at least was going to be Ake Cyber getting 18 points on board. Plus Go, it's very top heavy, just like on the first day of PMGO.
It is. I mean, this is the thing that we've been seeing now back-to-back days. One thing that you guys were mentioning with the 7-2-1, the aggression. It's still there. They're keeping track with their name. 8 eliminations, that's what you want to see out of this team.
Yeah, I want to see more. I just want to see more out of this team. Because yes, I am quite greedy, yeah, but they're doing so much. I just want to see them continue that. I don't want them to slow down at all today. Maybe that Miramar, the change of map, is going to change something within the team. Maybe they're using these Orangles as their strong maps, but I do feel like they have a little bit more to give for today.
You know what? No more Orangles. So Miramar is going to be coming up, and
snipers.
I'm going to be interested. And you know what? I'm going to throw a little bit of a bold prediction here as a team that I want to see do well on that map is ICURD. And looking at them and also like scrim results, etc., Miramar usually not that bad a map, especially in their qualifiers is where the results were going. If there's a point for them, do you want to see them initiate a comeback? I would think that battleground would be the important one.
Okay, Max. I thought you were about to predict something crazier there, so I had the tape ready. Okay, I have tape ready, chat, for everybody currently watching. If he tries to predict any team, don't worry.
We got
We're going to make sure he doesn't curse anybody.
Sorry, Nepali fans. I'm sorry.
One thing you guys did notice, though, during the match was something that happened in the map. You know what? Let's just jump into that and let's take a review on it.
Yeah, actually, one really strong play from a team that really wasn't involved in that final fight. It wasn't Go Team. It wasn't also the side of Ake Cyber. We are going to be focusing heavily on Train to Kill, T2K. Yes. And actually, if you see on this current circle, there's one spot outside of Sunken City where Go currently are, which is extremely valuable, and that spot is going to be right here. And the reason why this position is really solid is because it gives you a natural defense, thanks to the terrain, away from all of these other teams, especially this train right here. This keeps you safe from Go, keeps you safe from R8, keeps you safe from Fenerbahce, Ake Cyber, and all of the other stragglers in Headshot Valley at that point. And the fact that T2K, when they're early, shows that they understand the value of that position is great, but 4 teams, Niptra, ended up fighting for that spot because, again, it was so damn strong at that point of the game.
It was, and I kind of was criticizing in my head T2K a little bit here, kind of going, it's a little bit too tunnel visioned. I wish they would just move out if it's not going to work, but you're right, it's such a valuable location. They really, really do want to stick to that position and try their best.
Exactly. Well, you know what? T2K, though, we talked about them a little bit.
Yep.
Shows to me, map knowledge is definitely on point for this squad.
Yep.
And again to Miramar, maybe they can showcase that a little bit more.
It is. We just want to see them being able to actually start winning some more of those fights, right? We want to see them perform the way we were actually expecting them. Something I want to see. I want to see that overall. I want to see how it's looking after those 3 Aaron Gills that we just had. And Ake Cyber, first place, 51 points, 33 eliminations.
Oh my Lord.
That is insane considering if you look at the eliminations from everybody else.
It is. It really, really is. I mean, there's quite the gap coming through here. You've got 33 to 24 is nearly 10 points away. T721 actually have the same amount as Go at the moment in terms of elims. So, but there's still a massive gap. That's where we want to see T721 actually come into those placement points a little bit more, Max.
I am getting a little bit annoyed about one team, and I'm going to have to talk about KZ Underage. If you look at their points, 10 placement points, 1 chicken dinner. You take that 1 chicken dinner away, no placement points whatsoever. And I'm just taken back to that military island finish where they went to hold off the bridge, got got way too heavily aggressive, and unfortunately off the back of that, just lose all of their players in the process and are just not able to compete for a good late game finish. So KZ Underage, we know you guys can take amazing fights, but sometimes just got to roll it back, take it slow, and at least try and get some placement points, because right now, if you keep doing that, there's a very good chance in Iptura they slip out of that heavily contested top 7.
Yeah, because like we know you can fight. We know you're good, right? There's some really good plays coming through here. You just need to wait a little bit more. You need to know when to stop, know when to get to zone as well. Yeah, absolutely. Looking over here, though, we are seeing...
I'm seeing something there. I'm seeing the team starting to rank up and start climbing.
You're so right.
All right.
Max, would you like to take this one?
I am happy. no, I'm very, very excited for R8. I think that there have been some adjustments happening. I do believe there's been an interview, no spoilers, but happened with Stars. We'll get a little bit of insight later on down when Barney does get around to it, but I think that this is a team that we expected a bit of a comeback from, right? They had a really, really tough start of the day. I don't think that should have happened to begin with, because again, they're very hyped when it comes to entering the prelims of PMGO, but they're starting to come back. That makes me happy. But it needs to continue until the rest of these matches.
That's the main one. It needs to continue. We need to start seeing consistency. These teams are not going to have that many matches left. We're already halfway past the point. We passed the point in regards to day 1. We're getting closer and closer to what's going to be happening here, and who's going to end up going to the main event, because I'm getting excited as we keep getting closer and closer to that main event. But don't forget that BYD is the #1 NEV producer in the world. As part of the PUBG Mobile Global Open, BYD is proud to be the event sponsor. Learn more about BYD models and flexible financing options at the BYD booth during the event, or visit bydauto.com. And if you do ever get a chance, you know, if a taxi driver ever picks you up on it, check it out, because it's awesome. We got a chance to ride it today. We talked about it earlier. I want to talk about it today. I want to talk about it again, actually, because it was actually a really nice ride.
It was nice, actually.
Skinning game.
Oh, I would
like
do
that.
that. I would buy it.
Spoiler alert.
Oh.
Wait, spoil something we don't?
Hey, tell us more.
It's going to be a headline. You got to believe it. You said it. It's going to become a headline.
Yeah, I'll get that skin. I'll get it. Take my money.
I mean, you do try to get all the skins that come out.
Yeah, you've got the F1, man.
Yeah, I try and get some supercars, but this would be one I'm investing.
Maybe you just need a NG3 skin. We'll have to wait and see, but don't forget, we do have 2 more matches left after this break. Welcome back to the PMGO 2025 from Uzbekistan. And it looks like my analyst got switched to just the Infinix GT20 Pro. It does deliver pro-level speed. Not only that, precision and seamless gameplay, giving the ultimate edge to the players. This is the official gaming phone, built to outplay the rest. Okay, you guys may get up now. And you know what? Actually, they're supposed to be here. I don't even think we're supposed to touch them. So, Max, you already have one.
You can watch me in vertical stream too, guys. This is...
There you go. There you go.
Muppets, reach out.
But since you're talking about the vertical stream, don't forget that you can actually watch the vertical streams on TikTok and on PUBG Mobile Esports. And on top of that, while you're watching that, if you really want to be analytical and you want to get some extra stuff, we do have that Mad feed available, which we've been enjoying, and we actually been using it after the day.
Yeah, it's great. VOD review, if you are maybe an up-and-coming professional player, you want to get in PMGO 2026, you know what? Check out the map feed. Is going to be very helpful with all the stats, all the numbers thrown your way. And it's pretty cool.
It is.
Someone would say. Yeah.
It's pretty cool. I like
so
it.
far, we are on the PMGO 2025. So let's take a look at so far. We do have 2 matches left going into Miramar. As we go into Miramar, Neptura, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who are you predicting to win the first game?
I don't want to say GOAT because I don't want to curse them. Same with Ake, even though those are my secret picks. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to go R8, Nep, and you know what? Exotics. I would love to see something out of Exotics now.
Not 3 games, just not 3 teams, just one team.
Exotics.
Exotics, okay. Max,
okay.
I
have a few options when it comes to...
Yeah. Sorry. Just no predicting from them. You know what? I'm here and the game is ready. Let's send it over to the commentators, John Allen and Blank.
Sometimes you got to do it, you know. When Max starts cursing, you got to pull out all the stops.
To be fair, he properly glazed rules earlier on today.
True.
And you've seen what's happened to Train to Kill.
He's looking like a bit of a donut.
Yeah. So people like to say the Max Man curse isn't real. I think it's time to start believing.
He looks like Harry Potter, like I do, and now he's pulling out the magic.
I don't really think you have any right
yeah,
to call
no, that's
anyone
like
Harry Potter.
no, that's like that's our.
Yeah, that's...
He's shouting spells at me now. We are going to be heading into our first Miramar, and you know what? They wouldn't have brought him up, but I will, and I'm continuing to put the screws to R8 because they just haven't been able to turn up in the way that we've expected from them so far. They have got world-class players, but they have not had world-class performances at this stage. They sure got into a late-game circle, but it just wasn't enough in terms of point scoring to jump up to be in contest for the top 7 just yet.
No, not at all. I think for R8, it's a disappointing performance between them and Trying to Kill. I think we expect a little bit more out of both of these teams. Could be nerves, could be anything, honestly, at this point in time. And I think we're just waiting for that pop-off to come through. And I think for Go, as well as Aki Cyber, they're running on pure confidence at the moment. And it's working out. It's working out in a very, very good way for both teams. I think Aki Cyber definitely takes it a little bit for me. I'm Ron. I think he's more of a supportive player at the end of the day anyway, to admin as well as Force. So I can't blame him too much. But again, that clutch up, it should have been his, right? As the S12K, the ghillie suit, the level 3s, the Groza versus a Pump. Come on.
Yeah, you got all the opportunity in the world there. The only one who can trip you up is yourself. Can't be stumbling at that sort of hurdle. Miramar, getting into it, is our next hurdle.
It has been causing us difficulties, you know, actually getting into the plane.
Yeah, you know what? Double check the boarding passes.
Has to be done. But yeah, it looks like the players are getting ready. You know, phones are in hands. That's always a promising sign. But we're heading over towards our first Miramar of the day. We'll have 2. We do have some significant support for Upgrade in the crowd, and Upgrade needs it. Upgrade needs it.
They definitely do. One of the only, actually, I think the only team from Uzbekistan who has not made it into the top 7 just yet, and looking to try and jump on up there. I think we're going to have potentially some things chop and change over the next few matches, but we'll have to wait and see because Miramar is indeed locked and loaded. We are heading into match number 5 here of the prelims for the 2025 PMGO the plane path from Partona to Torre Ahumada.
So nice and easily here. So getting over towards that eastern road, that eastern coast, very, very simple, towards Impala, Puerto Paraíso, El Azahar, all nice, easy locations to drop into. Los Leones also very open. Via de Mar, you know, we could head over there, but I think most teams looking towards Chumacera, Monte Nuevo in this case. But yeah, getting into Miramar now. A lot more space to work with now. I'm very interested to see how that does affect the dynamic within this lobby, considering there are so many edge teams at the moment. A lot of them very unwilling to play center at the moment, or at least up until very late in the game. That is, with so much more space to play here on Miramar, that will have a strange effect on it, where you can't really play on the edge the entirety of the game, because you're going to have to omit yourself from sending into some of the prime locations. So I'd expect here teams to be a little bit more aggressive, especially as we wind down in the day, where you just want to be trying to pump out as many points as possible. Understanding you need a buffer for tomorrow, desperately.
Absolutely. It's about getting to the top 7, and that isn't the sort of position out of a lobby of 16 where you necessarily need to have massive pop-up performances, but it is all about consistency. And this is one of the ways to lack a little bit of consistency, getting the hot drops involved. But it seems like the 721 Aggressors have been all too happy to find themselves in these scenarios, although unfortunately for them, Aggressor may be biting the dust sooner than he would have liked otherwise. Roy, the one to fall in his place on the opposing team of Exotics, as they find themselves still in the scrap. Butcher up top.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, this is a very popular location around the map, in Picado, down towards Chumacera. Again, I just don't really think that properly sorted out all of the drop spots just yet, because that is a lot of teams all located around Chumacera right now. You've even got 2 teams towards Los Leones, so this is going to be an awkward exit for a lot of these squads up towards that northeast side, because they do all have to pass through that open ground around La Bendita. But first of all, we're going to get this fight concluded.
Managed to get the flush, I think, onto nobody, but they've got the full surround now. You can see on the mini-map here that the 721 Aggressor have got players in the wings at this stage. Spidey standing up for his team, but it's not going to matter because Yonex there as well on the outside this time, and Pretam falls next. The 721 Aggressors pick up 4 points, sorry, on the Eglims, but they lose one of their players. However, that's a good result. That's a good start for them. They're in 5th place right now, and that's what I was talking about. It's not necessarily about 15, 16, 17-point games. Yep. It's about 8-point games.
Well, to be honest, if you want to talk about that, I think a great team to look at there would be Fenerbahce. You know, we've not had to talk about them at length too much today, honestly, because they have just been... They've not been magnificent, but they haven't been floundering either. Goodness me. Get that thing through the fence. And they're in 3rd place because of it, 35 points. We know Turkey is a pretty damn good region. Got Black Esports there, not doing so hot, currently 14th place. But yeah, Fenerbahce, I've been fairly happy with them. I think I talked about them earlier today as well, in terms of their performance, just pretty consistent rotates. But again, that will see you easily into the top 7, which is what you're looking for.
Definitely. There are definitely teams who are much more volatile, and if you can just sort of stay the course, steady in the storm, you will see yourself to calmer waters. Although I'm not sure that's necessarily the best way to describe the finals. They are certainly treacherous. A lot of really strong teams waiting around the corner. You think this lobby's tough? Well, wait until you see the others.
Yeah, when we get towards that main event, it is going to be a totally different playing field. Very excited to see that one come to pass, though. Nepex up towards El Azahar, currently in 10th place. And Dope as well at 17 points in 9th. T2K, 23 points at the moment. I think for them, they are still in, so Max's curse is not as potent as we thought it was going to be.
No, I've still been paying attention to RA, as have our interviewers. We caught up with their coach during the break. Let's hear about everything going through their mind.
I've got the coach from R8 Esports with me. It is, of course, Stars. Stars, we're talking about coach things. I want to know, what's your coaching style and what kind of unique thing do you bring to the table as a coach?
So I used to be a player and I just became a coach not so long ago. One of the biggest things I hate as a player is coaches forcing their opinions on me. So the approach I take is I try to put all my tactics in a structure and align everyone's thoughts on the same page.
I love that. And you know, all of the players when they come here, or when they come to a LAN event, there's the lights, there's the big stage, there's the cameras. A lot of them can seize up and get a bit worried. How do you keep your players calm and focused?
So first of all, our players are very experienced in the game. And also during our daily training, this is when we prepare for the tournament. So right here, all we have to do is perform like how we have trained ourselves to.
Stars, a brilliant interview, but I'm going to have to cut it there because we've got to get back into the action. Thank you so much. Best of luck to R8 Esports and the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
And we'll head back into the action.
Hey, you know what? Maybe he should be forcing some of his opinions onto his players, because right now it hasn't been as illustrious as maybe they would have liked, but maybe I just need a little bit of cooking time to be able to gather all of that information available to them to really deliver on what they want to find out. And if you guys want to gather all the information available to you, well, there is a perfect place for you to do it. That is right. You can head over to both the YouTube and TikTok channels, PUBG Mobile Esports, and you can find yourself the vertical stream, which contains not only this main broadcast, but also has the map going on the entirety of the game, has the player cameras, has the stats, has the tables are available to you, as well as the added advantage of not even having to rotate your phone sideways, so you can be flicking back and forth between your apps, making sure you're always up to date.
Absolutely. And there's also our official map feed over on at PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube, so make sure you check that one out to keep up to date with all the rotations that are going through and keep yourself nice and educated, because there is certainly a lot to be learned, especially as a player who likes to jump into PUBG Mobile, not just watching the esports scene on the side too. So very, very helpful stuff. And if you just want to keep up with the map feed on the side, if you've got 2 screens available to you, you can do that too. Now, you said about forcing your opinions on players. Let's put it this way, if I was making bread and I kept omitting the flour, I would hope at some point you didn't just allow me to keep doing that.
So guys, what do we think's going wrong here?
Yeah.
We haven't put any flour. Yes, we haven't put any flour in.
Yeah.
What should we do about it? Don't know.
Don't know.
No idea.
Very difficult. Yeah. It's I think there does come a point where a coach does need to put the foot down. This might be a valuable lesson.
2 players are knocked, but they have managed to pick up a point against Dope. Payne on the ridgeline. 2 players knocked. SK-Ton a little bit more resable right now. Prestige and Marth into the fight with Dope, who currently do have 3 players all up and alive, but they're not all on location. They're not on site just yet. You can see them off in the distance, a little bit slower to it. Payne rolling forwards into this fight, looking for the flush. Will actually be able to take him down with a front bumper. The swap into the passenger seat, we've seen this time and time again go awry, and it will be no different now. However, R8 do fully lose their 2 players in the process.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that worked out for R8, honestly. But they do get away with 2 of their players, which is better than none. 2 eliminations to show for it. Dope in a very similar situation.
The circle pops hard northwest away from those dastardly islands out to the east side. Blank, not going to be going there this time around. So we're back over towards San Martin, towards Graveyard, that truck stop area as well, north of La Bandita. A lot of difficult terrain to try and navigate your way up, especially on that western edge, where teams like Black Esports are going to have to look. Maybe where Dope are going to be forced to play in, but on the edge of it is that R8 position.
Shots coming through from Action. That's pretty far away for Nyx to be going for that one. Upgrade currently hunkered down off in the distance. Yeah, again, we've seen circles end around here already in the qualifiers. It's a difficult spot to play, very, very open. Luckily, this time it's a little bit further east of San Martin, so you don't have that valley that sits through Graveyard, which is in a really awkward area to play. Instead, we're heading further over towards Truck Stop, so there is undulations in the geometry of the map here where you can play within those trenches, which is really, really nice. And it's still just the Truck Stop as well as Minas.
Nade over the top from Domain does tag a little bit of damage onto Master. Trying to convert with a second. Again, a little bit of damage. More and more pressure added as Nepex moving past Minas Generalis, looking for the roll down. doesn't really know how to handle that one, and it will be a nice clean pickup for them. They should be able to find a second point as well. It's just down and bleeding out over the ridgeline from them. And no way that you see a pickup coming through from K21 in this scenario.
Yeah, NXP, pretty good spot for themselves. Taking that shot over towards K21. That does work out. Again, I think NEPX just doing slightly better for themselves overall. It has been a slow improvement over the day.
You'd rather slow improvement than no improvement, though.
Yeah, which is kind of what we're seeing from Action Esports, sadly. K21 in a similar scenario. I think that, yes, they've been getting eliminations here and there, but getting towards that end game is just not too much of a possibility at this point in time.
It's going to be very tricky, especially given like how central they are as well, because they've got so many teams that surround them. That Labandita crater forces teams either to the east or to their west, so maybe a little bit of a respite there, but it's really not looking too strong for them as we get a little vision on Aki Cyber. Current lobby leaders facing up against Action, current lobby losers, as Force goes down first, and it's Gigante to be able to find the opener. Zvezda wants to spray down out into the open, doesn't connect onto two. Force is in a reservoir position, but Imran charging on in with the pump action. Up to the staircase, doesn't take the damage in response. Up top, it's Admin, trying to rule the lobby here. Nade out through the window, takes his enemy low, drops him down with a pump action. 1-2 punch from the two teams. One up, one low, into the vehicle, trying to hide from danger, and actually survives for a little bit longer than maybe he thought he would. But Admin with another nade now, looking to try and put the pressure on. They should see him there, just looking for the flush instead.
Admin now looking for another nade over the top, and it is a possibility for him to get this one. It's pretty on target, honestly. Very nicely done, and finds the shot mid-air.
Gigante into the corner, looking for the heal. Admin as well. Nick with the cook on the nade. Should know that the drop down occurred. And into the building with the pump action. Admin is a madman, and he's on a tear. Zvezda in for the res, and they're looking to keep it all together. Last player now alive for Action, and straight in through the window. Admin, is there anything he can't do?
A 1v4 practically coming through from Admin there, keeping the team alive. Yeah, Force goes down, but there was an instantaneous reaction with the smokes. They delayed that fight out as long as possible. I will say Imran was having some horrible flashbacks in terms of shotgun shenanigans. Luckily holds his own for long enough. Quick switch into the party bus as well. Does work out. Great outplay, though, coming through from Admin, as per. Getting the flush mid-air was kind of just styling on them at that point.
It's pretty mean, I would say, all things considered. It's not a fun time to be on the receiving end of that one, but you know what? Action kind of used to it at this stage with only 5 points on the tournament so far. And yeah, we definitely need a replay. This is that first nade. He actually secured the flush, spotted that other player off in the back line. I'm surprised that Lennox didn't see this in response, see that nade come through the window. He was completely unaware that that was happening. And that was that drop down. Why didn't Gigante know that there was anyone there? It feels like they're not talking to each other on Action.
Yeah, I mean, that is a literal 1v4, though.
Kinda, yeah.
But we have to put that in perspective. It was the slowest 1v4 I've seen in a while.
Let's see what more they can do here on the south side, because I think Fenerbahce have just rolled into town near them. That Labandita crater being traversed right now by Zvezda. And Fenerbahce have taken a knock. They're going to want to invest the time to get this res, but is that going to come back to bite them?
Goodness me. Aki Cyber now up to 7 points. 6 eliminations on the game. They are just trying to send it through, desperately not wanting to lose those tires on the buggy. Ooh. The back right one does get spun out, but by that time they're already in on the south side of Minas Generalis. Awkward spot to be in. And we're going to stay over towards truck stop. Okay.
All right. There's a lot of teams already in the middle of this circle as well, so could be dangerous. Fenerbahce finally find a shot over towards Aki Cyber. They'll be playing on with 2. You can see they're already rolling away. Heck, oh, no, Admin stopped. And that is an ominous threat being leveled towards them. Zvezda seemingly the bait for the bullets right now, because he's not going to be able to do too much from up there anymore. Flushed away, and Fenerbahce doing work here. 1 versus 4, question mark, for Admin?
I'm going to do it twice in a row. It'd be awesome. Currently down hidden. I'm not sure Fenerbahce actually have info on this spot. Last player alive, though. 6 eliminations is good. If you get the flush on that player, it'd be fantastic.
Oh, we've seen him. Seen him. He knows. Dead to rights. Needs to be confident in this headshot. A little step to the left and it's immediately broadside. Spray. No, not going to pull the trigger.
I think fair play to him because it's an iffy scenario there because he could just peek his head back around the corner. I'm not sure if he's rocking a level 3 there either, which would have made that even more difficult. But this is a perfect time to go for it.
Yeah, you have to. You have to, but Merciless with the fancy feet gives his teammates time to respond, and nobody was quick on the swivel. Able to take care of him. Admin finally out of the lobby. 6 elims on the game. Not a bust, but still could have been better on that engagement.
Yeah, fancy footwork kind of saves him there because I think Admin in that situation does have a clear plan. You know, you take down the first guy, you rotate round the front of the rock, and you just take the full face fire with nobody across in the distance.
Yeah, you isolate those fights. Try and challenge in the best possible odds. Nepex with a chance towards Upgrade, who are looking to upgrade their gameplay here. They're not really having the success that they would want. There is a knock in the back lines getting rezzed on up, and you can see Ramses in that forefront as well, crawling towards what seems to be his inevitable demise here.
Yeah, it's what we call a downgrade.
Side grade?
No,
okay.
Because they're definitely much lower than they were in the qualifiers.
This is not ideal for them. Another knock and another flush coming through from Rex. They're going to rain over this position. Domain has 2 players rolling up on him, and they're struggling to find the shots, and he's landing his. They jump around the side, and it's still not connecting. Nobody's connecting, it seems, though, because there goes the final shot to the flush, and only Ruzan survives. But he will be able to res Buzz here, has got a little bit of cover. However, in the sidelines, the rest of Nepex ready to roll.
2 players still up and alive, and they come and will finish off the Malevolent Shrine that just occurred earlier coming through from Domain. Not quite able to finish off both players, but definitely did enough damage. Nepex will be happy with an 8 elimination game. Pretty gargantuan one coming through here for Nepex, and much needed. Up to 7th place now, so they will have made it in. Both Nepali teams locked neck and neck right now.
Next circle soon to close on N. We'll figure out where we're going. Who's going to have the advantage? In the center of the circle, we're seeing Trained to Kill on that north edge of the high ground that sits in the middle, and it does go slap bang on top of it again. Right now, R8 as well have presence there. And in their corner, it's actually pretty difficult to get towards them, given the presence on the north side from Trained to Kill.
Yeah, I mean, for Minister Ellis, you got that tiered area around the front, getting over towards the buildings. I think there's plenty of places to hide and stay. I think most teams just kind of want to stay out there just the time being. Black Esports, on the other hand, on the western side, they're just going to move straight in. They know there's an opportunity to go for some buildings, so they'll just take that one up. For R8, though, you're right, they're pretty safe, sightlines-wise at least.
Black Esports have been spotted there on the roll-up by Trained to Kill. As we get a look at the lay of the land, you can see R8 atop the hill in the distance there as Nepex closing down on the final player from K21. I don't know if they're aware of his presence. Yep, they certainly are now. And Rex able to add up another to their tally. 9 elims now blank, and they are in to 7th place.
Yeah, dropping T2K down. I think for T2K, they're starting what they've got that rivalry between both teams at the moment. I think they'd like both of them to go through to the main event, though, alongside with the Uzbekistan Massive at the top. Aki Cyber, the 721, as well as Divergent.
Oh no, Fenerbahce. They find the remnants of Nepex, and they will put them down. So, an opportunity for Trained to Kill to be able to maintain that top 7 position going into our final map of the day. And only, it looks like 3 points away from it. With 9 teams remaining, the placements will start to kick in soon. Nepex not going to be the beneficiary of any. And not only if they jump up towards 26, they wouldn't go up to just 7th, they go up to 6th as well, because of KZE. Sat there in 6th place on a tie with 26 26 as well.
That's correct.
Hell yeah.
For Nepex, though, I mean, 9 elimination games, really nice. I think they're very happy with it. No placement points, sadly, as you don't tally up over 9th place here. Fenerbahce out in the open, and Mambe very happy to pick up that elimination. She should get with that tag.
Yeah, there it goes. Oh, was that stolen away? I think that might have been, oh no, it was his. It was his, it did go his way. And he can get Baby Tang back on up. In the meantime, Divergent have moved in next door to Fenerbahce. You've got the 721 aggressors as well trying to push on through. This is a replay of the elimination onto Shroud that Rex was able to achieve. And then Nepex getting picked up. Long-range spray downs out in the open.
It was a really nice angle, to be honest with you. To pick that one up in the process. Divergent down towards that south side. Now, this is a really difficult position to play, and I think GOAT team actually has a good read on this one, where they can play from up above on the high ground, down towards the south. Obviously, you would like to be in this area, but as you've already seen in Minas Generalis, there are so many open windows and open spaces where you get some nasty shots coming through to you. So with T2K and GOAT, they're both playing for endgame. When you head into Minas Generalis, it's not always the nicest thing to do. Realistically, most of the time, it's just like 1 or 2 teams that survive the brutal combat that happens in that location. And Black Esports have a massive amount of space set up in this locale.
Look at the sightlines. Igneous. Oh, doesn't spot him leaving. Will do now. Surely, those vehicles rotate completely to a different hillside. Now it's up to Rule Zog. Keep the suppression going, but GOAT quality into the next circle.
Rules OG.
Yep.
It's not an alien.
Could be. You don't know.
Crazy. Divergent. Currently chilling. Again, this is what I'm talking about. You just take one team after another. It's so easy to leapfrog in this location, which is why any team like T2K as well as GOAT, realistically, these locations can only be held by 4-man teams anyway, because you need a lot of sightlines around there to find advantage. 721 aggressors heading in, but again, there is no space at the end right now.
Immediately, the door shut right in their face. Spidey the next to fall as well. And the 721 aggressors denied any room here on the staggered hillsides here to push in towards these areas, towards the north. Black Esports managing to maintain their hold on the south side with all 4 of their players alive is great news. Divergent
nice
spotted
shot
out by Dope.
Even longer to get both those reses. This is a ridiculous push coming through from GOAT. Why would you peek the second time?
I mean, they're pushing up. They're pushing all the way on in. They had that forward position. And Icard are dealing with the off angle as well. You've got Love there short. maybe an outside chance here if they can get rid of the 2 players remaining from R8.
Again, that is a rough circle for Black Esports. The fact that he even keeps that hilltop in for GOAT is really important for them, especially in stage 8, because it will force Black Esports out into the open, and GOAT can move forwards and at least leave a backstop up there for the time being. Again, this also forces T2K to take a fight with him. Overall, GOAT's been impressive today, as has been Ake Cyber. Great to see.
It was a good nade out the door, but Marth eats one in response, and R8 proved to be little resistance to iCurd on the eastern side. Now, they are one of the 3 teams with 4 players alive, trained to kill, up on their high ground, up on their throne, but isolated as 2. The only team without all 4 alive.
Black Esports now need to start moving over the top. T2K can peek over towards GOAT. They are playing as 2, but they do have a setup there specifically for that scenario. Both Varanik and his teammate in this location do need to be a little bit careful of how they deal with iCurd now, as well as Black Esports. But again, likely both these teams will be taking shots at one another anyway.
We'll see how long they can stay up there. This stage closes to the middle blank, so they can stay up until the next circle starts to shift, at which point they will have to drop down. The focus will be on GOAT. Okay, they're first of all isolating that vehicle. They are not wanting anyone to play on that. As they drop down, they want to try and cause chaos and separate the 2 positions for GOAT quality. And it's wise. I think they're going to be looking for that drop down now because the zone is shifting. In the meantime, Black Esports marching their way forwards. Shots maybe towards the high ground, and actually damage done to GOAT quality down the hill. That 2-player position up the top.
Yeah, they're just lobbing grenades down, keeping them at bay. But I think for T2K, this is a case of just trying to steal away as many limbs as possible from up on high. I don't really think they can drop down. Good shot from Lord Cedric, but Ephius immediately counters.
What that does is actually cause chaos towards the low ground. It forces GOAT quality to choose fight or go for the res. That means that T2K may have the opportunity to drop down now, as they have to go headlong into the fight, and Ephius is down. Both players fall in response, and T2K are chiming into that forward position, already finding these knocks from the high ground. They might be able to find something, and that's what they were looking for. Now it's just one player moving. No, it's both of them. They both stayed alive there. iCurd sweeping across in the meantime, as well as 4, and they are now the major force in this circle.
That is mad that T2K is able to overlap. GOAT. Goodness me. I did not see that one coming. Again, now they've got to make their way down the hillside or fight this out to the bitter end.
Long nade up to the high ground from iCurd, but doesn't quite go the distance. Dropping down now, making it behind the second smoke. iCurd from the backline's not controlling it, but he's spotted, and on the low ground will be picked up with the auto shotty. But in the meantime, Black Esports swelling across the low ground. T2K are out, but iCurd have lost 1. A 2v1, a 1v3 now for Lord Cedric into the backlines. Low HP on the side, but it is not going to be enough cover for him. And it is iCurd to close down Miramar.
You know, from an early rotate in towards Minas Generales, pretty impressive stuff there coming through from iCurd. They waited for the turn, essentially, to play this one in. For Black Esports, also a commendable game from them. They were taking a lot of very interesting shots, but from GOAT as well as T2K, some blunders on both sides, I'd say, on that situation. I think that you either focus over towards Black Esports or fully focus towards the drop down coming through from T2K, and then ramp as a 4-man and try and isolate that fight with Black Esports before iCurd starts to push out. It's a hard decision to make in the moment, though, and I actually really don't blame them for going for the 2-2 split in the moment. There's just so much to be thinking about.
It is a really chaotic situation to be in. I mean, that high ground from T2K, it felt like they were really just saying, you know what, we're not going to win this one. We're just going to try and hold on to this. But then that knock that GOAT were able to find towards them earlier, that isolation of love on one of their plateaus as well, it really just didn't play well for them. Maybe they could have readjusted to be 2-2 rather than 3-1, but even then, I don't know if that would have played any better for them.
The 3-1 was fine. It's the fact that they double peaked after one player got knocked on the high ground. Because you can see here, the only way that GOAT gets up here is if there's 2 knocks going on the top side, someone has to res at that point so they can get the vehicles to climb up the cliff face. So yeah, it was a big misplay from T2K. I think that if they just held as soon as they got that first knockover towards them, went for the res, that's what you wanted to see from T2K. Instead of going for the second peak, it was just greedy. It was just greedy.
They did still manage to get a couple points on the board, though, so a decent result, even if iCurd were able to take the chicken dinner away. I think it was a fairly low elim count for GOAT quality as well, so
yeah, very low.
Not a very profitable match for them, which is unfortunate, given that they are the team chasing Akicyber towards the top of the tables. But Train to Kill, I think the major focus of that lobby, right? They had a lot of presence towards the top side, towards that oversight, so we'll see if T2K can pick it up a little bit further into the future. We have got an interview lined up with Train to Kill over on the stage with Barney.
Welcome back to the main stage where I've got Rules with me from T2K. What an interesting match. I really wanted to get a chance to have a conversation with you about that because early on in that one, you guys claimed a mountaintop, and once you get up there, you really can't get off. So you have to go up there with the resources and the loot that you already have and try to survive as long as you can. Did you have a good amount of resources, or did you just plan on getting up there and staying there till late game?
हामीले चाहिँ अर्ली अन हाई ग्राउन्ड लिइरहेको थियो अनि हाई ग्राउन्ड लिइसके पछाडि धेरै बडी लुट्न पनि पाइँदैन, जति रिसोर्सेस छ त्यतिमै खेल्नुपर्छ. सो हाई लिने बेलामा लुट थियो कि अलि डिफिकल्ट नै थियो लुट वाइज चाहिँ यो गेममा?
हामीसँग चाहिँ लुट अलि डिफिकल्ट नै थियो भनौँ न. अब छिटो लुटेर डाँडा च्यापौँ किनकि रोटेसनहरू कट अफ गर्न सकिन्छ कि भनेको, बट जोन त्यहीँको त्यहीँ इन भएको कारणले चाहिँ हामीलाई अलि प्रेसर पऱ्यो भनौँ.
We took the hill early on because we thought that if the zone ships away, then we could be able to cut off the rotations, so that it did not give us much time to loot. So we were struggling through the resources, and then once the zone started coming into us, the same hill, it became pretty difficult because that was not in our plan.
We also had like quite an important 3-1 split. Love was on like an east side mountain as well. Was that just, I want to talk about the plan behind that. Was that just because you wanted him to get additional information or a separate angle onto where all the other teams were?
ब्लब चाहिँ 1-3 को स्प्लिटमा थियो हैन. ब्लब चाहिँ अलि साइडपट्टिको हिलमा होल्ड गरिरहेको थियो. सो त्यो हाम्रो प्लान नै हो साइडपट्टिको हिलमा लबलाई एडिसनल इन्फर्मेसनको लागि राख्ने कि के थियो?
हाम्रो प्लान नै हो रोटेसन. अब इन्फर्मेसन कलेक्ट गर्नको लागि चाहिँ हामीले छुट्टै खेलाएको थियौँ.
That's under our plan because in such zone we try and keep one player in that hill as well because we get additional info from there as well.
Okay, so it was mainly for the information. Rules, thank you so much for joining me in this post-match interview. I really, really appreciate it. You guys are doing so well. Let's hope T2K can make their way into the main event. But for now, we're going to head back to the analysts to continue day 1 of the prelims.
Great information there from T2K, especially from Rules. I mean, what else do you want to know about that, right? One thing, though, that I am intrigued, that I want to know, Max, and that you kind of pointed out for me was they decided not to fight that much, especially when they got to the top.
Yeah, resource management, man. That is just all that was really of the essence in that game for them. Just making sure they don't take shots too early, because otherwise, if you have to take a fight, you're just not going to have the bullets, maybe the resources, and especially not the utility, which is really good.
Your momentum going when you put yourselves in a position like that, right? So for them, it's one of those things where you have this thing of you're losing that momentum, and so you're not actually ready to take those pushes and take those fights when that aggression comes towards you.
And it's something that's happened already that we have seen, right? Especially today. I can't remember at the top of my mind. Do you remember?
Yes, I remember. It was Divergent and Underage as well, wasn't it? It was those two. It was the 1v3 in game number 2. The exact same thing happened. You had this thing of they were fine, Divergent were chill, but they were too chill. And then once that other team comes up, it's like, oh, actually we're not prepared. We're not mentally prepared for this, and you end up losing.
We've seen it over and over again in the past, Max.
Yeah,
not
a great trend.
Way too much.
Yeah, it's just you gotta have that click moment where it's just like, okay, stop messing around. Let's start getting into the action here and hopefully get more points on board. More eliminations, more placement points. I don't really care. Just get one of the two.
Them, yeah.
If possible, both of them. That would be even better. But it's not going to be happening every single time as you go through some of the replays. And really, Blank is becoming a giga fan of admin.
Yeah.
He just keeps giving him content after content every single fight, I have the impression. And really grows admin, 2 players that now are, in my eyes, the most impressive players in Uzbekistan. And if they can keep living up to that kind of legacy they've set so far, man, going into the main event, they can do that again, that would be even more impressive.
Absolutely. No, I think we're going to be seeing them a lot more regularly on the global stage for sure. If this is how they hold their own against teams in increasing difficulty as we get a little bit more global and more global, certainly in the main stage, we'll have to wait and see. But for now, it's looking very promising for them, Max.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think just to give a comparison is Shifu. This guy was playing in PMGO EU back in the day, and it was like, this guy, this individual is going to get picked up by a big team. And now he's like joined what Dagestan 77 X Godlike. So like, you know, these names, you might see them in the future, maybe even in PMWC, PMGC, it doesn't matter. I'm sure we'll see them in future events, but like, bring it back. Still good games. Looking at the leaderboards here, 17 points for Icard, that actually had some really interesting rotations I have to mention here, which was their Eastern rotates. They were playing pretty passive here, Niptura, not getting involved in too many fights because they knew that Minas Generalis was going to be a hot commodity. Everyone was going to send it over. They're like, we know exactly how the lobby is going to respond to this circle, to this scenario that was being gifted to them. What's going to be happening here? We play it chill. When everyone's already engaged and push inside the circle, when everyone is wounded, they still have 4 players, and that is when you swarm the compound.
Absolutely, and I love how they played that mid to late game before that push as well, right? Great big splits, a nice 2-2, just to get that control over the zone, that informational control, so they knew the next step as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, for Icard, I got to give him props. 17 points. This is a team that definitely needs those points as we're getting here towards the end of day 1. And boy, do they make a jump up. As you can see them there in 7th place.
But we're still seeing an issue, which is you got that one banger game, okay? I talked about KZ Underage.
They just got the win. Give them some props.
I want to be negative today. No, realistically, it's cool to see they can get that pop-off performance. It's like, I just need a little bit more, right? I know that it's easier said than done when we're out here on the desk. We're not playing, but I do still want to see a little bit more consistency, and that would allow them to stay in top 7 and be pretty safe going in tomorrow.
And if we're being picky here in regards to placement points, I'm going to be looking at one team that's going to stand out massively, and I don't know if you're seeing it as well, Natura. It's 7-2-1 aggressors.
Yes.
They're getting those eliminations. Those placement points aren't there.
What placement points?
What placement points? Literally. It's like literally less than 5 points. 4 points on the board compared to 30. That's pretty impressive. It's just we need to see kind of a little bit more even. But honestly, it seems to be kind of that way throughout the second half of the leaderboard, Max.
Yeah, I mean, second half of the leaderboards, I'm seeing R8 that had quite a few green arrows in the leaderboards. Like, they were slowly climbing up. So like, is this the comeback of R8? We've been asking, well, not since game 1. They're not going to do a comeback on game 1, but from game 2. Not been the case, and here they actually get a red arrow. They're going down in the leaderboards. R8, we're almost at the halfway point here. One more game before we get to that kind of critical moment for the prelims. You're not going to have a lot more time to initiate that comeback to make in top 7.
R8 is starting to get those points. It feels like this might be one of those teams that might need the win. They might need that win to
like
finally
Icard.
get... Yeah, like Icard. Because Icard, I mean, going into that last match, they were in 15th place. And now they're in a position where coming into tomorrow, especially, you're kind of setting yourself up for tomorrow, right?
Yes, absolutely. I was just thinking that this is the final game. This is the final game of Miramar, final game of the day. This is really, really where you want to set up for tomorrow. It's no longer about today. You've got to put today out of your mind. This is the setup for tomorrow. How are you going to take away, what are you going to take away from this day, and how is that going to influence tomorrow's games as well? So this Miramar is all about getting the best you can, or at least just an improvement from the first 5 games.
I'm just looking at this and I'm like, well, actually, we could have gotten 3 chicken dinners from GO. Like, we were that close to getting a 3rd win from GO.
Very
and
close.
Again, teams that when you look at the entirety of this lobby, GO, I was like, no, might be able to make it in top 7. They're like, we are going to be top 1. And right now, these results are making that possible so far.
I want to continue to see that confidence out of GOAT quality. It's not just GOAT quality, it's also GOAT confidence that they currently have. We do want to go watch that last match, though, because this is day 1 of PMGO Uzbekistan prelims. So you know what? Let's send it over to the commentators, Blank and John Island.
Absolutely. Let's send it over here. We are ready and willing to receive the honor of casting this final match today.
Yes, we are.
I think so.
I'm ready.
I'm so ready.
Are you ready?
No, you're Blank.
I'm ready.
No. Oh, okay. I see what you did there.
I'm very ready.
Yeah, that's true.
Ultra ready.
Omega ready?
For this last match of the day, where we will be kind of like putting into perspective, like who's not really going to have a chance for tomorrow. Because a lot of times we have the 3-day tournaments. That's usually what we'd go for in an international. Here it's slightly different with Smash rules towards the end. We go through with prelims here. Again, you do have that buffer, and then it sort of differentiates in tomorrow, where you have like 10 teams that could shift around a little bit, and then you'll have the 6 underneath who don't really have that much of a chance. An outside chance maybe, but not much of a chance. So if you can set yourself up today, like Aki Cyber have done, like GOAT have done, it's going to give you a massive boon going into tomorrow. I'd quite like to see an absolute slobberdocker again coming through from Aki Cyber at this final match of the day to really solidify their position going into the main event, because I think they deserve it. I think they really do deserve it.
Absolutely. Those 7 tickets are going to be hotly contested, however. Everybody wants a piece of it. Dope, no less than anyone else. And they had a little bit of a glimmer of hope over the course of today. The plane path about to be loaded on in, as for the 6th time today we will fly over the battleground. This time it is Miramar, of course, and we're going from Puerto Paraíso up towards the northwest side, towards the ruins, towards Crater Fields.
That's not right. That looks very wrong.
Something is stationary when it should be moving. Hopefully we can get that one sorted out. But yeah, you can see in the picture-in-picture there.
Public map
we
feed.
fixed it instantly. There we go. Nothing even happened, and I don't know what you're talking about. But you're right, you could check it out over on the public map feed, which is available on YouTube at PUBG Mobile Esports, and you can head on there and keep track of all of your, any of your favorite teams rather, and all of the teams simultaneously. You can see where they're rotating, get the tips, the tricks on how to navigate your way through some of the most treacherous terrain in the game.
Exactly, and with Miramar, Erangel, as well as Sandhawk, there are very different rotates you need to make here. And again, incorporate those into your own gameplay is always going to be useful in the long run. KZE dropping out nice and early towards Puerto Paraíso. And we do, come on map feed, don't fail me now.
It's fine.
It's fine, it's still going. GOAT's dropping very far up towards the north side. And again, this is a much more reasonable playing path as opposed to the last one we saw. Despite that, we still have, what is that, 3 teams all in the same locale down towards that south side. And that is a hard shift over towards the western side. That is a grim circle.
Certainly is. A lot of that western side cuts itself out with that high ground being unplayable beyond that cliff that sits all the way to the west. It's also a lot of open territory on that western road, right? You've got those long, sloping, open positions where, sure, if you get there early into the buildings that sit on the west side of that road, you can have a pretty decent hold-off, but getting there, really, really tricky unless you're there first. And even then, it's a gamble that it's going to go out that way. So it's a really nasty area of the map.
Yeah, it's quite funny because it's like you can rotate fairly easily from the south side of the map through by the Mar, Mr. Morales, over Chumacera. You could rotate towards the north side of the map through Torre Armada, all the way past La Cobreria and down El Pozo. Like you say, though, once you get to that point, you know, getting to those positions where it is open area is fine, but it's a question of whether someone's there already. So the initial rotational path, pretty simple, pretty simple. After that, though, it's a case of kind of playing Tetris with the teams and trying to fit them in where you can.
It is rough stuff, and that is not an easy puzzle to solve, let me tell you. We've seen it time and time again. Be the downfall of many a team, no matter how strong, no matter how prolific and storied. It is always a tough challenge. GOAT up on the northern side, split around La Cobreria and Crater Fields. Will have to make their way down at some point. They are not in this next zone. Monte Nuevo fully occupied by Black Esports right now, so they well should really have the pick of the litter in terms of where to go in this circle. But where do you choose, really? I feel like for them, for my money, you go south towards the Ladriera Hills and take that north point of it.
Right now, you do nothing.
Well, yeah, now you're looting right now, but...
Not even then. Like, right now, you literally do nothing.
You think you stay in Monte Nuevo if you're Black Esports?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Because what if this goes north? What if it goes... It could go either way, right? You currently have a central position. This is the easiest it's going to get to rotate when you get to stage 2. So there's no reason to move right now. You're just waiting. You're just waiting. No matter what happens, they're likely going to be the first to whatever the circle deems is going to be central on Zone 2. So we can just chill for now. Really, the onus is going to be on teams like Go, because they're in La Copadilla, which is close enough, but they're going to have to zoom in. And it's a question of where is their landing post coming from. For me, you know, heading over towards the hillside that sits towards the El Pozo, to the side of El Pozo, sorry, that would be fantastic. That would be where I'd post up in particular.
They're going to have to figure out how to go all the way from the top of the map to somewhere around the bottom side of it. Of course, a lot of verticality in that rotation and a lot of verticality available on our new vertical stream, officially on PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube and TikTok, where you can get all of the info that you need available to you. Not only this main feed that you may be watching now, unless you're already watching the vertical feed, in which case well done, but also the map, the player cams, the stats as well. And if you just want to see the map as a separate stream, you can do that as well. We provided that for you. It's very gracious of us. I know. You can thank me later. Over on YouTube at PUBG Mobile Esports, and that is a separate stream. You can whack it up on a second monitor, a second browser window if you have that sort of technology available to you, or on a second phone. Maybe another Infinix GT20 Pro.
Yeah, what John's trying to say is we're not forcing it upon you. You may have it if you wish.
But you have to.
But you don't. No, you don't have to.
No, you have to.
You don't have to have it.
What?
You could just have that, actually.
You mean I've got this stream up on 7 different devices and I don't have to?
Well, you can, though. And it's probably beneficial, too, because you're getting all the stats and all the extra info.
All the time.
But I don't want to force it upon you, okay?
Yeah, okay,
I'm trying to do some reverse psychology right now.
Like when you trick someone into, when you trick your partner into doing some admin, they're like, I'm going to sit down and do some admin right now. You can do it if you like. And then they're like, yeah, I probably should.
I don't think I've ever done that.
Have you not?
No.
It's good. It's not necessarily unhealthy. It's like, you know, hoodwinking them into being productive.
Damn.
Yeah.
You're manipulative.
I only use my powers for good.
Let's take a look at what's happened here. Again, so, look at this. So Black Esports moved down towards the south. I don't know why. I'm not a fan of this.
Shall I tell you what I was thinking when I suggested they might do it?
Yes.
It's easier to go back north than it is to get into the hills once teams have filled that area.
Okay, but let's take a look at what's happened here. Black Esports has moved down to the south, and now they have been backfilled. You cannot return.
I would still.
What has been backfilled.
I would still argue that it is easier to get back through that. If a team has taken a position on those Ladriera hills, it's really, really tough to push up to that from the north. Whereas it's a lot easier to careen down the hill into Montenuevo. I'm trying to sort of give them a little bit of an option.
Yeah, like devil's advocate.
Yeah, a little bit. And sure, they do give ground, but they do gain oversight onto a lot of territory and a lot of potential to pick up eliminations towards the south edge.
Yeah. Again, I just see that mistake made by KZE earlier on Erangel over on Sosnovka.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of it. Like, for instance, here, it's strange to me that so many teams are confirming position this early. Like, we're in stage 1. Like, this is not where you want to confirm positions, because you're having massive traffic jam here, which is going to make rotating out horribly. I think typically what you'd have is you have a lot more teams trying to congregate around the edges to positions where it's going to be more simple to rotate through. They're digging graves right now.
Yeah, no, we're opposite side of the map from Graveyard, and they're still doing it.
We're digging graves right now.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be difficult for everybody, and it is exacerbated, of course, by this west side shift, by the fact that we're essentially playing with the same amount of terrain as a Stage 2 already on this Miramar. So perhaps that's what's contributed to these teams' decisions to try and come into conflict a little bit earlier. Maybe not into conflict, but rather into these central locations. We're looking right now on our screens at Upgrade versus Akicyber. This is on one of those spokes, those linear hilltops, those ridge lines that sit around Ladriera. This is a pretty nasty shift, all things considered. It has Montenuevo in, it has Ladriera in. It's really not confirmed to either side yet, though. Luckily, it does move away from that west edge, which is the one saving grace of this circle shift.
Yeah, because that west edge is just unplayable zone. It's the cliff face. So getting away from them means that we do have playable space now over towards that eastern side. And already there is some huge fighting going on down towards the south.
AkiCyber and Upgrade still back and forth. This conversation along the hilltop is going the way of Upgrade, actually, as AkiCyber have to recoalesce. Action may be chiming in here as admin. A fearsome force descends the hill. Doesn't take too much of a tumble there and gets to the buildings unscathed. Action can't pull up and go for this fight. They know they don't have the numbers right now. With AkiCyber moving fast, they're actually going to have to turn this one around. A fight has broken out. But it's going to be easy for Zvezda to handle that one. Unfortunately, not so lucky for his teammate as their vehicle goes up in smoke. It's actually his own doing. Sets the vehicle on fire, plays too close to it, and force goes down. This should be resable, but what can people do with the time available to them now? Can Action come in for a refrag? Could Upgrade actually move in to the oversight and find something they were looking for?
Yeah, Upgrade up towards that top side. Shots coming from the side as well towards Zvezda. Another player goes down for AkiCyber. It's looking pretty bad right now. Again, tough rotate from that south side. Again, this is what I'm talking about. It's like they've left no one on the map any room to rotate. And I think for AkiCyber, yeah, fair enough. You're trying to move through here. But I just don't think you expect all the teams to be here. Like, there's so much of the circle that is just unplayed right now, which is playable, by the way.
It's a little bit unoccupied. But teams are still just trying to find any sliver of this they can. It is quite unfortunate.
Well, they're not.
Sorry?
Well, they're not.
Well, that's true. They've already found a lot of them.
Look at this.
Oh yeah, no.
Look at this.
Sorry, they're all trying to find a sliver. It just happens to be the same sliver.
Yes.
Which is the unfortunate part of it.
I can respect that.
For AkiCyber, that was unfortunate that Force went down to the vehicle explosion. If they didn't have to stop, look for that res, they were out of there. They were through with 3 and maybe playing on this position that admin has right now. But this guy is nutso, right? He can go sicko mode out of the drop of a hat.
Yeah. Okay, this sounds like I'm an AkiCyber fanboy. Honestly, that's my only issue. Is that, like, I really don't feel like that rotates too much of their fault, because I just don't think you expect there to be literally 6 teams either side. And I feel very vindicated now as we head back up to Monte Nuevo. And we could have just sat there the whole time.
That is true. Black Esports, potentially going to have that opportunity to prove me right. And the fact that it may be more easy to head back up north than it would be to push south had it gone that way, though. But it is definitely treacherous for them. You're right. It's going to be difficult no matter which way they choose.
It's just tragic.
It's sad. It's just sad. I weep for them.
Yeah, I think we're getting to that point, especially it's the last game of the day as well.
Oh, yeah.
So players are mentally boomed at this point, because they were only having 2 days to go at this. Some teams have really suffered as they've gone through. I mean, take Action, for instance.
I will.
So yeah, overall, I think you're getting to the end of the day and you're trying your best to eke out as many points as possible. And I think that sort of leads us to this kind of play style where everyone's looking for the center as much as possible instead of taking some of the more easy options.
Ooh. Fortunate pickup there. P2K losing another one. Nepex able to find 2 Elim points for it. And Rex looks for more. Love the next to go, and only one player now stands for them in 6th place to end the day. I mean, it's not terrible, but there are teams behind them who will very happily push them aside. You've got Nepex, who are now only 2 points behind. You've got KZE, who are only 1 point behind. And it's very easy to slip out of these top 7. And this is something that happens in these shorter form tournaments, right? These bubble positions, especially being towards the middle of the tables, become so volatile. You are talking 1, 2, 3 points in it. Even then, it can be a tiebreaker as well. And it is so unfortunate to find yourself in that scenario. It's why every single point matters. It's why every single snake play matters. Why every single flush matters in those late game scenarios as well.
Yeah, and it's partly because GOAT as well as AkiCyber and Fenerbahce are all very consistent compared to the rest of the lobby at the moment. It has created like a very but noticeable point vacuum. towards the top side, which leaves teams just leapfrogging over one another. I mean, between 7th place and 14th, what is that? 7 points differential.
Very small. Very, very small.
Up to 6th to 14th is just 8-point differential. Yeah,
Can't take it for
super
granted.
volatile.
Upgrade now, trying to push past R8. Both of these teams looking for a little bit of a resurgence into this one. Upgrade have the numbers, but R8 have the high ground and the inside track towards the zone. 3 players alive. Prestige and Marth on the high ground. And forward operator SK-Turn is dispatched. First goes down. No answer yet. The nade doesn't quite get the job done. Stage 3, the zone's ticking hard. He should be able to get that first aid off, though, in time. And now the rest of the players moving on up. Buzz and Molodoy on the sidelines force them away. Prestige and Marth read this. They're in the vehicles. They turn tail.
Oh, Molodoy dropping down to the blue as well. Does suck that one. Buzz trying to move through, will find himself inside the zone. Just about, but no meds. Nothing to be spoke of. 5 eliminations for Upgrade, though. I think this is probably the best they've done in the first 15 minutes of a match. Goat finding some good shots for themselves. That's over towards K21. You know, extracting them from that location, just on the western ridge, could be a great position for Goat to play.
Do have that chance. A lot of teams pushing in towards Montenuevo now. We've got K21, we've got Goat as well on that southeast side. Fenerbahce on the north. Ikerd as well waiting in the wings. Dope springboard on that southeast quadrant to try and find it as well. So a lot of emphasis on the north side here. Teams packing their way in. And R8 now trying to move into the west side, that high ground that sits over Montenuevo towards La Riera. Could also come into contest, but it's Exotics who have got control of it for now.
Taking a look at a lot of these teams. I think there's going to be some waiting involved here just for the next circle. I think everyone's posted up in a fairly defensible position at this point in time. There's not too many teams outside the circle, and realistically, at this stage of the game, you are just looking for a home. I don't mind R8's position over towards this western side. Keeps them out of danger, keeps them out of sight, and right now there is technically a 50% chance that this circle does head over their way. I think most teams would hate for that to happen because it is super open ground. And not only that, they would have to break this wall that sits in front of them. It is just slashed through the middle of the circle at the moment.
The 721 aggressors, we're on board with them now. They did lose a player just then to Black Esports on that southeast side, trying to make their way through. For Elims, for the 721 aggressors, they are one of the teams that is looking to start to get safer and safer as time goes on. In 4th place right now, but they're on the south border of this and do not really have a clear route forwards. Every option that they have is occupied. So they might have to just take the fight or bite their time and see if someone takes care of themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if a team wants to take care of themselves, sure. That's fantastic. I think most teams would.
You know, like leave an edge position, try and take a fight themselves. You know, not rather than just like
nade themselves.
I fancy I need the loot. Let's stop playing right now.
Let's take care of ourselves.
Not that situation. I'm talking about like if Black Esports, for instance, rotated and tried to fight Dope, and then they both sort of went down low. That would be an option if they had taken care of that for the 721 aggressors.
Right, let's take care of ourselves.
Try and move through. That's right.
As should you all take care of yourselves. That's a
self-care.
That's important. A PMA.
Hell yeah.
That's a big PMA and a PSA.
Hydration.
At the same time.
Hydration, self-care, achievement.
Yeah.
Results? I don't know.
Profit.
Absolutely. Money. That's what it's all about, Blank, in the end.
Question mark, question mark, question mark. At the moment, right now, we do centralize over towards La Riera Hills on the western side. R8 tucked away in a small little compound for themselves. I always like that position. Very little amount of influence you have from there, but it certainly keeps you safe, which is always nice. Black Esports cut out towards the southeast side. I do think they're going to struggle. You know?
I think they're going to win.
Okay.
I mean, no, they are going to have a pretty rough time of it, but I would argue that a lot of these teams on the north side are going to take care of one another in a pretty unsalubrious fashion as they try and exit from Monte Nuevo. The main threat for me right now is Exotic's position, right up the top of that hill with Oversight over KZE, who hold that low ground area, and that is that 1-2 punch, right? That high ground, low ground, two-team hold that you're going to really struggle against.
Yeah, so that's Black Esports Aussie going down there.
But not out.
As Bitmus going to go for the res. I imagine KZE might have an angle at some point. 721 aggressors actually sending more down there. I think that's pretty bold of them.
Ooh, in the meantime, Goat Quality able to find some openers on towards Fenerbahce. This is this north side that we were talking about just then. Leaving from Monte Nuevo. And Goat Quality trying to keep their players alive here. But they have lost one and another is knocked. Ego on the back. Should be Rezable, is actually being pulled up right now by his teammates. But K21, look at this oversight from the high ground. It's just so difficult to run out against this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very, very difficult position to push out towards. Goron's going to be dropping nades from up on high and penalty underneath. The hottest of spots, and they get double tags on him. The fact they didn't go down is insane.
Shots from the off angle. Do need to be careful. R8 still in the game. They find a player on iCurd out on the north field. And R8's compound actually a primo location, Blank. I think that any team in Monte Nuevo would love to have it right now.
Yeah. Again, like I said, it really is not influential, but it is safe. It's a place of safety that you can move out towards later on, playing up towards where Exotics is currently at.
Upgrade making the dash to it, potentially.
Yeah.
Diverted by a hail of fire coming from the south.
721 aggressor. They actually moved over towards T2K, where Rules is currently playing. Left Black Esports to their devices down on that south side. We're almost into stage 6 now. And we'll see where this one heads. I'm feeling quite central on this circle.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm feeling hard southeast.
All right.
Goat, ooh, still in the scrap with Fenerbahce and still with the oversight from K21. This is just so difficult to make work. It's just Merciless remaining, and that Molotov may just spread, tickle his ankles. Low HP, but gets the first aid off, so will not be going down here. But that nade, though, that opens up a lot of opportunity to push on in. However, Ego is still down, and Goat with 2 can't afford to take another. That's what they were looking for, though. The nade in through the window, and they make it work.
Yeah, really good job from Goat. Circle,
dead center.
Quite central so far.
What was that?
Exotics, though. I actually do quite like Exotics' position, but they do have a lot of teams around them who would also really love to have where they're currently playing. Black Esports definitely cut out on this south side. I think that was T2K. T2K. Out from the game, their rules going down. They do remain in the top 7, though, which is surprising. They're 30 points, but there's still KZE as well as iCurd, potentially even Dope to go between it. Yet the scoreline is so minuscule between these teams. Black Esports moving up over towards the 721 aggressors. It's a 2v4, but Lord Cedric is down on the back line.
And all 3 of their players are forwards. Looks like they want to put more emphasis onto getting that flush, making sure they earn that point for themselves. And every point does matter. That's what we were saying earlier. 3 players from Black Esports, though, overwhelmed Jonix's position. Spidey, though, with an answer. However, there is Retribution. Up the top of the hill, though, it's Exotic still chiming into this fight. The smoke out towards them. They've lost Lord Cedric, but they can still pull Symphony back to his feet.
Yeah, they can definitely get him back here, but you'd imagine Exotics wanting to take shots. Unfortunately for them, upgrades also. Getting good shots over towards that north side. Aussie sends a grenade towards them. I mean, I think Aussie's doing a fantastic job here. I actually really respect this. He is sending ordnance over the top just to keep them at bay, but Symphony's not pulled back up again. Daniel down.
Ooh, and that is just the backline pulling out the stops now. Steps into the fire, and the Molotov, unaware that it's burning him down. Could be another knock. They need to pull Symphony back up now, but Upgrade move in for a third party on the engagement. A nade around the side, and Buzz is trying to ruin the day for Black Esports. They have to hold this sideline and the top ground as well. There's a lovely nade from Ozzy, who's been devastating with them. Boss moves on in. Ruzen looks for the shot, but can't quite find it. Has the shotgun in tow, and that will be good for another. A nade from on the back lines, and Molodoi looks to put a stopper on the Black Esports swell around the edge. Ramses as well, and they are putting so much pressure towards Black, but in the meantime, Exotic are back up to 3. They have invested so much to the south, they've forgotten about the top of the mountain.
Bitmus at 12k just annihilates him.
Oh,
Ruzen
no.
drops down. What is that? Molodoi now has to pick up the slack, but is that before Exotic gets down towards this location? Ozzy bites into him like a bat.
Drawing blood. Time and time again, Molodoi left alone. Buzz isolated, cannot be picked up here. The drop down, Molodoi wants it, but he's not going to be allowed to. Denied entry to the fight. And Zeptimus doing a lot of work for the squad in that engagement, pulling Symphony back up time and time again, isolating the fight, suppressing towards Exotics on the top ground, and it is so important for them to keep their feet here. 8 elims.
Yeah, a lot of elims found. Again, this probably does go from bad to worse, though, for Black Esports. I think they get themselves out of the fire into the frying pan. But overall, very successful engagement from them. I like how they played over on the previous Miramar, and now I'm liking how they're playing on this Miramar. Overall, Black Esports was impressive on this map.
I'm telling you, they remain an uncooked goose. I'm liking it. Feeling it for Black Esports. I think they've got a chance here, however outside it might be.
Okay.
And if I'm being realistic, it is K21 who should be able to take this one home. Unless Exotics can take control of that position the Master's in right now. Ikerda trying to find these openers, but will fall to the blue zone, and the pressure from everyone on the off angles. K21 investing a lot to sweep out this north side, but I think they need to.
Yeah, it kind of depends. For K21, like, in this circle in particular, the way I would look at it is K21, yeah, fantastic spot, but if the circle does go east, then equally KZE as well as Dope have that chance. So I would put it as a 3-way at this point in time. But weird things have happened on Miramar. I've seen a lot of global championships in my time.
That is true. We have seen the wildest things. Will it be a repeat of that? Or are we going to return to sanity? Pretam with the hold now. Needs Roy to come up big for him, but Pretam goes first. And this is going to be an easy flush to pick up. Roy actually just completely backs off the angle. Daniel tries to face off against it, but they aren't really going to be able to do too much here. 3 players from Black Esports survive. They're sweeping through, continuing their progress now. Don't really have to worry too much about the low ground, but KZ may be able to find an angle if they're being sneaky. Up around the corner, Daniel remaining quiet, but is spotted. One goes down, but there is the answer. Roy now the last to stand. The nade for Roy, no, it's just a Molotov, and Zeptimus has to push up to the rock. He'll be more than happy to do it. And that's the nade they were looking for. Black still stays standing, and with 11 elims, they have got a position to take control of this circle.
Yeah, I mean, they just went through them like a ghost through a wall. I'm not sure exactly what just happened there, because Black Esports has just made a mockery of both Upgrade and Exotics. In both situations where it should have been fairly simple to hold them out, it's 2 missteps. Fair play to Black Esports, though, man. Fair play to them.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I'm feeling it for Black Esports. I don't know why, I don't know how, but they have found their feet here in this Miramar. 11 eliminations, and now they're looking to take control of the high ground in a central spot, whilst the teams below fight it out between themselves. Dope in a scrap with KZE. 1 player down on either side, but the res comes through for Dope. They can control the sidelines, but it's an immediate re-knock, and Shadow slices through them like a scythe through Wheat, and will be the last player to stand for them, but needs to go for a little bit more. Baby Tang has the backup, and will be able to finally put that fight to rest. But in the meantime, Black Esports swell over and into the fight. K21 have an answer.
It is a weird game. I'll put it that way. I mean, Dope's kind of concluded exactly what they can down towards that eastern side. Now it's realistically up against K21 and Black Esports. Black Esports having that advantage of being on the high ground, but there is equally some significant grenades that could come through. I am worried though, because Aussie has picked himself up a P90.
It's pretty gross. K21 have to worry about Dope, though, because they have to push up the hill. The question is, which team do they go for? And I think that may be the difference maker in this circle. Not to mention Marth, a third-party off-angle. Huge potential to backstab onto K21 here.
Baby Tank walking up. Just up against this hilltop now. Him and Guliang and Payne. That is a slow crawl, but they've made it. Mambe also in the back line. Could follow. Last circle. With Black Esports position, yeah, it's looking pretty good, but a lot of this is vaultable.
Marth down. Picked up by Zeptimus. That's 12 elims now found. Third place guaranteed. Nade over. Zeptimus found for the opener. Aussie not in a position to get a refrag here, and this may be go time for K21. Push up and over. Try and allow Dope to backfield. Maybe you want to leave someone behind. You do have the numbers to do it. But Master leads the charge. In the meantime, the drop down. No, they send Shroud out wide. They're taking two fights at the same time, and Master falls as well as Shroud. Dope losing one in the meantime. Marco's gone down as well, and Black Esports may have the opening that they were looking for. Goran now the last for K21. It's Groza versus P90. The bull pops back and forth, but it's Aussie to win, and it's Black Esports atop the hill. Dope for flagging. They've got 4 players alive, but can they mount the top?
What is K21 doing? What are these guys doing? Sending nades at one another. I'm kind of lost for words at this point in time.
It's all right, because I've got it from here. The rightest guy in this lobby. Black Esports on for a chicken dinner. Potentially, but Dope have the numbers. The center of the circle favors the high ground here, and you can see Black are playing back from it right now. They're controlling the access to it rather than the ground itself. That is important because Dope have to push up, have to go for some dangerous vaults. These smokes are dissipating, not right now, but fairly soon. Aussie and Symphony isolating these fights towards the low ground here. Zeptimus back up, has the shotgun, but a forward position now. Baby Tang with it all to do. Guliang goes down, the off angle, the second pincer. Can they come through with the second wave? It's a 3v2 towards the high ground, and Mambe and Payne have now not got the tempo for it. Black Esports don't need to push out, and they've done so much work in this lobby. There's Payne, Symphony drops down, and a cacophony of bullets ring through the hills of Miramar. Black Esports all the way.
This is one of the... fantastic game, by the way, but also one of those situations where I don't think you want to be right about that. Calling them.
But I'm so right about it.
Yeah. But we could come back to the conversation we had about teams taking themselves out. That happened a lot more than I expected it to.
I'm so smug right now.
But again, not in the way you expected, because
No.
teams were literally taking themselves out.
Yeah, absolutely. They kind of, well, specifically K21. What on earth was that? It was really, quite frankly, the worst I've seen that fight play out.
Also exotics.
Yeah.
Also upgrade.
All of these are true.
Yeah. Again, like I said, it's just one of those games where I don't think you want to be right about it. But you were,
But
so
too bad, 'cause
congratulations.
I am so right.
No, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I'm very happy for you.
I'm the smartest idiot in this game.
But yes. Yes. And I applaud you. I applaud you.
Let's take a look at some of the final moments of this game. I mean, it was very well handled. Once they got into this position, I would say that Black Esports played the end quite well. Against some misplays.
Again, they went for a pincer.
You're so angry.
I'm just saying they went
fuming.
They went for a pincer, and then one of the pincers just got left behind. So it just kind of nudged them from the high ground. There was no grip.
You know what? Let's go to some saner minds, because we have been left completely exhausted by that comedy of errors. We saw one earlier. That was even further. Let's head over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Blank Mustache, and thank you, the smartest idiot in the game, as you mentioned yourself there, John. Either way, what a match, especially for Black Esports. Is that, am I seeing that right? 2 players with over 1K damage?
Ring the bell.
Ding, ding, ding, bell of 1,000 damage times 2 for these two. I mean, honestly.
It's her thing.
It's my thing, yeah. Well, is it? Is it my, yeah, I'll say it's my thing. It's definitely my thing.
Kalash is like, you stole that.
Hey! He's gonna be in your DMs in a minute, yeah. No, but it was really, really nice to have that, like, really high percentage. So you got that those other two teammates doing a lot of support work, a lot of those angles, a lot of that damage, but they're really leaving it open for those top 2 to just frag out and be the meat of the team.
I mean, Lord Cedric not even playing at that point because he got eliminated. Just go, keep doing that, guys. It's totally working out.
Yeah.
And had a really good time supporting the team. But Zeptimus is going to be the MVP of this. They're just so efficient at finding the path of least resistance in every single situation. No matter if they're not in the circle and the circle is horrible, moving thousands of meters away from them. They're like, we found a way, and they have the fragging power to back those plays.
They really do, and you know what I noticed is that they really use their time. They take their time with this sort of stuff. They use these wide rapid rotations around that edge side, and they really focus in on that scouting, and they take their time. Often they don't even move until the zone actually pushes them into the next phase, right? So it is something where it's like, if you take your time and you know how to do that effectively, it really, really works.
Yeah, I think that especially they're not only a proactive team, they're a very good reactive team, because we talked a little bit about that third party from Upgrade. They initially pushed onto Exotics. I think it's a really good push-up, but Upgrade like, oh, this is a great third party opportunity. Exotic moving back, but they're playing checkers. When here, Black are playing 4D bloody chess and have one of the biggest plays, which is we're just going to hug the ridge, stay relatively safe, wait for them to push us. We pick them off one by one every single time, and because of that, we claim the high ground, we claim that final chicken dinner for today.
Max and Tyrell, let's take a step back, because I love what you guys are saying in regards to Black Esports, right? The way that they found a way to work, and they just narrowed that down and kept going at it. I feel like one team that's starting to do that a little bit here, especially the last 2 matches. All right, back-to-back 4th place finishes.
Yes, yes indeed. I mean, it's something that we were hoping for. And Max is a little stroppy, but I'm going to finish my point before you go. No, it's something that we wanted to see from them, and it's something, like, again, like I mentioned earlier, you want to see teams actually use these last 2 matches to kind of shape their mentality for tomorrow, and so that is really something that you're starting to see R8 really do.
And set themselves up, too, because it is going to be 6 matches. We finished day 1. They need to make sure they go back to that VOD review, Max, because, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to get a chance to see it whenever we end up going to the overall. It's going to be tight.
Yeah, it's going to be real tight going into tomorrow. And I'm still looking for more. I wanted to be critical, but we're going to be looking at the match rankings here. 29 points on the board for Black Esports. They are... they're going to be in top 7.
Easy.
That game alone is just like you're pretty much securing a spot in the main event.
They have to really mess up tomorrow.
You want to be critical. We can be critical in regards to Dope, because they were using the utility, but they ended up using it against themselves.
Hey, listen, we've all had the bad nade that bounces off the cliff. We've all had that. I ain't going to blame that one on
them. A knock is a knock. If it's a teammate or not, I'm like, I don't get it. Like, when I knock them through an hour games, I'm like, hey, it counts. So I'll take what I can get. Okay, we'll see how it's going to be going. Though, going on forward, we mentioned the team earlier, right? There was Iker, sure they get that win. We wanted to see a follow-up. They only got 1 elimination, 0 placement points. I hope that going into tomorrow we can see just a little bit more of that consistency as you go in the overall rankings.
Go there with the 61 points, and I want you guys to start focusing on this. Remember, it is going to be the top 7 that are going to be moving on towards main event. The top 3, they're starting to create a bit of a buffer there, but everybody else is so close.
If you theorize here and just double the points straight up of our 7th place team, you're looking at about 70 points, right? 60, 70 points, you're going to be looking good. So if we have that as our expectation for the cutoff point-wise, GOAT should be fine. X Cyber, with the amount of eliminations they have, they should be looking really comfortable into tomorrow. So 60-70 points should be what you're aiming for.
And Neptura, one thing is that if they have a good performance like Black Esports just did, look how high up you can just launch yourself on the leaderboard.
Absolutely. I mean, they've gone so far, even dethroning Fenerbahce right from that top 3 position. So a really good performance. That, honestly, Miramar, I think, is probably their best map, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it again.
But actually, was that like 2/3 of their points in one game out of those like 50+ points they got?
Let me go to the math person, Neptura. Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
She confirms.
Yes.
I don't know, I might be wrong.
Sure.
It's quick math, okay?
Quick math, not my thing.
But for this team's right here on the second page, I mean, if you're Action, you're just going to have to go for broke. You're going to need at least back-to-back wins, I feel like.
Honestly, I'm going to go super insane here. They need to hot drop Sandhawk. They need to just go for it. Yeah, they need to go all out completely, because 5 points in 6 matches is kind of insane. And yeah, they need to do something quick.
All right, so we got a hot drop.
Yep.
Now, Max, if you're Action, what are you going to be doing?
Just get a good night's sleep. I don't, that might be working out for them. Action right now, nothing happened. I think that you got to just switch up your entire game plan for tomorrow, because right now, if you get 5 points again tomorrow, like, sure you reach double digits, but you're not going anywhere with that. So change your game plan completely and do that VOD review.
Yeah.
Well, GOAT quality with the performance they had today. Guess what? We do have the MVP of the day is none other than FS, being able to put up those 12 eliminations and the damage too, 2,394.
That's crazy.
I mean, the reason why he's MVP here, of course, the damage, the knocks, everything adds up pretty nicely for him. But the 22.2 average survival time, that means he's always getting to the late game. They got 2 chicken dinners and I believe a podium finish on top of that. So the survival time is important.
These are the top players. These are the elimination leaders that I wanted to see, because even though FS is the MVP, he's not the one leading in regards to just the eliminations. And if we take a look as well, we've been talking about this, Uzbekistan, am I seeing that right? 3 players at the top.
3 Uzbekistan top fraggers out of 5 so far in this first. And again, this lobby, big level up compared to what we had in the tournament yesterday for the Uzbekistan finals qualifiers. So, yeah, I mean, Zveda, admin, of course, to Blank has been, you know, really a fan of throughout the day. And putting, again, Uzbekistan, when it comes to top fraggers, on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you're seeing that same sort of thing repeated here. Of course, Groza is going to be our #1, right? Absolutely. But Don and Ezik as well coming in from Uzbekistan. I mean, that's a huge amount of damage coming in here. But Groza with 3,000 is slightly insane.
197. I mean, the guy, if he can res his teammates, maybe it will be even higher than this, which he was not doing yesterday, unfortunately. But looking at with the chicken dinners, of course, we talked about GOAT getting 2 wins. Could have been a 3rd.
Could have been a 3rd.
Otherwise, we are looking also at KZE Underage and Icod Esports. We know now, Neptura, they can get wins, but we mentioned it. Consistency is the name of the game. Out of those wins, what else can you bring to the table heading into tomorrow's match?
Talk about consistency. I'm seeing here a team, especially on the day summary for today, GOAT quality, being able to get those chicken dinners. 2, it wasn't back-to-back, but it is consistency that they're currently showing.
It is indeed, but the other thing I'm also seeing here, 7, is that we've only had double-digit elims for the first and the second games, and 19 is a huge thing. I mean, they must be feeling so good right now. When you're coming into that second day, you're looking pretty darn good anyway, and then you get that win is very nice for them.
I feel like for some of this team, especially here towards the end, they kind of gave themselves a bit of a release. Pressure off your shoulders with the performances. I mean, we just saw it right there too with Black Esports at the end, Max.
I feel like we have some teams getting very comfortable in this lobby, especially with yesterday's matches. Like, okay, we're in the zone. We're just going to play our own game plan. It was clearly successful so far. If you had a good day today, keep it up tomorrow, and top 7 should definitely be in the cards for you.
I can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow. Everything is so close. We just got a chance to see that on the oval. Just a quick reminder, the 7WG, Neptura, and the great Maxman. I know it doesn't say that there, but it should. Ooh. You know what? Maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll switch it for tomorrow. Yeah. Make sure you guys tune in for the day 2 of the 2025 PMGO Uzbekistan Prelims. But before we let you go, we're going to be sending it over to Barney.
And with that, day 1 of the PUBG Mobile Global Open Prelims has come to an end. Just 6 matches remain until we find our final 7 teams that will round out that main event leaderboard. So that does mean that they still have a chance. That's those teams that had a slower start today. They do still have a chance, but that means tomorrow they'll have to come out swinging.
Qadrli Kiber Sport ishqibozlari, bugungi kunning albatta saralash bosqichlarini bir pog'ona yuqorilab, albatta qiziqarli bahslarga bizni shohid qilgan guruhlarning barchasiga minnatdorchilik izhor etamiz. PUBG Mobile Global Open'ning ertangi kunida 6 ta xaritida birgalikda jangchilarni mana shunday shijoatiga guvoh bo'lishimiz mumkin va jadvalni to'ldiradigan 6 ta emas 7 ta jamoani siz bilan birgalikda aniqlaymiz. Barcha ishtirokchilarga esa ertangi kunda shijoatga to'la omadlar yor bo'lishini tilaymiz.
Once again, thank you so much for tuning in and supporting all of your favorite teams. It really does mean a lot, and continue to share everything across social media platforms. And I do have to say, thank you so much to all the hard work so far from production, from the casters, and from all of the analysts. Keep doing what you're doing and keep up the hard work. But for now, we're going to see you back here tomorrow, same place, same time, to see how the prelims come to an end. See you then.
Ertaga esa barcha sevimli jamoalaringizga sizning ovozingiz va qo'llab-quvvatlashingiz juda muhim. Ertaga shu vaqtda yana siz bilan birgalikda bog'lanamiz. Hozircha esa xayr deymiz. Omon bo'ling.
We don't buy that one.